Okay, fingers crossed I can actually get back in and do this.
We're all trying to kill each other over here.
Okay, so that's where we go now?
Yeah, that's where we go.
Thanks,
Live there
Margaret.
already.
Thanks.
Bling, 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 bling. Nadia,
Yes? What?
you look sleepy.
Oh,
I am.
aw. Wait, I thought I wasn't. This is odd. Where did it go?
The link was in the sidebar. Bear with me.
I know, I pressed it and I don't know what I did. Oh, I see what I did now.
We lost somebody.
The link was posted in the sidebar. If no one's paying attention, oh well.
Yeah, it's 3 minutes off schedule. So I don't know how I'll remind people of the offset from around time.
Not 3 minutes.
Well, the point is when you tag the links in the YouTube comments with the timestamp, getting the time right.
Yeah.
The timestamp is only an offset into the video,
Right.
so you have to know when it started.
Ah, I see what you're saying. Okay. Well, either way, you're still going to have to get used to Eastern time zone.
Eastern time has nothing to do with it.
But I mean, it's for once in my life, I will actually have the ability to know what time it is where you are, because it's like, I see it's 4:36 here. I know it's 4:36 where you are.
I know it's
That
weird
doesn't mean
because
anything. It's about the timestamp tags and links posted in the YouTube comments and having the event start time actually reflect the video start time.
Ah,
So we'll
so
see the event start time and they'll be 3 minutes off.
well, that's a Google bug. They obviously failed to
Not a
take
Google
that
bug.
into consideration.
Not a good one.
it still is weird though. Mentally, I had to.
What?
I said mentally, I had to go back 3 hours to figure out what time it was at your zone. But now it's just I gotta look at the computer screen and boom. That's not East time zone.
Well, you have to do that to figure out anyone in any different time zone anyway.
Yeah, but I'm on your Hangout every day, so I have to do it like every day. So
Yeah, it's why I advocate that everyone just switch to UTC and just ignore the fact that, okay, I'm going to work at,
You have
12
to.
a.m. and getting off of work at 8 a.m. or whatever.
You have to deal with people from every time zone in the world every day anyway.
Right. And the point is, just get rid of all those time zones and stick with UTC. No more stupid daylight savings crap, no more half-hour offsets in those weird countries in the Middle East, no more worrying about, daylight savings time. I've probably said that already. The leap seconds will be automatically taken into account for by the time servers. So there's really nothing to worry about. Everyone's clock will have the same numbers printed out.
No one's ever going to do that.
And that is what's wrong with this planet.
I think we put a nail into that subject. Lid, nail, buried it, covered it.
I hope so.
Yeah, half the hangout doesn't seem to have made it over. Were they really just kind of dead-idling asleep and such, or what?
They might be.
No, Gus was chatting.
Yeah, not all of us were asleep.
Gus was definitely participating.
That's why I was mentioning I wish he had transferred over with us.
Hi,
You
Gertrude.
think so? Thank you. Hi, Flip.
How are you?
Good, how's it going?
Does Gretchen
Pretty
have
good.
blue hair? Is this blue hair that I see?
No, it's a scarf.
Oh, yeah, I see it now. A scarf. I was like, oh, wow.
Gretchen, are you Muslim?
No, I'm Orthodox.
Oh, okay.
Hey, Desert.
You know what? I think I'm going to find out what cold beans and franks taste like. Because I don't feel like running the microwave because it always knocks me off the fucking air.
Out of the can?
No, they've been cooked already. But they were put into the refrigerator because,
Yeah.
well, just because. And
Fair enough.
so they're going to be out of the refrigerator into a bowl or a plate or something. And then I'll be right back.
Are you gonna have
Nadia.
Welcome, Desert.
How's
Welcome.
the camper?
Wait a minute, who said that? And what hangout did they say it in? I'll get you the link. Hang on. Okay, there it is. And why not seem to let me do it here? Who's been asking? Yeah, you're looking at the trailer.
Calm down.
This is funny.
Hey, William.
I want to know what William is slaying exactly.
Me.
What? Slaying? What is this?
This is William the Slayer, and I always wondered what he's planning on slaying.
What is he the slayer of? What are you the slayer of, William?
Hi.
You sound very fierce. Oh, I better watch out. Watch out for that guy.
I'm wondering what vintage wine Fudd is gonna have with this cold hot dogs and beans.
Sounds good.
Franks and Bates.
Maybe a 73 Don Perignon or something.
'73. That's getting kind of old.
What's
That'd
that?
be vinegar by now.
Balthazar. Wow.
It's Bolts. What's up?
Very nice.
Welcome, Balthazar.
Morning. Hey, Balthazar.
Gus
Mine's-
definitely has to come back now because of all the shenanigans.
So how is it around you now, Nadia? Where are your I have you are in now in this wagon or are you someplace else?
I'm in Ann Arbor, Michigan.
In the housing that you shall live in?
Yes.
Okay. And the environment, how is it around your van?
Um,
You have some cafes or something like that?
well, no, it's kind of in a wooded area.
Okay.
Sounds peaceful.
On a camping place, like
Anyway, yeah.
So, how's everyone?
I'm thinking about going to bed soon. I have to do a cancer walk, but I haven't decided yet when I want to go to bed. But
I got a little drunk and slept a little bit.
Yeah, there's a. Still trying to find my bag full of hygiene. There's.
How do you like it out there so far, Nadia?
Well, so far so quiet. Need advice surprisingly early on how to fill out some things for the call center position.
Best of luck.
What?
I'm just saying best of luck.
Nadia, can you make hangouts with your cell phone?
I always do.
Okay. You should do like sometimes like Needham style. You know, you go 10 minutes into the woods and talk. Or
I could.
that's fun. That would be funny. You know, you have surely seen his. You know, when he goes through the woods and get enraged about everything. It'd be nice to see. It'd be nice to see something else than only, you know, only that wall and only that sofa. If you go like a 5-minute walk in the woods, I think that would be nice just to watch. You know.
Okay.
So we have a we. I have no idea how you where you are.
It's a little bit difficult because of battery issues.
I can do it later sometime when you have full charge batteries.
Did you figure out how
Well,
you're gonna keep the camera on you while you sleep?
What?
Are you gonna? Did you figure out how you're gonna keep the camera on you while you sleep?
Not yet.
Damn.
Uh-oh.
Resourceful, I'm sure you'll figure it out.
Okay, for the record, Franks and beans taste better hot.
considering that hot dogs are kind of clammy and kind of that watery kind of feel, like, yeah, you'd think. Like,
Well, these are good ones. They're beef franks, not, pork.
Yeah, but still, even a Hebrew National, which I think are delicious. Like,
Oh, Hebrew National
cold.
makes the best.
Yeah, but cold now.
Just that running the microwave invariably knocks me off the air.
You can boil them. You could put them on a skillet. You don't have to run them on a microwave.
Yeah, but then I'd be gone for like 10 minutes instead of a couple. Oh,
Well-
wait, that's what you want, isn't it? You want me gone for a long, long time.
Well, I mean, you can eat it cold and then vomit and be gone for 10 minutes too.
It's not that bad, actually.
Okay, for me, I would probably upchuck it, but I'm really sensitive.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We could get those stoves that boil water like in 2 minutes.
Yeah, he'll have a little stove on his desk or something. I can't leave the computer.
Well, I could put it on my keyboard and then start a fractal computation, but when all light cores are going, I don't think it'll have the power to maintain Chrome.
You just get a pocket rocket. Have you seen those things? They're a little pocket stove from like REI.
I thought
You
they
might
were
want to be
something else.
careful about
Not-
using that description.
Not
those
that
are-
sort
That's
of.
the definition.
Let me
of
correct
pocket
this
rocket
since
unfamiliar.
it's live. I was not referring to a sexual device. I was actually referring to a stove. But Dirty minds.
Deidre.
I'll pray
like
for
a
you.
little sterno
I'm
thing or
just kidding. I'm
something?
kidding. What's that?
Like a little sterno thing or something?
Yeah, I'll link it to you. It's kind of cool.
I still keep forgetting the name of Nadia's device that she...
Device?
Which device?
The one that you would like to have on your wish list. The 12-inch.
Oh, the shock spot.
There you go. The advanced piece of machinery.
It really is called the Pocket Rocket Stove, by the way. Here, I'll link it.
That's a pretty big link. Oh yeah. Okay.
Backpacking stuff. Boy, I tell you, kids today are so spoiled. When I went camping, never mind. I don't want to feel old right now.
When I went camping, we used to have to carry a bundle of firewood. And
Let's just say our stove or oven, depending on how we used it, was a package of aluminum foil.
oh yeah, yeah. You know, I went camping and we did this thing where we taught the kids how to make ovens out of boxes, and we actually cooked pizza inside of these homemade ovens. And it was just over a campfire. It was kind of fun.
That sounds like a lot of fun.
I actually used a gas oven to cook that spinach pizza. That was different.
That's funny. I have a propane oven actually in my little place that I live in.
I noticed gas tastes different than electric, like the food cooked in it.
It does, but it's kind of nice because things heat up fast, huh, Nadia?
I can't taste the difference between Coke and Pepsi. I can't tell.
You
Sacrilege.
failed the
That's-
Pepsi challenge.
That's terrible.
I've lost all respect. I'm sorry. I'm going
A
to
lot of it is
start
about
making videos denigrating Nadia for failing the Pepsi challenge.
Pepsi is sweet and sickening.
Syrupy.
Coke is beautiful and crisp.
Pepsi to me tastes a little more syrupy, a little more flat,
Right.
and I like it better.
People.
And Coke tastes to me like more peppery, if I could explain it that way, and fizzy.
Crisp and clean. And
Clean. It's like glacier water, but fizzy.
It has a drier taste.
It's deeper. Better.
Yeah, I guess the general point is, whoa, it's 38 degrees out. The general point is, I don't have a very acute sense of taste.
That could
Or
be a good thing.
It could be a good thing.
Well, it's unfortunate in that you don't get to enjoy food for the sheer taste of it.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, your rigorous diet plan, that is kind of an advantage.
Yeah, so I was like taking the R train down to Bay Ridge. And yeah, I get on this car and there's like nobody in it. Every other one was like packed. I was like, And people like, walked by the entrance and kept walking to the cars, and I'm wondering, what's going on here? So the train actually like takes off for the station. I'm looking around, makes a couple stops. Same kind of pattern happens. And as I'm looking around, I finally notice there's a pile of something that was not seems to have been bigger than something left by a dog.
Yeti!
You know what? I thought you were going to say there was a 65-year-old dead homeless guy.
Well, it was probably left there by a homeless guy, but that said, it smelled bad enough to scare away everyone else. I had no idea it was there.
I thought you were setting up a joke.
I did
No,
too.
it actually happened. It wasn't a joke. I apparently could not tell there was somebody had taken a freaking dump in the subway car.
Yeah.
You're sitting next to a steaming pile of shit. And you don't notice.
Actually, it wasn't next to me.
Put
It was kind
anything on it. Hey, this is free.
of
Pardon
like
me,
the other
did someone defecate next to me?
Well, I probably would have seen what the guy was doing if he had done it in front of me, but just walking in cold, I could not tell.
Maybe there's a weird fetish for that.
But having no sense of smell,
No, people that want to defecate in public.
yeah, it probably is. Yeah.
It's very possible.
I think that's a German thing.
I think you're racist against Germans.
Germany is a country, not a race.
There is no race. Ha!
That's called cultural racism. But
I'm German.
We are all one people on the planet.
What about pygmies? Are pygmies actually a alternate species that
Yes.
coexists with us today like Neanderthals used to? Or are they fully Homo sapiens sapiens?
They're probably Homo sapiens sapiens.
That's it, Fudd. No love for the little people.
Well, they have a short people gene.
Yeah, there was a guy everybody said looked like a one of those lawn gnomes. He's a walker. Back in like late 2010, early 2011. They call him the piss gnome because he was well, apparently he soiled himself, and I couldn't smell him.
I guess you were fortunate.
I used to have one of those plastic lawn gnomes, that you get at hardware stores or whatever. Anyway, one day it disappeared, and ever since then, I've been getting postcards from it from all over the world.
Oh, what was that again? Amy? Or Emily? Emily, I think. Yeah.
Is there an Emily in here?
No, that's the name of the movie where that came from.
Oh. I'm sorry if it's a movie. I haven't seen it.
Me either.
They
I haven't seen
made a movie
that's
out
where
of
it
it. Those low-life bastards.
Yeah. I also had it something about canonizing Lady Di. Or Princess Di, or whatever she was.
I might support that since she was murdered in cold blood. Never mind.
I don't know, I never heard of people about her. I mean, the last I heard about her was, what is it? New Dress by Depeche Mode. Yeah, that's like she turns up dead and conspiracy theories start going around.
Eh,
Oh, that
Lady
was a big
Di
one.
tried to do. I mean, Princess Di tried to do a lot of things about like humanitarian things like bringing awareness to mines in Africa. Stuff like that. She tended to
Oh, yeah.
usually pick safe things, but she did jump on the HIV stuff.
I thought Lady Di died because her limo driver was drunk and was trying to outrun the paparazzi on motor scooters
No, it's because
and
she was
just
gonna.
botched up the job completely.
She was attached to somebody that the royal family didn't like, though. So.
Yeah, she was gonna marry was it a Muslim man?
Uh-huh.
Well, in the stuff that I heard, it was like they come out with these conspiracy theories about her. Somehow, Emily and the Lawn Gnomes come out. Um, and then, yeah, and I'm still thinking, this, I mean, like, homeless for who knows how long, all this time, never heard freaking peep. And, like, the Lawn Gnomes seem to have had the connection to the Princess Di conspiracy theory stuff, because, the movie, like, she should be canonized as a saint, and then, yeah, people just kind of riff on that and break out the Lawn Gnomes because it's something funny that was in the movie.
That pretty much sums it up.
Okay, it's been swell. I gotta retire. I have a cancer walk to do. A friend of mine lost her mother to cancer, so I said
Oh,
I'd do this with her. So, all right, you
Sorry
guys have
about
a good
that.
night.
well,
Yeah,
I would
Deidre.
say have fun under the circumstances.
Yeah,
That doesn't sound right. I'll
yeah. I
just
don't know if
say,
fun would be the right word, but maybe hopefully we can encourage those who have lost their loved ones or something. So.
you have my sympathies, your friend has my sympathies, and I hope you have the best possible day considering the situation.
Oh, thank you. You
Same
guys
here,
have a great
dude.
night.
You too.
Well, thank you. Be careful.
Bye bye.
You okay, William?
Yeah, I'm alright.
Okay, I saw you holding your head. I wasn't sure.
Yeah, I drank some beers too.
Oh yeah, that'll do it.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were just giving me the double face palm.
Flip, have you seen the Keypex movie yet?
No,
What?
I haven't. I
Okay,
haven't.
you have to see that movie. I mean, with your icon.
Well, yeah, you're talking about the bird in the movie?
It's a great movie, and it's
You're
Yeah,
not
you-
talking about the one with Kevin Spacey and
Jeff Bridges.
Tron guy.
The Tron guy.
Jeff Bridges.
Jeff Bridges, yes.
I've been waiting for an excuse to eat a bag of popcorn, so I think I might actually do that.
It's a great movie. I'm sure you like it.
K-Pack,
Huh.
right?
K.
No, I don't watch
Written.
it.
How is it K? I think it's like this. Fudder knows it. I guess K-Pax.
K-Packs, okay.
Yeah.
I hope it's good because I'll break my record of not seeing a movie in I don't know how many years.
I can guarantee you.
It's an odd movie, and it makes you wonder, because the ending is somewhat ambiguous in spite of everything.
I've been waiting to have a bag of popcorn since the first time I saw Nadia have her infinite bag of popcorn. I haven't had any since. So that must have been at least 6 months ago. 4 or 5 months.
Oh dear. I inspire someone to have popcorn?
Don't tell me you're having popcorn.
Don't tell you what?
Don't tell me you have a popcorn right now.
No, it's total.
Oh, okay.
I was just going to say, there's no fight going on or anything, because it's always been so amusing when people are fighting, and you're sitting there eating your popcorn, just watching.
Yeah. It's gonna wait for me to.
I think that's what hypnotized me and drew me in. One day I'm gonna sit down with Nadia and have a bag of popcorn.
Careful, one more flake and you're going to go over the limit.
I'll just put them back in.
But she'd probably end up killing me, so.
Well, with Nadia's anti-establishmentarianism, when she finally goes off air, there's going to be conspiracy theories.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. I'm so fed up with conspiracy. I just. Oh, yeah. No, but I think it would be really, really funny to see 10 minutes woodwalk hangout. That would be funny. Have you seen in Mendham? It's not Needham, it's in Mendham, this crazy anti-natalist guy?
Yeah, he's a friend of mine.
Yeah, and Needham, that's a totally different guy. I meant in Mendham, and that's his. It's one can say it's his mark, his how to say that?
I think I've seen it around.
Typical thing to do.
Oh, wow. If I didn't know better, I would say Nadia has product placement ads in her contract.
I should.
You absolutely should.
Make a lot of money.
Get a few
Unfortunately,
more
they're not really ponying up.
get a few more subscribers and they'll start
Sweet.
coming around.
You're drinking almond.
Nadia, have you tried to interact with in Mendham? Like in a hangout or something like that?
Of course.
Yeah, and it went well. He didn't get.
No, I mean,
I've heard he's pretty moody and.
well, he always does his thing. don't like shock bite or anything.
You are a little bit in the same situation, or you have a cottage in the woods. So,
Oh, he's not really in the woods.
no?
Like the film there.
Okay.
You know what? Glock should do an ad for Nadia. You know, living in a trailer in the woods by herself. Ominous knocking. Guy busts in. She's got the 45 pointed right at his face. He faints. And then, of course, there's the famous line, you know, from the guy after he recovers and he realizes he's strapped to a gurney. And she's, you know, giving the police her report. This guy broke into the wrong trailer.
I don't
Although-
entirely. Okay.
Sorry. I
Glock,
just find it's an amusing line of commercials, but
the only choice.
I don't know if Glocks were even legal in Michigan.
What, handguns?
Well, actually, they might be legal to own in the house, but I mean, other than outside that, probably not. I think.
She does have the Crocodile Dundee knife, so
Yeah, right. Are you familiar with D-Man?
oh, G-Man?
D-Man with a D, Delta.
No.
He's a knife collector, and apparently, the production company responsible for Crocodile Dundee
Yeah.
came out with a limited edition Crocodile Dundee knife, exactly like the one he had in the original movie.
Wow.
And yeah, he bought it. It was like only $190.
That's a nice price.
Yeah. Well, you know, it's not like it's meant for actual real combat or anything. In fact, that's cheaper than a lot of folding knives.
Although it could be used for that.
I think it would work against human flesh quite nicely. But the point is, he was a fan of the movie and, of course, the knife. I mean, you know, the famous scene, you know, where those kids come up, you know, and they got that little knife, and it's like, you know, give us your wallet. And he's like, what? And, you know, the woman's like, give them your wallet. It's like, why? They have a knife. It's like, that's not a knife. This is a knife. Whoop. Pulls out a short sword thing. Gives him a few quick slashes, slicing up what looked like a very expensive jacket, scaring them off. And he's like, ha, kids, they're just having fun. Mind you, Nadia finds that movie offensive for another scene.
That's true. So now you're on your on her shit list, Fudd.
Well, what are you going to do? Although, actually, being on Nadia's shit list is a very bad list to be on.
I had to give up my Buffalo Bill impressions completely. And I did it willingly. It's like half my repertoire gone right out the window.
Well, that's the price of spending half your lifetime in these hangouts.
And I've been doing them since high school, so it was a big sacrifice. I never made the association though.
Yeah. Yeah, I got goodbye horses a few times.
What's that?
Always ask a question right when someone is inhaling food.
I do that too.
But I got goodbye horses a few times.
Oh, the song. Okay, yeah, yeah.
Nadia, did you ever get that paper that I linked to in the last chat regarding disguising stylography?
Mm-mm.
Oh, crap. All right, let me see if it's still in my history file. I don't even remember which browser I used. Anosmizing writing style. Would you prefer the paper or a blog entry that has a link to the paper?
Yeah, I'll go with the blog entry.
Oh, okay.
There's a little bit more commentary.
Emphasis on a little in this case. I'm actually surprised, though, that these people are in Drexel University. That's like my town. But anyway, it was because, you know, you had asked about how to disguise that information.
Oh, and by the way, I never liked Jim Carrey.
Really?
You know, I initially...
At first, he was a novelty, but he just got very annoying.
You can't join.
My initial... Sorry. Go ahead.
So you cannot really enjoy Jim Carrey's comedy routine.
No.
All right. When he was on in Living Color, I absolutely hated him. And Ace Ventura was insanely annoying. So was the cable guy.
Oh.
The Max.
However, Liar Liar and The Mask were both awesome movies.
I never seen Dumb and Dumber, but yeah, Liar Liar was actually pretty good.
I wasn't a fan of Dumb and Dumber either.
I could tolerate Dumb and Dumber.
But Liar Liar and The Mask, I mean, he was kind of playing parts that were semi-reasonable. And I did make a joke at the time when The Mask was out that the only reason they hired Jim Carrey was to reduce their CGI budget because Jim Carrey could do all those things naturally.
I don't like it when actors come out with their political views. They should keep that to themselves.
Oh, I don't give a flying fuck about their political views.
I don't either.
Have you seen the part 2 of Dumb and Dumber?
Not yet.
Not ever.
I don't want to see it.
The one movie I am interested in seeing, I haven't seen yet, is Bruce Almighty.
Oh, really?
I've heard that it was good.
Oh,
It's got Jennifer Aniston in it, and I'm a fan of Jennifer Aniston.
Yeah, Morgan Freeman's in that, isn't he?
Yeah, Morgan Freeman plays God.
Yeah, he's God. Yeah, it was decent.
There's very few Hollywood actors and actresses that don't piss me off. I don't know why.
I imagine most of them will at some point or another. But Angelina Jolie should not be one of them unless...
Oh, no, she pisses the fuck.
Unless you're...
Council for Relations? Now, Brad Pitt, I have no idea what his political views are. So, I've never had a problem with him.
I kind of like Angelina, though. Well...
She's Council for Relations. Don't like that.
Yeah,
Pushing
and
agendas. Coney
she's
2012.
apparently got talent behind the lens as well as in front of it. So.
She was good in Girl Interrupted. I will
Girl Interrupted was an awesome movie. That was produced by Winona Ryder.
Hackers was a good movie. Hack the Planet. The best line ever.
Yes, Hack the Planet. Yes, Hackers is the first movie I saw Angelina in, and I was like,
yeah, it was a real good movie.
A little too much junk in the trunk, but otherwise not bad at all.
Yeah, I actually went to the library and rented it. It was really good. I liked the movie. I'm not a hacker, but I liked the movie.
Well, Hackers is absolutely as unrealistic as you can get regarding
Yeah, definitely.
culture.
In the 90s, yeah. But today, it would be totally different.
The most realistic movie of its time regarding hacking would be The Net with Sandra Bullock. And even then, there were things that were just simply not possible to do.
Yeah, I think I saw the net. I heard about it.
I will go out of my way to watch K-Pax, though. That I will definitely do.
Yeah, I've only seen it once myself. And it's kind of a weird movie. It's kind of slow, but it makes you wonder. It's like, is this guy really who he says he is? And, you know, he's got the stories. I mean, obviously in The Usual Suspect, he's talking, he's bullshitting the detective the entire time. Actually, The Usual Suspects, that's another classic. For Kevin Spacey. But K-Pax, you know, it has these things that happen that are just, you know, they make you wonder.
Do you have any particular Halloween lineup movies?
For me, it would definitely be the Lord of Salem. Little zombie, raw zombie movie.
Lords of Salem?
Yeah, I got the movie. And Rocky Picture Horror Show.
Isn't that the one where his wife is in it? Like, and it's all
Yes.
really, really weird.
Yeah, that one woman that was in the Devil's Reject and all the other movies.
Yeah, those are pretty good movies. That I will admit.
Oh God, yeah.
House of Thousand Corpses. Yeah, that was good.
That one anime, adult anime movie that he made. Funny as hell, but damn, was really good.
I'm generally not into the horror genre.
Me neither. I don't like it, but House of Thousand Corpses is really good.
Well, there are some good ones in that, but
Some
I mean,
weird, but it's.
I mean, when I say good ones, I mean what I like.
Well, Halloween 1, of course, is the greatest horror movie of all time, obviously.
E.T.'s a classic, actually.
My favorite Christmas movie is Gremlins, followed right on the heels by Die Hard.
Die Hard and Die Hard Gremlins are the best movies ever. No one can say anything about it.
I've never seen the original Die Hard. I should.
Die Hard is a
Trust
Christmas
me,
movie?
you should.
Yeah, Die Hard.
On the Blu-ray.
Yeah, Die Hard's a proper Christmas flick. Definitely got to watch it.
Huh.
Nice family entertainment.
Yeah,
Yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker. Now I have a machine gun too. Ho, ho, ho.
Best lines. There was another line that Bruce Willis actually said, yippee-ki-yay, or something like that.
Yeah, yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker.
Definitely the best line. Oh God, yeah, it was definitely the best line ever.
Alright, well,
Mind you, the bad guy had his lines too.
so, yeah, these movies I was, I guess, around at the time, but not sure that I kept up with them.
Nadia, you never seen the original Die Hard either?
I am hard pressed to put my finger on whether I have. Gremlins, I think, was early enough in the 80s that I saw it.
Yes, I've seen Gremlins. Definitely.
Yeah. I love
The Goon-
Gremlins. I like that
the
line
Goon-
that the radio guy was saying. This is Rockin' Ricky Rialdo. We've had a rough night, but we're still on the air. As you've heard, there's been a lot of disturbances, but the fire company's on their way over, and they're going to turn the hoses on them.
How was Gremlins 2?
What was Oh, welcome, David. What year were Die Hard
Gremlins
and
3
Gremlins?
or something?
What years were Die Hard and Gremlins? I remember Gremlins. I don't remember Die Hard so well.
I would honestly have to consult IMDb for those dates.
Can we all agree we all saw the Goonies?
Die Hard was 1988.
Gremlins and Gremlins 2 was around the 1990 time period. It's like
I've actually owned Goonies on DVD, and I've got the Cyndi Lauper video that she did for the song that she did for Goonies.
Was that the one with the wrestlers in it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Oh, Land of a Thousand Dances.
Good Enough was the song, I think. Goonies Are Good Enough. It was the title track. But anyway, the video she did, it was, classic. It was a classic, what do you call it, parody of Indiana Jones. And at the end, she's like, Steven, help me, what do I do next? And then the camera cuts to Steven Spielberg himself. He says, well, what you do is, wow, I don't know.
That's pretty interesting.
My life went downhill pretty much after
Yeah.
the Goonies.
In 1988, I would not have been seeing movies. I know it's Gremlins, so.
Why not 1988?
I had a thing for Phoebe Cates. She was in addition to the two Gremlins movies, she was, of course, exceptionally naked in Fast Times at Ridgemont High.
well, she was topless in that. She wasn't completely naked, and I also.
Now, there was a brief scene at in the end when she's completely naked, but you see her.
Really? I must have missed that scene.
You talking
Yeah.
about the girl in the pool scene?
She was naked in another movie where she was taking a shower. It's kind of like a Blue Lagoon ripoff thing.
Yeah, Splash was the movie that hurt me as a child.
I might be thinking of
What year
a
was Gremlins?
movie thingy that she did.
What year was Gremlins?
Early 80s, mid 80s.
I wasn't early.
87.
I was already out. I was already out of the active duty portion of my time in the Marine Corps when that movie came out.
84.
That was past 84. So
Yeah, 84. I would be in greater circulation.
I'm thinking 86. I'm thinking 86 was the first one. Maybe 1989 or 90 was the second one. It's easy to find out. You got to do is Google it.
Well, I saw it on video. I've never seen it in the theater. So it's like
Gremlins,
Lord of the Rings is definitely a good movie to
Gremlins,
see.
1984. So I was off on that one. Gremlins 2.
Oh,
Gremlins 2, the new batch, 1990. Okay, so yeah, I did know it was 1990 for one of them.
Oh, Splash was 1984. I was 10
I
years
remember Splash was. I was in the military when that came out, and I was going, yeah.
I actually, as
Daryl.
a kid, went to the theater, saw it like 3 or 4 times.
What was her name? Daryl Hannah.
Oh
Absolutely.
yeah, Daryl
Hannah
Hannah.
running naked on the beach.
I
couldn't get enough of that.
I fell in love with her. I was sick for years.
She
I
was
actually-
brilliant.
I actually called New York as a kid, like looking for her name in the phone book. Some lady answered it. I go,
How
is
old
this
were you?
Daryl Hannah from the movie?
How old
She
were
was
you when
she-
this movie came out?
I
10.
really liked her in Legal Eagles.
You don't hear much from her anymore. But how old were you when that movie came out?
I was 10.
10.
Yeah.
Oh, you were a 10-year-old boy watching this naked woman run across the beach.
It was more than that.
So,
I just was completely.
that's a far cry from the movies I was able to see when I was 10. So,
Wait a minute.
I was planning out marrying her, having kids with her, the whole deal.
When did Daryl Hannah run naked across the beach?
In the scene where she rescues Tom
Flash.
from drowning, and you just see her backside. You don't really. I think maybe you've seen her topless, maybe.
Okay, so that's when she temporarily lost her fins, and then she had to
And
decide
then she shows up.
whether
And
she
then she
was
shows
going
up.
to
She swam.
love a land dweller or
Yeah.
go back to the sea and become a mermaid again, right?
She also showed up in New York looking for Tom Hanks, and even though they don't show her naked, they show her backside, and
Yeah, you see her butt though.
and people were flocking around her and acting as if she was naked. So she might have been actually naked.
Yeah, who knows?
Oh yeah.
Filming, but
That was Ron Howard's breakthrough film, wasn't it? As a director?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure about that.
But Eugene
Sure,
Levy was in it.
Sure,
Early Eugene Levy, that was great.
But as he was describing his affection for Daryl Hannah when he saw that movie, I can sympathize because when Grease came out, that's when I just went absolutely nuts over Olivia Newton-John.
I have never seen that movie.
Grease?
You know, it's a famous musical and all that.
It's really stupid, but for a kid, it was kind of cool.
Never seen it though.
Me neither.
Yeah.
I still haven't even seen Pulp
Classic.
Fiction.
It's a cult classic. And
Yeah, I know Pulp Fiction's a cult classic too, and I've never seen it.
Oh, it's a great movie.
see, I really like movies. Movies is one of my favorite pastimes. I'm not like a real technical movie buff, but I do have quite a bit of familiarity with some movies. Like I couldn't tell you exactly what year they were made and who was directing it and stuff like that, but I could tell people like basically what happened in certain movies and stuff like that because I've watched so damn many of them.
Actually, an interesting movie Tom Hanks did was called Big.
Yeah, I saw that one.
That's a classic.
That was kind of dumb too.
I have the one iPhone application that I've actually been able to sell was based on a combination of that fancy arcade machine in Big that granted wishes, and in the second Tim Burton Batman film, where he had a similar arcade machine that would answer yes or no to questions.
The Riddler's.
Yeah, the Riddler's machine.
Yeah.
And I did my artwork based on the Riddler's machine.
Okay, you were talking about the movie Big. Did you enjoy the scene as much as I did when she realized that he really was actually a 12-year-old boy? She looked like someone just broke her favorite china.
Yeah.
She had that look on her face. She was so a mixture of both disgust and disappointment. It was
heartbreak, I think.
she looked like
here it is, like she's
all
like,
her favorite china was broke.
yeah, she says like, "You want to do a sleepover?" And she's like, "Yes." And then it's like, "All right, you want the top or the bottom?"
Yeah, and then he goes around to jump to the top.
You're forward, and he's talking about the bunk beds.
Yeah. That was pretty funny.
Yeah.
But a lot of these comedies, the people that are the support characters, they have to react in a ridiculously unrealistic manner in that situation in order for the story to move forward and for it to be considered funny. It's like no businessman would hire this individual that doesn't have a social security number or a fake one. Nobody would make him an advisor in his panel of decision makings.
Yeah, well, back then, I don't think they required you to fill out an.
Even back then, you had to have some sort of credentials that you could look up.
Right.
Yeah.
I think the reason it was hired was because it was the CEO of the company that basically spotted him.
The CEO was an idiot. Yeah.
Bypass all the bureaucracy.
The CEO
that's super
was a
realistic, but that's kind of how they did it.
So that kind of situation could never even in a million years happen.
Oh, I agree. But we're talking a Hollywood movie.
Yeah. So you got to kind of turn your brain off for a lot of these things. You can't overthink it, or you're not going to enjoy the movie.
Well, you got to do that with all Hollywood movies. All movies, period.
Yeah, to certain degrees you do, but especially when you're talking about movies that came out like years and years ago, it's like the audience really wasn't that sophisticated in their thinking.
I think that is ageism there, or whatever its equivalent would be.
Well, if you look at movies from years ago, you'll notice that the same movie today would suck.
The movie. Okay, are you familiar with the movie
What?
Dead on Arrival? DOA, but with the Dennis.
I've heard of it. I don't think I've seen it.
Can we slow down? I was gonna say that. I guess Splash is pretty early on. I guess what I could have actually run into, but for some reason it kind of blends into all the rest of the naked girl movies that are painful because, well.
Well, I remember a movie that I enjoyed.
They were obviously pretty painful because I wasn't actually turning into one of them.
I guess one of the movies that I really enjoyed was a movie called Just One of the Boys, and it was about a girl who pretends to be a boy so that she can get a good story, and it shows how she always in these compromising situations, and she just by some fluke she manages to get out of them. Like when she was supposed to play basketball in gym, and she got picked to be on the side with the guy. Like one team would take their shirts off and the other would leave their shirts on, so they had skins against the shirts. And we used to do that in junior high and high school as well. And she faked having a stomach cramp so she could get out of having to take her top off and expose herself as being a woman, or a girl rather. And it was pretty funny watching her get out of situations, and then for the sports part of her credit, she got out of going out and being on the team, but instead they made her the person who does the towels. So everyone's taking off their towels and handing them to her as they walk by to go into the shower, and she's like really enjoying it. Those things always made me crack up.
I'm not familiar with that film, but I wanted to cite a couple of occasions where old movies were indeed just as sophisticated as modern Hollywood flicks in terms of the storyline. Obviously, the technology did not keep up, but RKO Pictures released a series of classics back in their time. There was DOA, which was remade in the 80s, I think, or 90s with Dennis Quaid. There was a little movie called The Thing from Outer Space, remade by John Carpenter, which even had footage from the original RKO classic.
Most of the blockbusters are classic. I mean, they're timeless. I mean, they're like super well done. I'm talking about the average movie.
Well,
the average comedy, the average. I mean, a lot of the stuff that they did back then wouldn't work today. Like I said, Cannonball Run, for example. All the stuff they did in those movies would just bore the crap out of people today.
Well, maybe that's so, but I mean, a lot of the stuff that RKO has done has been remade. I just named the ones that I remember off the top of my head.
Fast Times at Ridgemont High might work if you updated it to where how kids kind of act today.
Well, that's classic 80s, actually.
I mean, yeah, but if you updated it, it's like, you know, the compromising situations they found themselves in back then would be kind of boring for today.
Yeah, the millennials would think nothing of it.
Yeah, you would need to up the ante, so to speak. Like you couldn't get away with, for example, one of the big deals that you hear about from public school systems is how they're dealing with transgender, and the gay community and lesbian communities that are in the schools now, and they're coming out a lot more. So you might want to like throw something like that in there, just to keep it related to the time period. And you couldn't get away with doing something like that back then. For the longest time, you remember the comedy the comedy National Lampoon's Vacation?
Yeah, I do. I think the most awkward scene in that is the two girls on the seesaw.
Yes, I was going to talk about that.
French kissing.
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
That's no big deal. Everyone does that. And the other one says, yeah, but my daddy says that I do it the best.
Exactly. We roared. We almost fell off our seats when they said that. And for the longest time, I think for like about a 10-year period, any video that you rented, like you had to go get VCRs, the VCR tape, you tried to rent that video, that scene was not in there. They edited it out. And it was like that for about 10 years. You put a scene like that in today, and it's nothing. But back then, whew, you couldn't say something like that. I mean, we busted a gut laughing in the theater when they said that.
I've only seen it on video. I did not see the movie when it came out because it was R-rated and I was too young.
Well, there was a long time when we tried to rent that video for quite a while. That scene was not in that movie.
Yeah, there was a lot of cut stuff there back in the day.
Blazing Saddles. If you tried to make a movie like that today, you'd get your ass sued, big fat, and in a hurry.
I heard there was a pretty nasty fart scene in that.
Oh yeah, that wasn't the worst thing. I mean, that was mild. I mean, they did racial slurs. They said the N-word a lot. They said if Mel Brooks tried to make a movie like that today, he would find himself in court so fast he wouldn't know what happened.
Wasn't that supposed to be a parody of the Magnificent Seven, which was stolen from the Seven Samurai?
I don't know. There was nothing about the Magnificent Seven in that one. They only had the one gunslinger, which was Gene Wilder, and I think his name was the Waco Kid. I think that's what they called him. It was funny. But the one thing
they were fake cowboys, right?
It had everything in it.
I mean, they were fake
Nazis,
cowboys, right?
It had KKK.
In sequin jackets and shit.
It had the Chinese in it. It even had modern day stuff in it at the end. They showed that it was actually a movie, and you actually saw the sheriff chasing the bad guy into a movie theater with Blazing Saddles as the headliner. So the whole thing was just stupid, but there was a lot of funny things in it. And one of the things that Mel Brooks did, he used Yiddish slang in a lot of his titles. And the character Madeline Kahn, the dance hall girl, she only knew how to sing one song. I'm so tired.
Well, Mel Brooks did that thing with the VCR thing before. I mean, if you remember the movie Spaceballs,
yeah, I remember
they
that.
wanted to predict what the enemy was going to do by renting the movie Spaceballs and fast forwarding it.
Yeah, that was pretty funny. But in Blazing Saddles, the dance hall girl, Madeline Kahn's character, she only could sing one song, and that was pretty much the whole joke. Is that her song was "I'm So Tired" because she screws for a living basically. She always hears "I'm so tired," and she's German, so she's got that Porky Pig kind of. I don't know if it's Porky Pig, but one of the Mel Blanc characters were. I don't know which character was it. One of them has, I think it's Tweety Bird that has the sort of like a lisp or something wrong with their speech, and but she's kind of like that, and her name, the name of her character, is a joke too.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, speaking of Mel Blanc, Mel Blanc's last performance was the movie Who Framed Roger Rabbit.
Really?
If I remember correctly.
He did a voice?
He did all the voices for his classic characters because they were in the movie. Bugs Bunny,
Bugs Bunny,
Pig, I mean, you name it, they were there. And Mel Blanc did the voices for all of them, and that was shortly before he died, and it was before they finished editing, so I seem to recall that there was a memorial credit for him in the end credits.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Okay, this movie talk is gonna get me to about hang myself about right now.
I just want to mention one thing because I didn't get to. The big joke about Madeline Kahn's character was her name. Her name was Vicky Von Stoop. And
Not Frau Blucher.
For years, every time I heard it, Vicky Von Stoop. It means it's Yiddish slang for a victoriously fast royal quickie.
Oh boy.
That's what her name meant. A victoriously fast royal fuck.
That sounds like Mel Brooks.
Yeah, and I would laugh every time I heard that name.
She was good in Young Frankenstein, too.
So what's wrong with talking about movies?
That's nauseating.
Really?
Yeah, it really is. But go ahead.
Oh, come on, Flip, you're a bird. What do you know?
You don't like movies?
Not particularly. I don't watch them, so.
Movies are cool, man.
I'm more interested in what Nadia is making for breakfast. It looks like egg whites.
So what do? Read books?
No, not particularly.
Listen to radio?
No.
That sounds boring.
I don't know what I do, to be honest with you.
That's because you are drugged and chained up in a mental institution in a padded room, and
sounds relaxing.
Stop it.
And you're communicating to us via virtual reality.
See, how would you know that? I really could be in a mental institution.
Hey, speaking of mental institutions and their own reality, I just watched Red Cam's latest video, 6 minutes of him just telling everyone to quit distracting him and get off the battlefield. And he wants you off the battlefield, but he still wants you on the battlefield because you keep dropping your sword and you're afraid to get it bloody. He says things like that, and then he's saying, get on the sidelines and hand out drinks. And I don't recall a battlefield in where people are on the sidelines handing out drinks to the people fighting the war. That sounds more like a football game.
Okay, you don't obviously know how wars were fought in the 18th and 19th centuries by the British, where they would have their generals sitting up on a hill with binoculars looking down at the battlefield and having people run orders to the battlefield on horseback carrying handwritten notes.
Okay, that's somebody who's actually directing the war. He's talking about people who are just spectators, basically civilians, and they're handing out drinks to the people fighting the war. I don't see the general running up on the battlefield saying, "Here you go, soldier. Here's some water for you."
Very early on in the U.S. Civil War, very early on, in the first couple of battles, stuff like that actually did happen until shit got serious. And then, of course, obviously, that practice quickly came to an end.
No, because they're too busy running for their lives.
Exactly.
And so the whole thing is just silly. He's confusing fighting a war with swords, no less. And it's like a football team against another football team, like a spectator sport. That's not warfare. Not any kind of warfare I ever heard of.
All right, let me guess. Egg whites, spinach, honey Dijon mustard dressing, and am I close?
So how do you like your new digs, Nadia? You finally settled in?
I am, well, a bit happier with them, given that there aren't bed bugs eating me alive.
So bed bugs?
Yeah.
Ooh.
The eggs and such are on top of Earthbound Farms Organic Power Blend.
Oh, Power Blend, okay.
Oh.
That looks really good.
Okay, Nadia, are you sure you're not doing product placement advertising?
Yeah.
I'm gonna get back to this bed bugs thing.
Oh, her old place. Don't know. That is something best forgotten.
Oh, I thought you were saying her new place has bed bugs.
No, the hotel was clean, and she's in it's a brand new trailer, isn't it?
I don't know if it's brand new, but it's clean.
Okay, it's
I
clean.
seriously gotta try that.
And hopefully none of them survived the trip. I had no idea when I said that the trip on Thursday was going to be worse than the trip to the hotel. I mean, I knew it would be worse, but holy shit.
What is it from the Carmena Barona? Dias nox et omnia mihi contraria sunt.
I have no idea what you just said.
I don't speak that language, whatever it is, but the Salt Lake City thing you did from the concourse at the hotel, I had no idea you were going to actually miss your connecting flight there.
Why is this guy
My freaking
flipping us
clock
off?
on my laptop said it was freaking Pacific time instead of getting the GPS info from my phone like it usually does.
Yeah, we had a nice meal with, what was her name? Kate? Kathy?
Mhm.
That was
Aaron.
very nice.
Yeah, but this red camel guy, he is completely out of his mind, man.
Hmm.
He gets more detached from reality each day.
Did you use full eggs? Like egg whites, egg yolks?
I use the
I guess we're talking about food now.
egg beaters, egg whites.
Michael Ann would tell you to run from that. It comes in a package. It's not directly out of the hen's cloaca.
I think they put the hens right over the box and they just...
I debate that when it comes to it.
I gotta try that.
Mind you,
On eggs.
got to give Michael Ann major, major, major kudos for what she did helping Nadia the way she did. I had no idea that anyone would be so generous. Same goes for Bob and the other people that helped her.
Yeah, she's awesome.
It's something that gives me a
now,
little bit of hope in humanity.
I'm just saddened that it took so long to finally get things going.
I don't want to hear anybody
Michael
talk about vitamin C.
Rev checked her plane tickets, but Michael Ann did do the hotel on her own, so that's a pretty big deal.
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, that is a crap load of assistance.
Mm-hmm.
So what's your plan now? You're going to try to contact this Medicare thing?
That will happen Monday, and generally, regardless of state, it's a kind of walk-in procedure, and hopefully, if you get a pending application on file and an expanded Medicare state or Medi-Cal state, Medicaid state, they'll have rollback by 90 days and so on.
Is there a website that Michigan has, or whoever is responsible for dealing with that can give you the information to make sure that you have all the docs you need and all that crap?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, if it's the Medicaid expansion puts it on, kind of federal standards and such for eligibility. Is part of what the expansion of the grant based on.
Yeah, sure enough, and hopefully all that stuff can happen inside the time of your stockpiled medication and all, so that you don't have any rude interruptions.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, my medication stockpiles are only for estrogen and progesterone.
Yeah.
Levothyroxine, lidothyrene, Glargine, and Lispro are all like a matter of days.
How long before you can actually get those, assuming it goes through?
That's prescription stuff, obviously. If she had cash and a prescription, she could have it immediately, assuming there's a pharmacy within her travel radius. Out of pocket, obviously.
Do you have a prescription for it?
Hmm?
Do you have a prescription for those?
Not for Michigan, no. Licenses to practice are state by state, remember?
Well, a DEA number is federal. That is, I think once if you're a doctor and you're able to issue prescriptions and you've got, which obviously require your DEA number, I would expect them to work.
None of them are scheduled.
Everywhere where the federal government has jurisdiction, that is the DEA itself.
Yeah, I think that is true.
I just noticed that guy's name. I just thought it was Stand Up.
Stand Up for Yahweh? Yeah.
Yeah, well, he has his picture was he's flipping off the entire room, or flipping off or he's looking at his picture, and that would be anybody that happens to see it. So I'm wondering if his name is just like a joke.
No, he's actually agnostic. He said he's flip-flopping.
Oh, well.
And he can't change his name.
I was in another hangout. I forget the name of it. I think his name was Art. He had a hangout, and me and this other fellow was talking about animal intelligence, and he said that he was an agnostic of sorts, or a religious agnostic. I don't even understand what he's trying to say he was, but he was saying that it's not a correct thing to to consider animals to have any kind of intelligence. Because when I told them that there's been studies done that grade the intelligence levels of certain species, using our species as an example of what we know to be the pinnacle of intelligence, since we are by observable the most successful and most intelligent species on the planet. Of course, we're going to use our own standard for that to determine the intelligence levels of other lesser species. And he tried to tell me that those things were unnecessary and all kinds of stuff, and that an animal has no more intelligence than, say, any other animal, or it doesn't, or it's just biochemical processes. It's not any more difference than forces acting on inanimate objects, causing them to move and do certain things. And I tried to tell him that there was a world of difference.
Yeah, I mean, for all we know, the whales are smarter than we are, but effectively, they live in a Garden of Eden. They don't require technology.
Well, yeah,
So
necessity
why
is
would
the
they
mother of
develop
invention.
it?
Necessity is the mother of invention. If you don't have the necessity, then it doesn't get invented.
Exactly.
Um,
And hunter-gatherer societies that
But
are still around.
that also plays into the nuance of intelligence. It's not just the intelligence you have, but it's what you do with what you have.
Well, whale song is pretty complex, which makes me think there is language behind it.
Well, if we keep dumping
I'm
in the
not sure
ocean,
about
they might have to develop some sort of technology.
Because if you have a language, then organization isn't that far behind, and they do seem to work well with groups as other animals do. That displays some levels of intelligence. To cooperate with one another to achieve a goal. Wolves do it. Other animals do it.
Yeah.
And I think that someone actually mentioned that whales have been observed to do it when they were trying to catch prey or get fish. They figure out how to work together in order to do it.
Orcas definitely do.
So I was trying to tell them that I'm not a scientist. I'm just a regular guy with 1 year college, a high school GED, just a dumb ex-military guy. But I remember seeing documentaries, and they had this one documentary where they had primates. They tested something like a baboon, like a lemur or something, and then they did the same thing with a chimp, and then they did it with a 6-year-old child, human child, and the baboon-like creature did not recognize itself in the mirror and thought it was another baboon and was being very aggressive towards its own reflection.
Oh, was that the dot test where they put a dot on the forehead?
And then they put the dot on the forehead of a chimp, and the chimp recognized that was a reflection of itself because it kept touching its forehead because it knew that it had a dot on its forehead, so it's self-aware. So they were trying to determine, first they needed to determine which animals were self-aware and which weren't. And they did the same thing with the child. And the point was that in the test, that they also went to other tests, and they showed that chimpanzees and humans, since we're closest biologically as a species, that there was a trade-off in our evolutionary development where we gained speech, which is much more superior to anything that the chimps have. That the chimps, they have a much better instant recall of their environment because they were able to test, using computers. Like if you got the right sequence pattern, you had to be real fast, then you got a treat. And humans failed more than half the time. The chimpanzees got it right almost all the time.
Yeah, they take a shortcut.
Well, it was because their brains function a little differently. Chimpanzees have a much greater instant recall of their environment than we do.
How old was the child?
They were like, 10 years old, 11 years old.
Okay.
I think they were a bit younger than that, if it's the one I've seen. But
I don't really remember exactly how old the children were.
Must be
But they were old enough to be able to perform the test.
yeah,
And, anyway, it turned out that the trade-off was that we lost the ability to recognize, the environment immediately because we got to know where the predators are, we got to know where the food is almost instantly, and so chimps retain that because they need it in order to survive. But our species developed language, organizational skills, and from that we were able to develop civilization.
Yeah.
And because we have the ability of speech and recording our speech, and from recording our speech we can write down other things that have been discovered previously, then we don't have to try to rediscover. We can just go by what other people have discovered and recorded it in the past. Therefore, we progress in our ability to move forward in civilization and gain knowledge. Chimpanzees do not have that ability.
Yeah. Also, at an earlier age, human children trust adults to not lie to them.
Yeah.
So
Bad mistake.
Yeah.
It also showed how chimpanzees watch other chimpanzees when they figure out a new way to do something or to get at food or to make a crude tool. That one chimpanzee will watch another chimpanzee and then they'll turn around and duplicate it. So they do learn. And also they showed like an orangutan figured out that he can use a tool to get to the food, and then he saves the tool so he can use it later.
Yeah.
So there's all kinds of tests that they do to determine intelligent levels of different species.
Yeah. I believe gorillas and chimps have both also been known to retain sign language and teach it to others.
Yeah, we taught them sign language, and then they taught it to others. I mean, they didn't develop sign language; they learned it from us.
They have no drive. I mean, I saw a program about chimpanzees and babies solving tasks, and they were put in front of a machine, and you put something into the machine, and if you figure out how it works, you get a candy.
Yeah.
And it was very interesting because
That's the same video.
yeah, but what I noticed that was not commented in the movie. You can, if you watch it another time, you see the chimpanzee. He solves it actually faster than the baby.
Yeah,
but,
exactly.
Yeah, but what you have, yeah, I know. But if you look closely, and it's not commented, it's not the topic of this documentary or the research. You see the chimpanzee just grabs the candy, puts in the mouth, and that's it. And you see the child doesn't even grab the candy. He's just so happy looking at the machine.
Well, the human child is following the instructions given by the tester. The chimpanzee realizes, I don't need to go through all that crap to get the candy. I just have to, reach through the drawer. It's already there. Because all that other stuff does nothing.
Well, but the point is, my point is that you see in humans this from a baby on this enormous fascination and interest without reward, just in the machine, For the chimpanzee, it's just a matter of getting the candy as quick as possible, and he does it quicker. But in the humans, you see this fascination. And that makes us pretty different, You have to have. We have a fascination for that.
I mean, a reward for the child. I mean, if the child passes the test, then he gets a reward.
Yeah, but you have to look at it. But look how the child is like lighting up just looking at the machine and getting this task. It's happy.
Well, that's because it's a human child. And human child has fascinations where, as far as we know, the other primates do not.
Yes, and that is a difference, and we don't know what it is. It's fascination.
Part of the brain function. It's part of the functioning of the human brain when you compare it to the brain function of another species.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, of course, it must be brain. I mean, what could it else be?
Yeah,
it's a totally
that was my point exactly with this other fella. Is that he's trying to tell me that that I can't prove to him that animals are conscious. I said, well, if you go by the clinical definition of consciousness, it means to not be asleep. It means to be awake.
Yeah. You cannot measure. I mean, the interesting thing about this is also how intelligence works, because if people have interest, fascination, like pure interest, they can increase their intelligence enormous.
Yeah.
So many children that are bad in school, it's not because they are bad; they are not interested in it.
And that's to do,
Like
yeah,
the
that's
monk.
to do with their own fascinations. Yeah.
Slow down before I want mistakes that I can actually clean up after. First off, there's trouble with this consciousness going direct to medical science without some qualification, because, or the medical definition rather, the consciousness has like a big philosophical field of inquiry or whatever is surrounding it, and they generally don't mean what's people are describing with the medical affair by that.
Well, I consider consciousness to be self-awareness.
To me, consciousness is only it's the quality of the experience. I mean, that's what we know. So every higher animal has consciousness. It has the experience of something. But it has nothing to do with intelligence.
Well, experience begs certain philosophical questions.
But when you say consciousness, I always assume that the person is talking about sentience.
Yeah, no, I think also a fly can have consciousness,
I don't think so.
Oh, I think so.
Well, sentience, I guess, would apply to, I guess, in very limited ways, to almost all animals with any kind of nervous system.
Yeah, every nervous system is conscious. I would also say that.
No,
Also
because
without
consciousness requires some sort of sense of awareness, aware of self. That means you can differentiate between yourself and another individual of your species. It's not like the baboon looking in a mirror and not realizing that it's him and not another baboon.
Baboons just not self-aware; it's not unconscious.
Self-aware, it's only humans that have developed.
No, chimpanzees have self-awareness.
Nervous systems are.
Yeah, they are disputed. This kind of. I've seen also the experiments when they put the painted spot and so on, but
are not necessarily conscious. The wakeful and resting states and such are things that various nervous systems might not have. Was it aware, responsive, and wakeful? Those are two other kinds of things that go in tandem with medical definition, and the awareness part can fall down given lack of sensory organs or whatever.
It depends on the context. It depends on the context.
You can also say that this self-consciousness is ego. So animals, I mean, ego in the more philosophical.
Ego begs philosophical questions like whether it exists.
Well, I mean,
yeah, no, but to me it exists. I mean, I am not an atheist. To me, ego is a very, very existing thing in human species.
Kevin Corcoran, for instance.
Well, if you can't distinguish your own self in a mirror from other people in the room, then it's kind of pointless to gauge your intelligence at that level. There's really no point in it. I mean, you got to be able to differentiate yourself. You got to be at least smart enough to do that. And the lower primates don't. Animals don't. Only I don't know about the dolphins or the elephants. I don't know any testing about that. They might be able to, but chimpanzees, orangutans, gorillas, and humans are the only ones that I'm aware of that can look in a mirror and realize it's them and not another being of their species. When you get to where an animal can recognize that, then you can start to grade their intelligence. If you don't do that, then it's kind of pointless to do it.
But I don't think self-awareness have anything with how to measure intelligence. But what
But
surely is
think
a
about it.
byproduct of
Think
this
about it.
self-awareness is the ego, because you cannot have
Think
an
about
ego
it.
without.
Think about it a minute. If you cannot look in a mirror and tell that that's you and not another person, then you're pretty darn dumb.
No, you have to define intelligence. Intelligence is
So there's no
where you.
getting around it. You're stupid. If you can't look in a mirror and tell that that's you and not another person, you are stupid.
How do you know that? You can be have
You
a.
have to be.
What
How
if
can
you've
you? How
never
can you not?
looked
How
in the
can you
mirror
be
before?
able to look in a mirror? Did you hear yourself? How can you look in a mirror and not know it's a reflection and not be an idiot?
I see intelligence if you define it as a capacity to solve a problem, and that's it. So you can, of course,
That
humans
is, you
are
are
more
so
abstract
far,
in this.
you are so far dumbed down if you can't look in a mirror and tell that that's not another human being, that's you. If you cannot tell the difference, then you are so dumbed down it is pointless for me or anyone else to explain it. Because you're
There would
so
be.
far down on the intelligence level, it would be disgusting to even try.
I'm not so sure about that because
I am
I mean,
absolutely sure of it.
it's reasonable that this have connection. So if your self-awareness is not there, you are also drugged in some way. The rest of the brain will have influence, but from a from a if you dissect it, I don't think intelligence have anything to do with self-awareness. It's no.
Of course it
You have
does.
to.
How long did it take for
Why?
the apes and the chimps in the child to realize it was their reflection? Was there a time?
Yeah,
They understood?
instantaneous.
It was
Yeah, but
instantaneous.
It was instantaneous.
yeah, but these are very controversial. These
It's no
experiments. They have
controversy.
done a lot
Everybody
of it,
knows if
and
you
there are some chimpanzees that react to it, but it's very unimportant. It's not a very strong reaction. So you can put it, this paint. You put something on it, a color mark on their face, and they start to rub it like that. But it's the samples. You have to see the samples. So you can get that by like 10 chimpanzee, and one will react to it, and the other ones don't care, So
I have my doubts it was instantaneous.
you instantly recognize yourself in a mirror. I don't even know why we're having this conversation about this.
If
We
you
know
never, if you were born in the wild and you finally saw your reflection once in the water.
you immediately figure it out.
Not immediately.
Yes, you do. When I move my hand, it moves its hand. I mean, it only takes a few seconds to realize, hey, it's doing what I'm doing. Hey, it's doing everything I'm doing.
Right.
And then you realize that it's actually you. You figure this out as a very young child, the first time you encounter a mirror.
I wouldn't remember.
Well, no, you wouldn't. But
it would be interesting.
Perhaps we do raise children, we observe them, yes.
Yeah, it's movement correlation then, I guess. So it's a movement correlation.
All these things
But I don't think you can say
you
it's
create
not
division categories that are just arbitrary, man. I mean,
don't be too sure about it. It can be that some people cannot recognize a picture of themselves. But if you have movement to it, perhaps they can. There are many.
I'm just going to throw out something. Regardless of what your metric is for whatever you call intelligence or sentience, from what I've seen, obviously not under strict experimental conditions, so it's anecdotal, but it appears to me that there is actually a spectrum of intelligence rather than, yes or no. I mean, I've seen birds do clever things, I've seen raccoons do very clever things, and the cats, holy crap, they got really smart. Dogs as well.
I would say crows are perhaps the smartest I have seen in experiments and so on. They outsmart a dog at least
Pros?
when it comes to tools and seeing connections.
Well, crows
And they have
have
a
the
very small
ability to
brain.
manipulate sticks that dogs do not have or cats do not have.
That's all purely instinctive.
I got a cat that goes and opens up doors and drawers, and I tell you, nothing is safe from that cat unless that sucker is, unless you lock things.
Yeah, but
And
it's interesting this because one should imagine. I mean, when I say this, don't jump at me because I'm so tired. If I say like this, you jump at me as like an intelligent design or something like that. But it's an
Right.
interesting thing with the cats because one should think that you have a very intelligent cat, and I have also seen extreme intelligent cats and dogs, but they have not. The evolution has not favored this intelligence at all.
well,
So
they may not have spoken language, but
no, but I mean
they
they
are
haven't.
able to remember things. For example, shortest path from point A to point B, they can take it. Alternate paths, they can
Yeah,
do
yeah, I know that. But
also.
I just mean because you know
Knowing
cats.
when
You
you're
know
going
you
to
have
feed
ones.
them,
You have
believe
you
me,
have
no.
you have some dogs and some cats that are 100 times more intelligent or seems more intelligent than other dogs and cats, you know. And these are most I know them not as the normal, so it has not been favored. So one should think about this, a cat who is much more ready to learn things. Evolution have surely not favored that.
Yes, a cat is much smarter than a fish.
Oh, there are smart fish.
No.
Yeah, they are. Cichlids is a very smart fish, and trout has also pretty high intelligence. I mean, from behavior.
Only thing a
But
fish, only thing a fish, only thing a fish knows, the only thing a fish knows and can figure out is how to evade a predator and how to find food. That's it.
No, do you know cichlids? You know, when they find a mate, they collect beautiful shells and stones and put them to display and so on. And they have very special rituals when they feed their youngs. They put them in the mouth, you know,
That
and
has to do with
protect them there.
propagating.
They are pretty.
That's instinctive. There's no intelligence involved in that.
What
Yeah, but
about
we have also the same I mean, a cat also does things by instinct.
Yeah, a cat smells. A cat has a certain smell that attracts it to a mate. It goes gets that mate and it has baby cats. You know,
I'm sure you can find some fishes that
a
are
cat,
much more
a cat that's about ready to
intelligent.
have a baby tries to find a safe place.
I'm sure if you have had, I'm sure if you talk with people who have had aquariums for their lifelong, that they had some fishes that were much more
It's not a display
intelligent
of
than
intelligence.
others.
It is instinct.
okay? What about cephalopods like the octopus?
I wouldn't.
The level of intelligence they have.
I wouldn't so quickly
Almost none.
dismiss
I mean, what they do is purely
think
instinct.
I wouldn't, say that instinctive affairs are so, I don't know, precluding of intelligence. And to what would humans apply their intelligence to? Not to problems, demanded by instinct.
I'm not sure I know what you're saying.
That's a good point, actually, though.
Our intelligence can be displayed in recordings. We have the ability to record our thoughts. So,
And an octopus is able to instantaneously, almost, that is within the time frame of our visual acuity, it is able to disguise itself to a rock or what have you that it is sitting on, like literally inside, interframe with human vision. That is,
You're talking
from
about
one
an
frame to the
instinctive
next, it
reaction
can
to a
change
possible
its
predator.
complete coloration entirely.
That's not intelligence. That's an instinctive reaction to a possible predator.
Well, it's a very, very rapid one. I mean, think of the
They
nerve
evolved that.
capacity required to do that.
They evolved that. That behavior was evolved. It was not something, oh, gee, I figured out that if I look like a rock, I won't get eaten by this creature that I don't know. Maybe it might see me as food. So I better disguise myself as a rock. They don't think that.
Well, they're also
They have
good
to
escape
perceive it,
artists. Have you ever tried to keep an octopus in an aquarium?
That's because an octopus has these tentacles that are like very very handy at getting out of situations. They got the ability to contract and constrict and get into things, and it's all biological.
They've also got problem-solving capabilities.
Every criticism you're making of the octopus can be made of humans.
Pretty much.
It's not a sign of intelligence.
Well, if you say that, then in like fashion,
A sign of intelligence would be an octopus playing a flute. A sign of intelligence would be an octopus communicating with other octopus on how to work together, like whales and wolves, and in order to get prey, mutual cooperation. All these things are signs of intelligence. Just coincidentally, having the tools, biologically having the tools to get into and out of tight spaces is a product of evolution. It's not a product of their intelligence. If they can grab if there's a fish in a bottle, and you do this experiment, you drop a fish in a bottle.
It seems like you have
a fish inside, and you drop it into the aquarium with the octopus. Eventually, the octopus is going to get that fish simply because it keeps working around the bottle until it can figure out a way to get in it.
But like trout, they develop team have a team. They are also hunting in team and so on, and fishes, so they can change their behavior. They can find out. They can adapt to the environment, their behavior, intelligent behavior by the environment. So that means it's not instinctual. Do you understand? So you have different behaviors that helps the fish species.
Well, they refer to that.
That is not an instinctive behavior.
They refer to that as fight or flight response. It's an evolved fight or flight response.
It's not.
Yeah, but it has to perceive and then react accordingly.
How can it evolve if they have different behaviors, and they can develop this in few years? They develop their behavior, how they hunt, how they fish, how they eat, and so on. How can that be instinctual? That is acquired knowledge or behavior, and that's not instinctive. It's not like an aunt or something like that,
Octopus
and perhaps they also can. I wouldn't. I mean, we are. If you read last years, there's a lot about this. They find this intelligence that they thought was like in higher primates. You see, very low animals. They are changing their behavior in a very seemingly intelligent way.
And octopus is not a social animal.
I'm not saying that they have no intelligence at all. I'm saying that compared to us, they don't have any.
Well, they may not be as intelligent as us, but you already confessed that they can solve a problem by figuring out how to catch a fish in a bottle.
Well, I mean, it's more of that their bodies are equipped to work at the bottle until they get in it. It's not like they figured out, oh, gee, this is the top of the bottle. Oh, I can get in it. No, it's just that they contract around the bottle until eventually, just by coincidence, the top happened to come up because the octopus is touching every inch of the bottle to try to get in it.
Oh,
Yeah.
so you don't consider a brute force algorithm to be intelligence?
Well, not intelligent enough to be on the scale of what we would consider to be intelligence.
Yeah, but humans have abstract reasoning, and that is totally different categories from what we know in
There is
other
such a thing.
intelligence.
Sorry.
It. But actually, I mean, like monkeys, they can have number rows. They take this much faster than humans, so they can remember. Like how to say, not algorithm but rows of number. They can do this much faster than
Are you talking about mice in a maze and things like that?
hmm?
Are you talking about beating a mouse?
No, there are experiments. They put chimpanzees and humans before computer, and it's a number generator. So we have
They already figured out why that happens. The reason that happens is because there was a trade-off in our evolutionary progression where we developed speech and vocal abilities while the chimpanzees had to retain instant memory to as soon as they get into an area they have to instantly recognize where the food is, instantly recognize potential predators. So they have a much greater short-term memory than humans.
yeah, of course, yeah, of course. Or they
It's just that their brains work
the
differently.
nation I have heard was when they are confronted with a different tribe, they have to also know the exact position of their tribe members. But I mean that's just
They're
what
nowhere near
different.
what a chimpanzee would do.
What?
They're nowhere near what a chimpanzee can do. Our short-term memory, no matter how good it is nowhere near the level of a chimpanzee. They've proved this in tests.
Yeah, I know it. I know.
But we are still overall smarter than a chimpanzee simply because of our evolutionary track has allowed us to develop speech, and speech has allowed us to also develop the ability to abstractly record what is being said. And discoveries that our ancestors have are now our discoveries because they are forever preserved in recordings. Therefore, we build upon what our previous ancestors have already built.
So I actually think
we
the
don't know
current
how it
understanding is
developed.
that the current understanding is that our tactile abilities evolved before speech, and that's what allowed us to evolve greater cognitive abilities.
We don't know where how
Also,
speech was
the ability to cook food allowed us to be able to eat better. Therefore, our brains develop better. There's all kinds of reasonings, and it all has to do with the way we develop. But they did determine that a likely result of is that we had a trade-off where we got speech, the ability to record our thoughts.
That's what I'm saying is what we figured out probably didn't happen first. It was probably tactile abilities first, because you'd have to talk to an anthropologist about this specifically or read up on it. But some of the earliest hominid stuff that we find is actual tools, not before tools in the time that would have been before we would have developed speech as hominids.
Yeah, but the point is that these
I'm sorry.
They used the tools for 2 million years, the hominids before us. But there were no development behind the tools. You had just some kind of a round rock that you find all over the world, but it's no development in it. And then you have an explosion, and everything explodes. It's tools, it's art, it's religion. Everything explodes like 100,000 years ago, or take or give 100, 200.
But don't chimpanzees, gorillas, orangutans, and humans, don't we basically all have the same tactile capability?
We have, they have better. I mean, there are many animals with much better.
He suggested that our tactile abilities, and tactile, I think, means being able to touch and utilize
but I mean,
tools.
Yeah, the thing with this, these are all speculations. I mean, when I was small,
we observed film from hidden cameras of of chimpanzees and other primates using crude tools.
Yeah, but yeah.
Don't we have the same tactile
Fish
abilities?
also uses tools. Fish have also used tool. If you, I mean, fishes use it, birds use it. It's nothing special using a tool. You know.
So, actually, David, now that I think about it, I'm pretty sure I definitely misspoke. If I'm remembering it correctly now, it was that our ability to walk upright, which freed our hands, which correlated with speech and tool making. So.
But that is just a speculation, you know, and this changes all the time. You know, with language, it was like it has something to do with the physical, you know, the instrument. But no, they think they have found a gene for it. That so it's. I mean, these are speculations, and
the speculation about what?
Very logical. It seems, and that's why people buy them at once. It seems so logical, you know. You go buy a two, and then you have the hands free. You have to do something with it, and then you get more intelligent because you use other parts of your brain. They seem very obvious, but
the whole dispute.
What are you even arguing, Balthazar?
The whole dispute began when I mentioned that I seen a YouTube documentary where they were determining the intelligence levels of some of the other primates, and they did so. The first thing they wanted to determine before they could go and to determine actual intelligence level is to see if an animal was self-aware by recognizing itself in a mirror. I think the baboon type creature was not able to distinguish its own reflection from other whatever creature I was saying, baboons. It could not determine its own reflection from other members of its own species. So it treated the reflection as if it was another baboon, where gorillas, orangutans, chimpanzees, and human children were able to practically in an instant recognize that that was a reflection and not another individual of their species. And that was the beginning. They used that. If the creature could not determine that, then there was no point in grading its intelligence for the purpose of their test. So they wanted to determine what levels each species had in comparison to us, who were supposed to be the most intelligent on the planet. So that way they know where every creature was ranked, so to speak. And I found the test very informative, very interesting, and I agreed with it.
Cool.
And they're trying to say that that's not a sign of intelligence.
No, I mean, of course, it's a sign of intelligence, but how we started with it, it's, I mean, human intelligence is also bound to abstract reasoning and so on. You know, this is something totally different. And intelligence, how we can define it, is like soul tasking. I mean, that is intelligent.
And that's more or less what the other individual was saying in Art's Hangout to me, which I was having a difficult time agreeing with, is that he was saying that basically intelligence doesn't really exist. It's either human intelligence or no intelligence at all. And I was saying no.
Unlikely.
I was saying no. It's just that we consider some animals so low in intelligence that it's not practical to consider them intelligent.
Yeah, but I think, you know, the self-awareness, everything is so simplified because there are different kind of self-awareness. You can put a chimpanzee in front of a movie where it is playing it is in the movie, you know, and it won't. There are so many things we don't know, you know. A human will pretty sure, perhaps, oh, that's me. That's a movie of me, you know. So there's a lot of things we don't know, and I'm not surprised that they find a kind of self-awareness that they have find in chimpanzees, also in birds.
Well, the whole thing started with an article that I found. This one fellow put on my feed where it was saying that some animals are smarter than humans, and that just sounded. And I read the short article, and to me, it was just complete crap.
I agree. Totally agree. Of course.
And
we cannot measure.
I can find it again. Go to my.
But I mean evolved intelligence. I have problems with. I'm a little bit. I'm not. I don't buy the neo-Darwinistic view totally. I believe in evolution, but not the dogmatic view. And at least you can see that evolution itself can produce solve tasking that is much on a much higher level than humans can. You know, an ant can build a structure with a how to say tunnel system that is we can use 100 years to figure out. You know.
Okay, there's the article that say that animals are not less intelligent than humans, or in some cases even smarter than humans, and I disagreed with pretty much 90% of that article.
Yeah, and that's I disagree also, and the view is because you define humans through its intelligence, that is solve tasking, but to me it's a ridiculous. I mean, humans have something else that has nothing to do with this kind of intelligence. I mean, abstract reasoning, music, composing music, and so on, has nothing to do with this evolutionary survival thing. You know, it has, of course, good, strong survival advantages.
Except it does.
What was that?
I said except for the fact that it does have to do with selection.
No, music, like
Yes,
composing
making
music.
Yes, composing music has to do with sexual selection. Yes.
And mathematics.
Music and abstract thinking.
Yes.
Don't have to
Look, Balthazar, this is very simple. Have you ever? I'm sorry. I'm getting really kind of fed up with you already because I'm not a big fan of you because I don't understand half the things you're saying and you ramble on. But here's the thing. Have you ever read Darwin's The Origin of Species?
I have, yes.
Okay, so did you totally forget the part where he talked about sexual selection? Because it seems to me that if I was Kanye West, right? If Kanye West wasn't the greatest, one of the, you know, the celebrity that he was because of his music, that he wouldn't be able to get somebody like who's he dating, Kim Kardashian, right?
Yeah.
There's sexual selection that's going on there.
Okay, Seth. Since you try to insult me, can I?
I'm not trying to insult you. I apologized for being too hard.
Can I have the opportunity to answer you?
Of course you could answer me. I was expecting the answer.
Okay.
But
There are theories. Okay, let me answer them. Let me answer them.
Except for the fact that you
Let
just...
me answer them if you think it's so stupid.
No, you absolutely can. But first, I just want to say that I didn't insult you. I said that I don't happen to like you, and I was explaining that because I was apologizing for being a little too crass with you.
Oh, welcome, Andy, and welcome, Tom. Sorry about the, things get a little bit heated. Hopefully they calm down, though.
Well, it's that everyone wants to broaden the definition of intelligence. When I was trying to say that the documentary I seen draws the line that they're saying, well, if the animal can't cross this line, then it doesn't suit our purpose for this test. And they're trying to, and everyone's trying to say that intelligence, it doesn't require you to be self-aware. But I'm saying that as far as we are concerned as humans, in order for us to consider you to be an intelligent species, you have to first pass this test, which means that you are able to recognize yourself in a mirror as different from another person of your species. You have to be able to recognize yourself in a mirror and not think it's another individual. And the only creatures that could do that were the higher primates, which were the gorillas, the orangutans, the chimpanzees, and human children. So as far as we are concerned, that if you cannot pass this particular test, then you are not an intelligent species, and we don't even have to consider you as being intelligent.
I don't know. I don't see why that's critical. And wouldn't there be, I guess,
Well, because,
degrees even amongst those that don't pass it? I mean,
well, there are people with issues. There are people with issues with problems, like say if you've got you're born with a birth defect, it's no fault of yours, and that you have difficulty functioning as a productive member of our species, then you need to be cared for by the rest of us. That's not relevant.
Well, not even that. It was more of like animals that we would decidedly not consider, well, quote unquote intelligent.
Intelligent enough for us to study to try to determine a benefit for our own species.
Well, at the same time, though, there are, degrees even amongst those, I would say.
Yeah, there is. I'm not saying, but I'm saying for the purposes of our studying of intelligence, or because we want to study the intelligence of animals that we could consider intelligent enough to study, so that we could draw conclusions and possible benefits for our own species.
Can I just answer Seth?
Sure.
So
go ahead.
Seth, he tries to teach me, because he have read something about that art, music.
I never said I was trying to teach you anything.
Yeah. Yes, you were, and
nope.
so
That's
I can
either a lie or you dumb to understand, maybe. Because I never said I was trying to teach you something.
Seth, can I answer you? You just you say I'm stupid and this and that. Can I answer you? So how stupid may you are?
I didn't say you were stupid either.
Okay, so take a woman pianist.
I think
uses her life to learn to.
The thing I said about you was I happen to not like you because
Can you let me talk out? You just come here and say, unbelievable. So, if you have a woman a pianist, okay, so she uses all her life to learn music, compose music, and so on. You think that because she wants 10 more men to fuck, you think that's the drive behind
how sexual selection works.
Fascination of music?
But you asked me a question. The answer is no, because that's not how sexual selection works.
Yeah, I know all this. This popular evolution.
Examples aren't going to work either, because selection doesn't work like that. It's not a guaranteed thing.
This is a very simple
chance of passing on their genes, and that happens to be the case. It actually happens. Musicians get fucked more.
Einstein said, "You shall make things simple, but not simpler." And these evolutionary thoughts that you have, when I was a teenager,
What happened? Somebody mute him?
No, you just cut off.
But yeah, I do have to agree with you, Seth. I find him a bit frustrating, and because I have a very hard time following his line of thought.
He seems to have a chip on his shoulder. I never called him stupid. I didn't say I was trying to teach him something. I started off harshly. I stopped myself. I apologized, and I said, look, I'm being a little too harsh because I don't happen to like you, and I explained why. And now he seems to be upset about it.
Well, like I said in the chat, I really can't talk because even as recently as yesterday, I cussed out Gus over something that really didn't even matter that much, and so who am I to talk?
Right. Like I said, I was definitely coming off a little too hard on him. That's why I stopped myself. I apologized. I was still hard on him. I wasn't exactly soft when I told him I don't happen to like him. But I think that I was pretty sure that was already known. I don't have a lot of patience for Balthazar. And it might just be a language thing. I tend to get annoyed with people I have a hard time understanding. His accent's
We're all different. We're all different, and well, I'm sorry to hear that, Andy. You just got here. Oh, anyway, as I was saying, I get my buttons pushed by people who are condescending or appear to me to be condescending and a know-it-all, and always want to be the center of attention. Those three combinations it's like throwing gas on fire to me. Because I'm here to learn from people, and I hopefully maybe they can learn something from me, because I don't know everything, and I find it fascinating to learn something new from someone. But this conversation about intelligence, it's really irrelevant to the point I was making. Is that for purposes of that particular test, whatever that field of study that they were doing, that I found the documentary fascinating. I learned something that I didn't know before, and for the most part, animal intelligence has very little to do with human intelligence, and so that they made a border that you have to cross in order for them to consider you worthy of study.
Welcome back, Balthazar.
Yeah, so Seth, so you asked me, have you read this and have you read this? Do you have, you go to college, don't you?
What?
Do you go to college?
Did you hear me?
Do you have mathematics, physics, chemistry? You learned this at college, no? Or?
No, I didn't.
No? Okay. So you come to me and say, I don't know these things? I mean, at least I have a college.
Hey, Balthazar, I just asked you because
you are just coming in here and then you say...
I just asked you because it's explained very well in The Origin of Species. Darwin, from the very get-go, explained sexual selection, so I figured you would know about it. But then again, if you knew about it, forefront in your mind, you wouldn't be asking about why composers and why composing music would advance evolution, because it makes perfect sense under sexual selection.
Well, I've never read Darwin's stuff. I just heard about him and read what other people wrote about him. I never actually read anything from Darwin, but from what I've been exposed to, I find it perfectly valid.
Who mutes me all the time? Who are muting me all the time?
Yeah, that would be me, because you asked me a question and I tried to answer you.
Yeah, so you mute me all the time, so I can never finish what I want to say. Okay, so I can explain you this set. Okay, shall I explain you what's fault with your thinking? It's a very easy thinking, and I know it, and I read it, but it makes no sense.
What doesn't make sense?
No, it doesn't, because...
whoa, Balthazar, slow your roll, dude. I said what doesn't make sense.
The reason, I mean, the way first you come in and you just say a lot of insulting things, and then I want to explain you something, and then you
say one insulting thing
unmute me. I get a little bit upset with that, okay?
Balthazar, I've never heard him say one insulting thing. Do you accept that he said, I really don't like you very much because you ramble on?
Yeah, isn't that insulting? Isn't that insulting? Hello, hello, I don't like you very much, and the things you say is crap. Isn't that insulting?
Now you're interrupting me, and I'm trying to make a point to you. The thing he said was, because I feel this way, I apologize, I'm being too hard on you. That's what he said. I heard him say it. But you didn't hear him say it because you're busy rambling on.
It doesn't. I mean, I don't take that apologize. I mean, I never go into someone and say, "Hey, you man, your thinking is crap, and I don't like you. I don't like you." I don't do that, and I don't buy these apologies, and it doesn't matter.
I'm sorry. I guess that's your
problem. Balthazar, do you know what hostility bias is?
So I am the hostile person here, okay?
Balthazar, have you ever heard of hostility bias?
You are how to say, a little fucktard.
Have you heard of hostility bias?
You're a little fucktard, and you won't even manage college.
Okay, Balthazar, have you heard of hostility bias?
He probably has. And even if you don't, you pretty much figure out what it means. Just it's pretty self-explanatory.
Because you're making it. You seemingly think I said a bunch of things I didn't say because I came off very harsh, And I understand I came off harsh, and I apologized for that as soon as I
Yeah,
started
but I
saying.
don't take your apologies because I know what
Why
kind of
not?
mind you
You don't
so
have to take
that
my apology. I'm just
matter to
explaining.
me.
I'm just explaining that you seem to think I said a lot of things I didn't say because I was being harsh and because you don't like me. Which the feeling is obviously mutual. But I didn't say I was trying to teach you something.
I don't know you, Sid. I don't know you.
Say that crap
I
thinking. I
have
didn't
no
say any of
idea
these
what kind of person you are.
What do you want him to do, Balthazar? What do you want him to do? If the apology is not good enough, what do you want from him?
I don't want anything. I just wanted to make a point, but he muted me all the time, and
Make your point. I don't think he's going to stop you.
Well, he will learn a lesson. Seth will he will fall on his nose. He will fall pretty hard on his nose.
I don't even know what you mean.
Is that
okay? You
that
don't
like expression from where you're from? Because I've not heard of it.
It's a fact of life.
So you just want to be mad at him, okay?
Yeah, I am the bad guy. You know, I am.
You're being unreasonable. And when we're mad, I've been unreasonable too. When we're mad, we become unreasonable because for some reason we feel upset, and when we're upset, we don't think rationally. I'm guilty of this in spades. Trust me.
I don't go to people just throw myself in and say, oh, yeah, I don't do that. You know.
You don't do what?
Okay.
You don't.
Yeah. Just when this is finished, just go back and listen what he said. So.
You just said you didn't do something. What don't you do?
I think he's trying to say he doesn't go into Hangouts and be a troll.
I don't approach. I don't approach people that way.
What way?
So you don't know it, Seth? Are you fucking? You are fucking. You're a fucktard. You are so stupid. It's unbelievable.
You know, you're insulting him.
I am.
Why?
No, let it go, David. It's fine. I was just asking what.
Education steps. Do something with your life. Don't go around and think you are so.
I'm just asking what you're talking about, Balthazar. I couldn't hear you. Balthazar, I couldn't hear you. I was just asking what you were talking about. That's all. Am I stupid because I couldn't hear you? Or am I stupid for other reasons? Okay, so on another topic, Balthazar, does sexual selection not explain why humans might evolve the ability to make music?
The way you formulated it was that I don't know anything about it, and I say crap, and then you don't like me, and so on. And then you said,
but I said nothing of the sort.
Yeah, let me talk. Of course, you can explain art by music or something by sexual selection. Of course, I know the story. You know, when Beatles was asked, "Why did you make music to get the girls?" Of course, that's a part of it. But that's not the explanation. Do you understand? So you have to have a little bit to understand that.
But Balthazar, don't you understand that sexual selection works whether or not I want to make music to fuck chicks or not? I mean, you realize it works whether or not that's the reason I'm doing it, right?
So opera singer in, let's say a woman, so we can also take a man, because not everyone thinks like you think about women and sex and so on.
Nobody thinks like me for sexual selection.
Are she standing on that stage to have a lot of more female groupies, male groupies around her? Do you think that is what drives her interest for music?
No, and it doesn't have to. Frank Sinatra. Hold on, I'll explain. Let's take Frank Sinatra for example. Let's just, for the fuck of it, Frank Sinatra. You know what? Let's not. Let's take Elvis Presley because.
Yeah.
So Elvis Presley. Let's say Elvis had a love for music. He liked the way it sounded, and he played his guitar and he sang, and people just happened to really like that, and he happened to get laid because of it, and he never intended for that to happen, but it happened.
Okay, so that's why Beethoven
Hold on.
because he was.
Um, Sexual selection still works. He's still passing his genes on and being successful at doing that, even though otherwise he might have been a fat, ugly bastard who was untouchable, which he probably wasn't. I mean, I've seen pictures of younger Elvis. He was a handsome dude. But people like, let's take somebody else who's not an attractive musician, somebody like
Mick Jagger.
Yeah, Mick Jagger. Mick Jagger is a weird-looking dude, and he had sex with a lot of women, and he might not have.
A lot of good-looking women.
Yes, he might not have if he wasn't the lead singer of one of the world's most influential bands ever. Whether or not he did it for the women, he still happened to be better at passing his genes on than he would have been otherwise.
And some of us got women because of him.
Yeah. Again, regardless if that's his intention or not. Sexual selection works regardless of intention. Just like birds don't have the intention of growing long feathers to get bitches too. Okay, peacocks. Sexual selection works with peacocks regardless of their intention. I don't understand why you get this idea that people have to think like me, that if I pick up a guitar, I'll get to bang women for it to work. It explains it regardless. Unless I'm missing something. And by the way, you're muted. You're going to have to mute yourself to speak, Balthazar.
Yeah, but I mean, these explanations. I've also read, and there are professors developing these kind of theses, but they are stupid. The theses are stupid because it's too simple. Because of course, women or wealth and can be a very strong motivation to make music. Of course,
it doesn't have
by youngsters. I mean, by teenage boys. I think it is the main a very important motivation. Not by everyone. Perhaps not if you're playing the violin.
Did you not hear a word I said?
Playing the L guitar, you know.
I even don't know what he's talking about anymore.
Yeah.
You keep going on about motivations and intention, but sexual selection works regardless of their motivations. Just like I said, peacocks have large feathers. They evolved that, and that's sexual dimorphism due to sexual selection.
But you even don't know this is...
And it works, even though...
You even don't know the good argument.
And it works whether or not the peacocks intended or are motivated to grow those feathers to fuck bitches.
You don't even know the good arguments for your for this thesis. It's not about feather and so on. It's about novelty, and that's a good argument. That people in an evolutionary concept, we like novelty. So you can have some if you have some things that are extraordinary, can have a good impact on the genes. You know. So novelty and extraordinarity, you can display that in different kind of ways. That could have attraction. You know, that's a point that you perhaps could make.
Okay, Balthazar. Here's my response. You haven't at all addressed my explanation for why evolution would select for the ability to compose music. I explained it. You haven't challenged it. It stands. We're done. Does anyone have another topic?
So you think a child that is, you know, likes music, have sexual, you know, some children they are interested in music when they are 8, 9 years old. They have no
already explained all of this, Balthazar. I've addressed all of this. I don't know why you keep bringing this up. I addressed it. I'm not going to do it again.
I don't even know what the point is anymore.
Neither do I. I've addressed everything he's talking about, and he keeps bringing it up over again as if I'm going to be flustered.
It's like he wants to be right, and I don't know what he wants to be right about.
You want a topic change?
I would love a topic change because I'm done with this.
Okay.
The
In
reason
my
why I
possession.
react to it is because I value humans as something very, very different from animals. And you know, I am a theist, and I value them.
Most animals don't
They
value
have
anything.
some totally different properties, and art is also very important to me. And if you degrade art and humans to this sexual evolutionary impulse,
That's just one
you,
part of it.
it's
That's
an
what he's saying.
insult
It
for me
influences
to
it.
art.
It's not the entirety
And
of the art he's speaking of. It
Right,
influences.
and if you degrade art by taking
okay,
out
art is
the purpose
about to
for it,
get tough.
then you
Okay,
insult me,
you get
Balthazar. But
that's
you being
no.
insulted, does not win you the argument.
No, I say that's why I try to correct you here, you know. But you are too stupid to understand this because you
Right,
buy this,
calling me
you know,
stupid, that certainly
simple
wins you the argument.
evolutionary.
Tom, you want to change the subject, please?
Okay. It's a little bit entertaining, but at a certain point you got to move on. I was thinking about the effects that are reported on a lot of different medications, particularly psychiatric medications, or ones that could double in a psychiatric realm that are not primarily intended for that purpose, and what people have actually experienced on them, good or negative, bad or positive. Because I have to hand them out, distribute them, and what I observe most of the time is more of a sedating effect, where it's like an antidepressant. It's not like, oh, all of a sudden they're now happy or they're not depressed anymore. It's just they turn into like a isolated. They just become isolative and more like blunted in their affect. And I was curious if anybody has either just experimented with them because they just thought it would be fun, or had to have them prescribed if you felt like not divulging too many details. But I'm just wondering what your guys' personal experiences would be with psychiatric medications, the ones that double.
I have no experience with me or anyone close to me on psychiatric medication.
I don't think anyone takes antipsychotics in like a recreational capacity, like that I know of. Do people do that? Is that? I mean, that was sort of part of your question.
Well, I don't know if people are using them in that fashion, but there's lots of different medicines used in psychiatry that are not labeled antipsychotics. Like okay, Zyprexa might be one, and there's several others. But sometimes they'll be prescribed for sleep, even an antipsychotic. But there's also antidepressants, anti-anxiety or anxiolytics. And people, I think, have used those, the anti-anxiety and the antidepressants, for recreational purposes.
Really? I didn't know that.
So I guess nobody has any input?
No, I mean, I know antipsychotics are really, powerful stuff. I mean, you can, someone takes, like, what, I think haloperidol is a pretty powerful one, or,
well, one
they
that
all
they
have
use...
complicated names.
What was that last part?
They all have really difficult names, but like Molindone, or I'm trying to think of a few others. But yeah, no, I mean, I don't like have nearly as like much experience as you do, I guess, because it sounds like you hand them out to patients. But yeah, they're pretty, they're pretty serious business, and the effects of them are pretty serious too.
Oh, so Palm here says on the side that it turns him into a sort of a robot. His empathy goes out the window. So that it seems like there's a trade-off then. It might take away your bad moods, but you don't get any good ones. No positive. That doesn't sound fun.
No emotion is better than bad ones.
I guess it depends on how bad the depression is.
Well, I've been under psychotropic medication before, and
ones.
I don't remember, but I do remember what it did to me. One was so powerful, I had to actually lean against the wall in the institution to walk down the hallway. It was like I was just like so doped up, and I was pissed off that I was doped up like that. I barely had any control over my body. it was like my whole body was just half dead.
Really?
Yeah, I mean,
Wow.
it was a psychotropic medication, and I didn't care for it. Another one they gave me did something weird to my mouth, where I couldn't hardly speak, and they had to give me another shot to counter the side effect. And yeah, I really didn't care for any of it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think taking them is a walk in the park for most people, but presumably the side effects are better than living with some sort of crazy psychosis or whatever.
Yeah, I think
schizophrenia or something.
I think that's probably the phenomenon that I mean, accounting for different biologies, but also the state and condition a person is in. How intense and severe is it before they get prescribed something? To account for the various reports that you get. Because I went online just to see what people were saying about it, and it seemed like 3/4 of the people had horrible experiences. It almost messed their life up, or blah 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 blah. I'm thinking. The other 1/4 were probably people who had something that was far worse than the side effects would have provided or given them. Kind of like if the whole idea of, hey, I'll take away your pain and I stomp on your foot to get rid of the other pain because now this one's more severe.
Yeah, I really don't know anything about like the prescription of like antipsychotics. I couldn't comment if it's like anything like antidepressants or anti-anxiety stuff, which is probably overprescribed. I have a feeling that because antipsychotics are it's just such a powerful class of drugs, I would imagine that psychiatrists and doctors are much more cautious about prescribing them to people, but that's just my sort of intuition on the thing.
Well, if you have a condition where you're, say, being described as having racing thoughts, the problem with having racing thoughts is that the thoughts are coming at you so fast you can't really have any logic behind them. You can't really filter them out to the point to where, okay, that's bullshit, that's not bullshit, because they're coming at you so fast. And so they give you these certain psychotic medications to get rid of that, and the side effects are you can't barely walk upright, that sort of thing.
Oh yeah, that's one of the reports. I forget the website, but that they would feel like they're drunk. I'm like, well,
that's not so bad. I guess.
I didn't feel drunk. I felt partially paralyzed. It's like my body weighed like 4 or 5 times what it weighed.
Whoa.
Was that just like a one-time thing, or were you put on like a regimen?
I don't know if they gave it to me regularly or not, but I remember that one experience where I was trying to walk down the hallway, and I was really upset that I could not barely hold myself up. I had to go and lean on the wall and just scooch down the hallway while literally hanging onto the wall. And when I got to the common room, and the nurses and stuff were around me, and were like, "What in the hell did you give me?" It's really effing with me. I mean, I really don't like this.
Yeah, the question is why did you feel so heavy in the first place? Was it messing with your heart's ability to efficiently pump blood?
I just felt like I couldn't barely move. It's like I was partially paralyzed. Like when you're trying to lift your arm and your arm feels like it weighs 100 pounds. It was like short-circuiting my ability to move.
Okay, the website's called askapatient.com. So anyway, I just found it to be interesting. And then that whole bit about drunken feeling was like, okay, this could pose a problem on the roadways because how many people are prescribed these medications?
I'm pretty sure this is a medicine, antipsychotic that you only get while you're while you're in some sort of custody.
Yeah, were you sectioned or something, or?
I was in the VA mental institution.
Yeah, because I know a lot of people who like sort of routinely take antipsychotics. They tend to not sometimes like the side effects, and sort of a big problem is
dropped out.
They will go off their meds, I guess, because they don't like side effects, or they think that everything is kind of under control, and then they have like a psychotic episode or something, and then things go sort of south from there. But I think they probably give you like a different. I mean, if you get like, I don't know, admitted to like if there's like a psychiatric emergency, I would imagine they give you something way more powerful than, you know, some sort of
I was
oral dose of things that someone who's not in a hospital setting would have.
I was described as having a psychotic break, and didn't know the difference between reality and fantasy, hearing voices, that sort of thing. Racing thoughts, paranoia, feeling like I'm being followed.
Yeah, I think there is a lot of misconception too about the permanency of sort of symptoms. They think, oh, if I was hearing voices once, that means I'm pretty much screwed. Like there's no healing from psychiatric illness.
I don't think there seems to be, like, for things like schizophrenia, like, it's basically something you manage. I don't think it's typically something people, like, heal from.
Well, I was diagnosed schizoaffective, and how I described it was, schizophrenia. You see and hear things no one else can see and hear, so it's likely not real. And the person with schizophrenia will see and hear those things. Let me word it better. Someone with schizophrenia will hear music that no one else will hear. A person who's schizoaffective will not only hear it but dance to it. You understand?
As long as it's good music.
I mean, it's like someone with schizophrenia, it won't affect their mood. It won't affect their ability to interact. They'll just happen to see something that isn't there or hear something that isn't there, but they just go on about their day. While someone with schizoaffective, it will affect them profoundly. Like, I hate to use this because I do believe in God. Like, they hear a voice and they think it's God, and it's not God. It's their condition, and they will start to do and act out whatever commands.
Oh, so like you're saying that people who are schizophrenic have delusions, but they sort of recognize them as intrusive delusions, and that's like disturbing to them. But people who are schizoaffective get like totally immersed in the delusion.
It becomes part of their life. It becomes like a real person actually saying something to them, and then they react to it as if it's real. Someone that's has schizophrenia. They may not. They would it would be something normal, usually something a normal thing that they would expect to see anyway, not something out of the norm. Someone schizoaffective would see a UFO and react to it. Somebody that's has schizophrenia would hear their mom talking to them when their mom happens to be in the other room, but somehow they hear and see their mom in the living room when she's not really there. It's something that would be considered normal, more or less. At least that's the way I understand it. So a schizoaffective person would act out a delusional fantasy reality, would react to it some way. Not necessarily in a dangerous way, but would react to it and treat it as if it's important and it means something.
So is having like a schizoaffective disorder, is that something that
you ever
watch Terminator?
You ever watch Terminator?
Yes.
The second one? Okay, the Linda Hamilton's character, the one that plays the mom, she had schizoaffective disorder. At least they thought she did.
Well, she was right.
Well, they thought she did.
Okay, yeah.
She had this fantasy, and that's an extreme case, but she had the fantasy of the Terminator and all that. they believed that it was all in her head, so they classified her as schizoaffective because she was acting upon it. It was affecting her life. Hence the word affective, schizoaffective.
But is this something that in your life you feel like you've like recovered from, or is it something you sort of need to manage with?
I completely recovered from it, but then again, psychiatrists may disagree. A psychiatrist would probably consider the denial as part of the condition.
Interesting.
See, now I'm going out on my own a bit here, but I don't even know if I should even say it, but I believe it. I don't believe it's schizoaffective personally. I believe it's something else, but you know, it is what it is. I no longer take medication. I've been off meds for 10 years. I have not had any problems.
Is there anything that you could mark as leading up to?
Well, I do recognize certain triggers. I mean, if, for example, I hear a voice, I see an item, I see a thing that's like completely unusual, I will question it. I will not accept it as real. I mean, if it's out of the ordinary, I will question it. Like if I see a UFO land, I will be like, man, am I really seeing this?
Well, get your iPhone and record it just in case, because I've not seen any good footage yet.
So, if you're halfway intelligent and realistic, like if I hear the voice of God, of course I'm gonna question the validity of that voice. Is it telling me to do anything? Is it telling me I got to change something? You know, if it is, then it's probably something I should question. If it's just, hey, I'm God, how you doing? You having a nice day, buddy? If it's something like that, it's not a big deal. I mean, it's a big deal to me, but it's not going to like make me go out and like give away all my property and stuff. I mean, when I was under the worst of this, I actually threw out everything in my apartment. I threw everything away because I was just freaking out. I mean, it would get you to do things like that, self-destructive things you wouldn't normally do that would. And you know, in rare cases, you would probably be dangerous to someone else. That usually you're a danger to yourself.
Yeah.
I think Seth left. I don't think he was comfortable with this particular topic.
Well, it's a quick topic. I wasn't trying to make it go.
Yeah, I wish I could contribute more. It's not something I really know much about. It's interesting. Thanks for the input, too, David. That's I'm glad that's not a problem for you anymore. It sounds horrible. Both the
if you don't understand
the treatment.
If you don't understand what's going on, yeah. If you don't think the possibility exists that you might have a problem, like I want to believe that it's not really what they say it is, but yet I still got to consider the possibility. And if anything unusual occurs, believe me, I will. And I'm having difficulty dealing with it. I will be on the phone to the VA.
Well, I'm glad though too that you are considering and having in your mind the possibility that these pronouncements are not always true, because oftentimes there's misdiagnosis, and
you don't want to think of yourself.
Even if the diagnosis is correct, doctors are parrots, nurses, medical professionals are parrots. We say what we've been told, and there are variants that maybe is not in the books yet. So.
Well, nobody wants to think of themselves as somebody that has a mental problem. Nobody wants to think of themselves that way. So it's very difficult to just say that, oh gee, I have a mental problem. No, that sounds so jacked up. So no, I don't want to admit to it. I don't want to admit that. I don't want to. So I really on one small. I'm kind of conflicted. On one hand, I do recognize the possibility and even accept it. On the other hand, I don't want to because it diminishes me in multiple ways.
Well, yeah, it's just too bad that people, give it sort of a stigma when it's not anything a person asked for. It's just a different part of the body that's being affected. It happens to be where all the cognition takes place. It's okay.
Know
No
about it.
different to me than if somebody has problem with I don't know, their kidneys or something.
Well, there's
Their
this
pancreas ain't working so great, so they have to take insulin. It's the same thing to me, and I wish other people would adopt that understanding.
It's worse because than say, when you're dealing with other people, it's worse. I mean, of course, a physical problem would be worse in other ways. Is because it invalidates all your all the things that you might say to someone. If you say to someone that they don't agree with, oh, he's got mental problems, don't pay attention to him.
Well, that's a stupidity on the part of the person saying that, because sometimes you will find people who are altered in their thinking who can maybe perceive things in a different way that's more accurate. I'm not saying that that's the norm, but you never know. Each thing should be taken on a case-by-case basis with what they say and who they are.
Well, all the stories about the prophets and the religious figures that we have in scriptures in the Bible, they would be classified as people with severe mental problems. So there you go.
And two, I mean, like, people with psychiatric problems, unless they're real far gone, they're in and out of it. They're not like all the time in that state. So that would be another reason why it's stupid for someone to discount someone just because they have a diagnosis.
Well, I'll tell you, it was very frightening going through that and not understanding what was going on. Of course, with my religious beliefs, I thought that I was under demonic attack, and I still lean towards that. I still accept that because, like I said, I really can't really go full tilt. Like, hey, I have a mental problem. I can't bring myself to that. In an academic discussion like this, or I can to a certain degree, but just for the sake of discussion. But no, I really don't consider myself to have a mental problem. For the simple fact is, it's been 10 years. I haven't had a relapse, and I can maintain at least a somewhat intelligent conversation with someone until I get my buttons pushed, and then of course there's going to be an argument. I have cussed out people. That's just the way I am.
Oh yeah, I mean, sure. People who went to the concert in, was it 1968 Woodstock, I'm sure they were having psychotic episodes there, but they stopped, and then some of them went on to not do any more drugs. You have chemicals inside your brain that are naturally produced, and so it's just a question.
Only reason why I'm even admitting, this sort of thing, is because my brother already has been telling people. I wouldn't even have said this much or even mentioned it at all if my brother hadn't already come out and started telling people that I know on YouTube that I have no problems, and they really shouldn't pay that much attention to my outbursts and even some of the things I might say I believe in, which of course hurt my feelings quite a bit. But I told my brother that, look, you can talk about it, I can talk about it, nobody else can talk about it. If they start discussing my medical history without my consent, then I would probably be very upset and request that they stop. But that's the only reason why I'm even discussing it, is because my brother already let the cat out of the bag, so to speak. So a lot of my enemies already know, and of course, Brett Keane so far is the only one that threw it in my face. He did it right here one time when he was getting into an argument with me. He wasn't winning the argument, and he goes, well, he has mental problems. Leave him alone. He's got mental problems.
Yeah, that sort of response says more negative about the person saying it than anything else. You could that's your opportunity to throw it right back. Like, oh, I guess it means your argument has no substance. You have to go to that old.
If I was saying obviously crazy stuff, yeah, you're perfectly within your rights to say something like that.
Then again, a lot of people who don't have diagnosis or, you know, any mental health issues say some crazy stuff. So
I think there's a lot of people with mental health issues that aren't even aware that they have them.
Sure.
And you run into them, and then they talk and act crazy. Yeah, you start to wonder.
But then again, I mean, there's like too much. Like if you look at the statistics manual, it's just laden. There's so many different things that you could be diagnosed with. It's like if you flip through the pages long enough, you've got 10 of them. Everyone does.
I think the
personality disorders too, huh?
I think the dividing line you have to cross is if it's debilitating to you in some way.
Right. That it interferes with your ability to carry on and make a living for yourself.
To function, self-sufficiency, and all that, to be able to function, take care of yourself, and not be considered harmful to yourself or others. If you have a condition that's causing you to harm yourself, and you've got people around you that are concerned, then they have every right to request that you seek some sort of help. And if it gets bad enough, they can even force you to get that help. And I don't really remember exactly how I got in the VA. I remember the cops having me. I mean, there was a lot of cops on me, and they didn't hurt me or anything, but they were around me. They wouldn't let me go anywhere. And my brother was involved somehow. I remember some of the details, but not all of them. So
but you know what I'm saying? Like certain things that a kid is very hyperactive or something like that. Well, like defined by who? What makes you think that that's hyperactive? Maybe the rest of you guys are hypoactive, and then now you want to put them on Adderall or Ritalin or something like that. And
well, like I said, if the kid, I can't say for sure that a kid has a problem, because I'm not an expert with children, but if it's getting to the point to where the kid can't do what he should be doing within reason, then there's probably a problem somewhere. Like if he can't sit still in school, no matter what.
Right. I understand there's behavior modification that can take place in a lot of these instances, but it seems like the go-to solution is a pill all the time, and we don't utilize a whole lot else when it comes to psychiatry in the West.
When the child is concerned, the pill should be a last resort, not the first, because you still got time to deal with the child. The child is still growing. You could try several different things to see if it works, and the pill should be the last thing, in my opinion.
Now, if they could refine these pills and make it only produce the positive without the slew of negative stuff, then okay, maybe try it out, see if it works.
Maybe one day. I don't know. Yeah. I just know I hate taking pills. I hate taking those kinds of pills. I don't ever want to do it again.
Well, that's good. I'm glad that you're doing better in these days, even though I don't hardly know you.
Yeah, well, I'm doing a lot better than I was, say, 11 years ago. Like I say, I haven't had a problem, so that's kind of leaning credibility towards my original assessment. And there really isn't a whole lot of difference as far as the effect is concerned. It's what I thought it was originally, as far as what they thought it was. The fact of the matter is, I had the right symptoms, they had the right medication, and it helped me.
Looks like Mr. Baltazar is back. And yeah. So who all else is awake? I know Nadia is rolling around in her covers, and John.
Hey.
Hey, what's up, Gretchen?
How are you doing?
Pretty good.
Nice.
Full fan, peacock feathers, showing off.
Always. Most of the time, yeah. I've had that one up for a long time.
That's funny. I actually thought it was Seth trying to bring through the point.
I didn't hear what he said.
No, I said I actually thought you were Seth trying to make a point with your picture.
I was a set trying to make a point.
No, Seth.
There was a small argue, so.
Seth. S-E.
There's a guy named Seth who was talking to him about evolution and why the peacock feathers are there for sexual blah. I don't even know.
Oh, okay.
Peacock
I
feathers.
missed that conversation. Sorry.
It was interesting until the arguing started. Didn't it?
No, I have peacocks because it's a symbol of the Orthodox Church.
We were talking about how human intelligence evolved.
Really? I haven't heard that.
Yes.
You're gonna have to tell me.
On every single iconostasis, you will always find peacocks.
Really?
Yes.
How could I have missed that?
Because you didn't go and shine them. Like I did.
There's usually some bird motif, but I didn't know there was always a peacock.
Yeah, and there's a line in Revelation. There's one for that. Yeah.
Looks like a bunch of eyeballs on the.
Exactly, and that's what it is. That's the line from Revelation, where it says there'll be many eyes upon you.
Do you know what the peacock sounds like?
What do you mean? When it makes its noises of sorts? Yes, I've been around them.
Okay, yeah, it was like there's this park, like botanical gardens, and for some reason it's Arboretum in forget the city, but Southern California.
Okay.
So they let like a couple hundred of these things just roam around.
Yeah.
So you been there before?
No, well, there's a zoo here where I live that's exactly the same in the sense that the peacocks have free reign all over everywhere. You know, they just are all over. It's pretty funny. So I've gotten to get up very close to them and listen to them. Hi, Art.
I got captures by peacocks once when I was like 5 years old in a park in Denmark. It was traumatic. It was terrible.
Oh no! You were like cornered.
They were circling me, and then the feathers up, and they are pretty aggressive, and I was like screaming around, but then my mother came and rescued me. But I was
my goodness! Where was this?
in Denmark. I can only remember it was so traumatic. I can only remember them as pure white, but that cannot be. I mean.
Yeah, there are white ones though. It could have been. Yeah.
Do you know Father Lazar Poalo?
Not personally. I mean, What? I'm not sure what you're asking. I don't personally correspond with him, but yes, I know who he is, and he's on my Facebook and whatever.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
so
I
what
know.
do you think about him? I'm very.
Oh, I adore him.
Same here. Same here. It's.
He was the first Christian that I ever heard talking that was peaceful in a way that I'd never heard before. That was like he was speaking my heart, and I was so shocked. I'm like, how can this be Christian? This is crazy.
Yeah, and he's very. Yeah.
And because I couldn't believe it. I thought it was like, no, it's got to be something, I don't know. And then no, it wasn't. And so, yeah, he was quite pivotal in me becoming Christian, but he doesn't know that.
Really? Yeah, that's fantastic.
Yeah.
And it's very intellectual. I mean, he's.
Yeah.
Have you seen his videos on transaction?
Oh yeah. That in fact, I made one or two, three about that topic, along with some other friends of mine, because of some situations that were going on.
Yeah.
Not on this channel, not on this channel name. It's on another old channel of mine, Catalyst Ruth. It's on that one, and yeah, there was this guy named. Oh, okay. I don't want to say his name and his channel name, so I'm just gonna not say what it is. But he was saying some very derogatory things. He happened to have been a Gnostic, and Archbishop ended up making a video against some of the things that he'd said, because he has, anyways, he was saying some very, very disruptive and untrue and unkind things. And so there were a slew of us who just had all made videos, and I was one of them. There were about 3 of us along with Archbishop.
Oh.
So that was.
I like that very much. You say he's a very peaceful, but there he has this, this right, this anger coming out,
Well,
sometimes, I mean, sometimes other Christians needs to hear it,
Well, directed correctly, it's not arbitrary.
Yes, and
so
it's very.
It's a protective anger.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah.
I love protecting anger. Yes.
Yeah, it's not out of malicious desire of intent. So it was of compassion and to, bring awareness and stuff. So yeah. But he's on my Facebook. Like I said, he was sick, but he's getting better. But he's kind of,
I saw him today, first time without his hat. Have you seen the last one? The after the Easter holiday,
No, I haven't.
It's the first. He has no hat on.
Oh. So you watch his what do you call? His videos from inside the sanctuaries? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, that's the only I know of, at least.
Oh, okay.
It's Lazar Paolo. His homepage on YouTube. Yeah.
Sure. Are you Orthodox?
I'm surely considering going that direction. Yeah, because of Lazar Paolo.
Oh my goodness.
Well,
wow.
we don't. Yeah. No, we have a Eastern Orthodox church, but it's Russian, so there are only. Yeah. So I don't know. But
yeah. Can I?
No.
Yeah, you should. I'll tell you what to say. It's all in Old Church Slavonic, but which you'll learn. It's kind of interesting and easy in a weird way. But
Slavonic? I thought Russian.
Yeah, it's Old Church Slavonic.
I thought it was only the Serbians and Romanians that use Slavonic. Really?
Yeah.
I'm learning
and the
everything
Ukrainians too. And probably some Litvaks, and maybe some Latvians, I'm sure. But yeah, pretty much what I understand is that everybody uses Old Church Slavonic. Anyways, point of the story is, if I click up with you, I can send to you some other videos that were really instrumental in helping me to understand Orthodoxy, if you're interested.
Yeah, I would love to circle me, and then you just
okay.
Send it to my. Yeah.
Thank you.
No, I was very shocked because I thought the Orthodox Church was a little bit, old-fashioned, conservative, not very developed, and at least how Father Lazar Paolo, it's just the opposite. It's more
humane.
Intellectual. Yeah,
and
also
humane.
More, yeah.
And balanced.
Science. Yeah.
Very balanced. I had that misunderstanding too about Orthodox in comparing them to Roman Catholic, when I didn't know much about the Orthodox theology. I thought I was under the impression that the Roman Catholic and the Eastern Orthodox were parallel
Yeah.
in their theologies, and that their only difference was the Pope. And I was completely wrong. They're absolute mirror opposites of one another in the way that they understand nearly everything. So
No,
that was a shock to me.
Yeah, I also had a great prejudice because of it's the Church of Eastern Europe, and then you make correlation, or how has it affected society, and
Mm-hmm. Oh,
but,
I understand. Yeah.
but
Yeah. No, that's sort of present in Orthodoxy. There's like this misconception that it's like some kind of ethnic religion, or that you have to be a Russian or Serbian or Arab or Greek. Like I'm none of the above, and I joined up. So.
But it's very natural, Greek, what they have. I mean, politically, Greek, it's a catastrophe, and then you have this. You think about, okay, they are the Orthodox, and it's hard to not make comparisons there. But like I said, I was very surprised, that.
It's funny because even just earlier on, you wouldn't have seen this because this was before you came in here. Because John Kay and I have been, texting over here on the side chat. And when I texted to him, I said it in Greek. I didn't say it to him in Arabic, even though we are both Antiochian Orthodox.
I don't even know what it is in Arabic. I don't know how to say it. Someone told me, but I forget.
You'll learn tomorrow night at nauseum. You'll be saying it all night. You'll figure it out tomorrow.
Well, we mostly use English and a lot of.
Yeah. Are you going to an OCN? Because usually they go Russian.
But
Oh, that's cute. But yeah, they'll say it in every language all night long. Then they'll start going into Klingon and stuff. It's really funny. Yeah.
But yeah, no. I think you'd like it, Balthazar. It's quite different from everything. It's sort of hard to explain it. It's something that I think has to be experienced before.
It does have to be experienced. Yeah, absolutely. Come and see.
Yes. Words fall short.
Right. That's right.
By experience, are you talking about like the ceremony of like church services, or how do you experience?
All of it.
Liturgy.
Everything. The liturgy, the mysteries,
the people,
sacraments, the people,
food,
prayer itself.
the incense, the prayer. Yeah, you can't. It's
history.
There's so much. Yeah. The church fathers.
In Glendale, they have. Oh man, I don't know if it's Russian or Greek or Orthodox.
It's Greek.
That the Armenian people.
Yeah. There's Orthodox Armenians as well. And they just had their anniversary of recognition for 100 years from the Turkish
massacre.
Just happened recently. Oh, yeah.
Well, that's weird how that one is kind of ignored and is a lot more recent. Oh, wait.
It wasn't, but this year it wasn't, and I am so grateful. And it's because of Kim Kardashian. Because she's part Armenian, her father's Armenian. So she and her daughter and her husband, they went and laid a wreath on the memorial.
So
that was in the news.
Famous? I'm real confused about that.
You just answered your own question.
How?
Okay. Why are they famous? They are famous for being famous. Get it?
No.
Okay, well that's about it. Are you asking how they got into the public eye?
I don't understand what's so fascinating about them. I find them not all that intelligent. I watched their show once. They they actually don't seem very smart.
That could be said about a lot of famous people. Right?
No, I mean their show. I mean, famous people are famous because they got a skill.
Okay, well,
I would beg to
here
differ.
we go.
They got a certain skill
is-
that gets them a lot of attention. Like you're good at
They're-
football, you sing, you're a good actor.
Okay.
That's what I don't understand. What can
I'll try to tell. Okay, they grew up in Beverly Hills. Okay, so like they were around all of the other children who were the children of all of the famous people who were in the area. Okay, so like their contemporaries were like Paris Hilton and Nicole Richie's friends, and like all of them. You know, Courtney Semmel, whose like father owns Yahoo. Just all kinds of really, really important whatever. Their father was a lawyer, okay, and he was defense for O.J. Simpson because that's his best friend. That is how he came into the public eye. But before that, he really, as a lawyer, he did stuff with music, so he had connections with the show business because of that. Okay, so that's how one of the ways they came in the public eye. Then it started to happen that they were doing fashion things, particularly for Paris Hilton, and then they opened up their own clothing shop. And then the sex tape really is what got everybody to know who she was. And
Kim Kardashian sex tape?
Yeah. So
she's famous because she rubs elbows with rich people and then did porn.
Well,
Can't be
if you
done for
wanna
everybody. But
call it that, I don't know.
So she's actually famous because she's relatively well known in her
And she's beautiful. She's gorgeous.
and she did a porn movie.
Well, I don't know. No, I mean she was just with her boyfriend.
yeah,
Well,
but
that's-
damn,
It's porn.
some people,
Okay, if you want to call it that, I wouldn't call it that.
Exactly what it is.
some
Okay.
people get famous for less than that. Some people just
Yeah.
get noticed and go, "Oh, you look like you would fit the part of the role."
Exactly.
And they didn't have
Yeah.
any acting training, but they can do it all right. Acting's not that hard, really.
Well, then they develop a skill afterwards, but that's why they're famous, is that they're good at something.
Well, I mean, like to me, I could act probably just about any emotion except for one where I'd have to like cry or something like that. That'd be the only hard thing for me to genuinely produce on a camera.
I mean, it's extremely unlikely that someone's going to get famous when they don't know how to do something. It can happen, but it's not the rule. The rule is you're good at something, you get the right people promoting it, and then you get famous because of that.
Oh, yeah, maybe 3/4 of the time, but even then, let's say the other fourth or 1/5 or whatever the percentage you want to say, there's still a lot of famous people.
I've never understood what was the big deal with the Kardashians.
Well, now you know.
You know what it
Well-
is? It's that people like to just watch disasters. And I've never seen the show, so I can't really say if that's what that show is like, but I know that even if that is the case and it's nothing real talent, but people just like to look at stuff go
Well,
down.
I mean, I watched the one show and how the people were acting around them, and that it wasn't even what I would consider normal. I mean,
Well, it's a TV show.
they just seemed stupid to me.
I have a question. Has anyone ever met someone of Armenian descent whose last name didn't end in IAN?
No, they all do.
No, they also end in YAN.
Well, that's the same.
I
worked
wonder why that is.
because they're Armenian.
I know, but like every single one ends in IAN.
Well, you know how much connected they are to their ethnic culture.
I know it's a tiny place.
Yeah, it's very specific, and it's such a small group that it's kind of easy. And there's only how many letters in that language, perhaps, or something like that. Something I don't know.
And they say the name of the show is called Jersey Shore. Like it's New Jersey. People pretty much look down on New Jersey.
supposedly. I'm a West Coast guy. I wouldn't know.
Yeah, well, people do make fun of New Jersey because it's easy to be made fun of, but it's also really beautiful. People don't know how pretty it is, actually.
I've never really understood that either. I thought maybe there was something wrong with New Jersey that I didn't know about.
There's a lot of industrial stuff, and there's a lot of, kind of people who are sort of a little, I don't know, like you might want to call white trash or something, and so people are a little snotty about it, but you don't have to be. But I will say, for as fast as Manhattanites speak, Jersey people talk faster, and you have to make sure that you're really actually listening to them because they're going to talk so much faster. And
oh my God!
And so I had this secretary who was, from New Jersey, and she would be trying to get all of the appointments together, and she needs to know from this one and then to a month. And so, are you going to take that? And I would say, I'm going to call you back. Because she would be, just laying down all these dates, and I'm like, whoa, I can't keep up with it. She said, okay, thank you, I'll call her back. So I would have to call her back every time so that we could make like 6 appointments. Yeah.
That's kind of like how we used to make fun of Valley Girls.
Really fast.
Valley Girl fad in the 80s. We used to make fun of it because they used to talk real fast like that. And real
yes, but it was different. That's a different one, and I can imitate it, but I almost slipped into it, but I'm not in the mood. I don't think so.
You put me in mind
going to
just a moment ago.
What?
I said when you were talking real fast, you put me in mind of a Valley Girl.
Yeah.
Yeah. When that fad was going on,
slip into that.
Some girls were imitating it.
Yes.
They just wanted to put a gag in their mouth.
Well, yeah, that's another story.
Oh my gosh. Oh.
I know.
Jersey has some of the best Italian food. Pizza.
Do you know what's so silly, though, is that, like, Snooki isn't even from New Jersey. She's from Rhode Island.
She gained some weight, didn't she?
No, she lost it all back down after she had her baby.
She was kind of good looking, though.
I mean, think of, the soap operas that went on for, they're still going, right?
I don't watch
those things are lame as hell. But people watch those.
Yeah. Oh my God. I can't even begin to describe how stupid those are. Everybody screws everybody. Literally.
Yeah, it's pretty gross.
Pretty bad acting, too.
Reading, I forget, but isn't there some soap opera that's been on air continuously for 42 or 43 years, or maybe even longer? Like Guiding
Light or something.
I think it was As the World Turns, or one of it was something like that. It was.
I remember Carol Burnett making fun of As the World Turns in her skits.
Yeah.
Called As the Stomach Turns.
Yes.
Why do they call them soap operas?
Because it used to be back in the radio days.
There you go. Go ahead. We both know the answer.
When it was on radio, that's where soap operas came from, and the main what do they call them? Sponsors. Yeah, the main sponsor was people who sold soap.
Oh.
Because if you want to sell it to a lady, you're going to sell it to them on a show that they're going to be wanting to watch, right? So it kind of makes sense, yeah.
So they're called soap operas. It came out of radio. It was on
and then it continued when it went on to TV in the same manner.
I remember when I was a kid, speaking of radio shows, there's something to be said about them things, man, because not soap operas, but other radio shows. I remember when I was a kid, and at a certain time, I was 10 years old or so this was in the early 70s. At a certain time at night, you can listen to something called Mystery Theater.
Yes.
And they did old mysteries and stuff, and you would listen to it. And me and my brother had our little AM clock radio. We would tune into it when we were supposed to be asleep, and we stayed up and listened to it. And it was actually quite entertaining. You could actually see it all being played out in your head.
Now, it was magical at the time, but do you think it would stand the test of time, and if you listen to it now, it'd still be cool?
Yeah, you could.
It does. It does. I still listen to stuff on the radio.
You could literally go get an old record or record.
They're amazing.
It might even be on YouTube for that matter. I never
The
bothered.
Shadow Knows. There's so many amazing
You
old
could actually
shows.
start to listen
They're
to one of those
creepy.
shows, and you could actually get into it like as
You
if you're watching
can.
TV.
It's better than TV because you imagine it. You know,
Yeah,
you
see
turn
it,
out all the lights
you're
and
listening
it's
to the
just
sound effects, and you
yeah.
can picture everything happening.
It's intense. It's an intense experience.
So there's something to be said for it. I mean, when people are like, "Oh, you listen to radio? That was boring." No, but everything that we had on TV, they also had on radio.
And it's kind of like listening to somebody tell you a story, like how people used to sit around and just chat.
With sound effects.
Right? Yeah, exactly. Making it into a show, right?
It's called
But it's
Mystery.
more intimate.
I'll try to look it up and see if I can put a link up because
Mystery Theater is one of them.
The Shadow Knows is a famous one. Amos and Andy is a comedy.
Fibber McGee and Molly. I like them. And Mom and Pop Kettle actually started from the radio show
A lot
as
of the
well.
early TV shows in the 60s, 50s, and 60s started off in radio.
Yeah. They sure
yeah,
did.
there it is. They've got it on YouTube.
It's amazing stuff.
I don't see a link.
Anyway. Is Art awake? Or is he away from his spot? Because he's
a lot
got
of times
his...
he just mutes and just kind of listens. He's not quite as bad off as Tom, but
I need to chat with him so much.
let me see what this link is. Cool.
Wow.
Cool. I'm glad you shared that.
That is very cool.
That's what I love about YouTube. You can find virtually anything.
You can find everything. Isn't it amazing? That's so cool.
Come in. Welcome. I meet you.
Isn't that creepy?
It is awesome. You got tired of listening to it, Palm.
Or he's getting scared.
Don't
Maybe.
play it.
He's getting scared.
I think he's getting sick of it. He's getting sick of it. Oh, jeez. Now he's going to get flagged because of...
Palm Jam muted me.
Yeah, because he's concerned that Nadia would get flagged
I
for
wasn't gonna play
copyright
that.
infringement.
Just that one little music part. That's
They
all.
won't do it for that, but shouldn't risk it, yeah.
Yeah,
Exactly.
Thank you, Palm.
But anyway, yeah, that's the kind of thing that they listened to back in the 30s and the 40s, and it was just as good as TV. So they had their entertainment. Then before radio, you had books.
And people.
They had what they called dime novels. So
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a double-edged sword. It's one of the things I'm a little bit concerned about, like with the internet. I see the positive, but I also find that people like don't want to hang out as much. I don't know if it's because they're getting their fix of socialness on the internet.
It's a lot easier to hang out in the privacy of your own home with people than it is to actually get together with people.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Right, but if that's going to make us sacrifice in person hanging out, then I kind of like I don't like that negative fallout.
Like, how often do people visit their neighbors? Just regularly, you know what I mean?
I think it's older folks like us that do this. I don't really see teenagers doing it.
Because that used to be your friends, whoever you lived with, next to and close to, in
I
proximity.
wanted to visit my friend. I went over to his house.
Yeah, exactly.
We didn't have cell phones. I'd call him on the phone and say, "Hey, I'm coming over. Be there in about 20 minutes."
So you're saying if internet did not exist, you would just be on the phone? You still wouldn't go over to people's houses?
I still don't have a cell phone. I just have a landline.
No, he's saying he called them to let him know he's coming over.
Or sometimes I just show up. I knew when they were going to be up and about, or when you get to know people, and you knew when it was a good time to visit. And usually they were friendly and cordial, they had something going on, they say, hey, look, man, I got to be somewhere, so we're gonna have to cut this visit short. You know, so I mean, you made accommodations.
I don't know. I grew up a lot with my grandparents, and so there was a lot of visiting. We would go and just visit people.
Yeah.
And that, you know, we would just sit and chat. And they didn't, you know, relegate me off to the kiddie room. I had to participate in adult conversation or just be quiet or play quietly myself, but in the same room. So I was still listening to it. And
what happened in my grandparents' house? It was
yeah.
my grandfather, my grandmother, which was my mom's mom and dad, and then my mom's sister, and then my father, and then all of us kids. We'd be in the living room, while they'd be in the dining area, sitting at the table, talking about all kinds of stuff.
Yeah. See, and now things usually don't happen like that unless it's a holiday break. But when it was like that way constantly, you know, people are visiting and talking and chatting all the time instead of it being something rare.
The sitcom Friends is a very good example of that, where they're always going in and out of each other's places. They're always meeting up, you know, some, like at the coffee house or at someone's apartment, and talking about everything. They didn't like do it over the internet. Of course, the internet was brand new when that show was on, and not very sophisticated. But that's kind of how it was, you know, and we would visit our grandparents and our cousins and all that several times a week.
Oh, exactly. And we were expected to, like, make friends with whoever kid's brother was there, and you had to include everybody in the game and
that didn't
whatever it was. You know what I mean?
Especially when you started to get a little older. When you were kids, it wasn't that big a deal. But as you got older and people's taste...
There was pressure, yeah. But people had to learn how to contend with that, and that's something that I don't think kids have, that kind of situations coming up, different structures like that coming to clash and having to learn how to make the best of things.
I remember when the ice cream truck would come around and we'd all run outside and there'd be like 30 of us kids running down the block trying to catch the ice cream truck. You could get an ice cream for like 15 cents.
Oh my gosh. There's actually, like, there's an empty field right next to my house, and we just found out that there's a Dairy Queen building up there, and I'm like, oh no, that's not what I need right next to my house. It's just going to be so far too easy.
Well, for you or the kids?
Regardless, it's too easy. It's in too easy of an access. You know, we're going to end up eating so much because it's right there all the time.
I got a McDonald's a block and a half away from where I live.
Okay.
With a drive-through, 24 hours. Believe me, I go there at least twice a week.
There, yeah, see, because it's in close proximity. Which, you know, especially when you're driving and you're driving home, because, you know, I'm in Tucson, and it's hot in the summer, yeah, that ice cream's going to look really good to me right before I get to the house. So I can, yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, younger folks, and when we were younger, we were the same way. The stuff that we have, the TV shows, the internet, the computers, the telephones, the cell phones, all that, it didn't just pop into existence with them. It's evolved from older technology, and they don't really appreciate it that much.
No, but you know what I think is funny is I think that at every stage of all of those different milestones that had to happen to create, you know, what's now everything that's available, that there were always people who were noticing the small chipping away that happened to society during those, you know, adjustments. And so, you know how people will talk about how, oh, people don't chat anymore, they're all busy on their own cell phones, right? Well, when people didn't have cell phones, they would read the paper and not talk to each other. So there's always some manner of something that would be, you know what I mean,
Depends
a
on
barrier. Yeah, and
depends
so
on your generation, yeah.
yeah, and it's kind of funny because sometimes I will sit without my cell phone and see how long, you know, if I can chat with someone, or, you know, just because it's like an experiment, you know, because people are so into their phones.
Well,
And I am too.
You used to do it before there were cell phones.
Yeah, exactly. Never gave it a thought.
I get people who are in the 20-ish age group telling me that they don't know how they would ever live their life if they didn't have cell phones.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh my God, I don't even have a cell phone. They creep me out. I don't like them.
I went to meet up with a friend of mine, and she didn't have a cell phone, and she was going to a place she hadn't been before. And for some reason, we didn't specify where at the fairgrounds we were going to be connecting. And I loved the fact that I was walking around waiting to find her. You know, there was like this sense of excitement, I guess, because I couldn't wait to bump into her, and I knew she was there. Do you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And there was this like sense of adventure, like a sense of, I don't know how to describe it. And that wouldn't have happened if, as soon as I got there, I would have clicked up onto my phone and said, okay, hon, where are you? And then, you know, we'd just talk on the phone until we met each other. You know what I mean? Like, there used to be so much more, like, if you don't have phone ID, that's a dangerous thing. You don't know who's calling you.
Well, I mean, like, I don't do Facebook anymore. I used to do Facebook. It was a good way to get a hold of family and stuff, but then it just got creepy.
It is creepy now.
When my sister-in-law is on Facebook constantly, and she's like, well, I'm doing laundry now. I'm doing this now. I'm vacuuming the living room. Like, shut up! Your life's not that interesting.
No, and they're just mundane activities.
You know, it's like, you don't have to tell us every damn thing you're doing. That's somebody with an issue, man.
Do you know what, though? There are some things that it's still really good for. I mean, and I don't mean to be morbid, but for people who have passed away, it's kind of an amazing thing, because then their page becomes a memorial, and it's kind of helpful to the grieving process. And also, it can pose situations where it relieves or creates an awkward conversation. Like, I knew someone who was sick, and I never wanted to ask them, you know, what was their malady, and somebody else did it. So I was able to find out without that uncomfortable, you know, kind of pinning them to the corner, and then, you know, it didn't matter, you know what I mean? So it's kind of an interesting thing. It's almost like you're getting to listen into somebody else's conversation, but you've been invited to it. So
kind of like how the switchboard operators were back in the 30s, huh?
I think so, yeah.
Like, they knew everybody's business.
Yes.
So do you think that maybe the solution is learning, just like with all things, moderation and youth?
I like that answer very well. And I also think become friends with your neighbors. That would be the biggest thing I would say.
No, we need more isolationism. We need
become friends with your neighbors.
Actually go into the computer physically.
Well, some would say that that's not too far around the corner.
Yeah.
Holodeck.
That's true too.
I'd never leave it.
But seriously, who knows their neighbors?
What famous porn star do I want to spend time with next?
I mean, really, when I grew up living in cities, I didn't know who my neighbors were, but maybe a few of them, you know?
Yeah.
But now I love my neighbors on one side, and I know my neighbors on another side, and we're at least friendly.
But all these bad things that they say about the new technologies that are coming out with, they've said it about the old technologies as well.
Yeah, that's why I say you got to go out of your way to make friends with your neighbors. You have to think about doing it.
I remember watching a movie, I believe it was Young Guns, where one kid was trying to talk to his hero, Billy the Kid, and he was saying that he read all about him in dime novels. And of course, Billy the Kid was trying to let him know that most of it was bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
Dime novel. And so the mentality I gathered from that is that people pretty much consider dime novels as brain rot.
Mm-hmm.
Same sort of thing that
like a magazine.
I'm pretty sure they said it about radio shows, and now they're saying it about computer games. It's just like when they were saying that rock music in the 70s rock was causing people to flip out and kill.
Well, and before that it was jazz.
And then they started saying it about Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah, anything that's a change, another expression of creativity.
And they missed the whole point that if somebody does horrible or has a bad experience or something is a liability in their life, it's usually from another issue.
Good night, John.
They just happen to be into this other thing that just made it worse. So it's not the object that they're talking about that's the problem. It's the person with an already pre-existing issue that gets.
I totally agree.
So it's like if you're on the internet on YouTube and in Google Hangouts and stuff, and you don't have friends, you can't work your job, you can't do. It's not because you are on the internet. It's because you have a problem that your internet is enabling.
Yeah, interpersonally, and then it just shows in that manner.
Yeah, you're not going to work. You're not paying your bills and stuff like that.
You had that issue before.
Yeah, you had a pre-existing condition that this technology just happened to make worse.
Yeah, I agree with that in large part. I guess the only thing, like say somebody who's socially just doesn't want to put in the work that's involved with the relationship that's more intimate and is face-to-face, they'll then retreat to the internet. The only bit that I've noticed is people who are not that way and they're becoming a little bit more recluse. And the only thing I could use to plug in the equation that makes sense of it all is that they're getting some sense of their socializing that would make them feel normal from that source, and therefore they don't hang out as much in person. I don't know.
I've heard that too.
I'm not a very sociable person as it is. I just had a very few close group of friends. And we're pretty much a lot older now, and we don't get around as much. We don't see each other anymore near as much, and we kind of got tired of each other's crap. So, yeah, I pretty much the extent of my social life outside of work. Maybe one or two other individuals, but that's just the way my life has turned out. I mean, I don't consider myself having an issue or a problem because I still go to work, I still pay my bills. And I know that this is just the internet. Nobody really has power over me here. They can't affect my life in any way. Which is a conversation I've gotten into with the likes of Rad Campbell, G-Man, and the rest, is that they want to act like as if they have some sort of authority, and I laughed in their face about it and said, well, why don't you enforce your authority that you think you have over me, which is none at all.
That's pretty laughable.
Don't encourage them.
Don't encourage them.
Well, I just saw Rad Campbell's latest video. The guy is just gone.
Don't feed the bears.
Wow. I mean, the guy. I mean, you thought the stuff he put out before was crazy.
I haven't watched, so I don't know.
He's actually giving people orders. Like he's a general in a war.
Okay, so that's how he views himself. That's fine. If anybody else wants to play the game too, they'll come along for the ride, I'm sure. And, you know, if they don't, they'll go play in another sandbox.
What gets me is that there's people that believe this crap.
Well, then they'll play in his sandbox by his rules. That's, you know.
It's just, wow. How do you not spontaneously combust?
I don't know.
That's why I want to ask you, what is keeping you from spontaneously combusting right on camera?
Out of his own anger, you mean?
The flames, man.
Just out of his own anger?
Fuck it!
Just like out of his own anger, you mean? Like, just have a conniption? Like, what are you trying?
He was saying like, you're all distracting me from my mission of fighting this one goddamn fuck it!
He does it to make us laugh. You realize that? I mean,
We're talking about psychotropic drugs and mental problems. Oh my God! Earlier, this guy fits the bill like you wouldn't believe. This guy needs some psychotropic meds bad.
Well, I don't know if he does or not, but something's going on.
I have a sock account. I'll admit it finally, but I have a sock account where I call myself G-Man Tied and Gagged. I got banned off of Nadia's Hangout coming in, and it's a picture of G-Man tied to a chair with a gag in his mouth.
Oh my goodness!
Because that's the only way you can have an intelligent conversation.
Goodness!
It's the only way you can talk. Is you freaking gotta tie his ass up and gag him. Now it's my turn to talk, asshole.
Oh my goodness!
That's the only way you'll ever be able.
I've had decent conversations with him.
Really?
Yeah, and didn't you remember how it was when he first met me?
When? The guy will never shut up.
Oh gosh, yeah. No, well, the first time he met me, he totally railed against me and told me I was not a real Christian, and oh yeah, it was really funny.
Or whatever it was.
Did he give you grounds for that statement?
What?
As to why I wasn't a Christian.
Because you disagree with him. That's the only reason. If you disagree with him, you're not a real Christian.
So funny. It's just like
G-Man says, but I'm going by the Bible. That's what you say. It's still your opinion. It's your opinion you're going by the Bible.
You're not a real Christian. And then he starts listing all these people that I still don't even know who they are, you know. And I guess that they're like contemporary, you know, Christian whomevers, whatever. And I'm like, you don't know who that is? You don't know who that is? You don't know who that is? I'm like, no. So yeah, he thought I was unstudied or whatever, and
yeah, if you disagree with him,
it was funny.
Studied, you know, but he doesn't understand that a lot of us have been Christians for decades.
Well, okay, even so, he was on. I threw him off his game because he wanted to come on to talk against the Roman Catholic Church about something. I don't even remember what it was, and he kept saying Catholics. And and I said, you realize, you know, there are more than just Roman Catholics, and that when you say Catholics, if you mean Roman Catholics, you need to say Roman Catholics because the theology does not apply to me, what you're describing. And yeah, he was not prepared for that. So it went off into this, what?
I was just saying Catholic means universal.
Yeah.
So, I mean, technically speaking, he's a Catholic if he's part of the body of Christ.
Well,
so that's another thing that confuses me. And in one of my videos, I brought this up. He says that that his authority is over the body of Christ. That as a believer, he has authority to correct certain individuals in the body of Christ. And then he says that, well, I'm a fake Christian. Other people are fake Christians. Like Gretchen's probably been called that. I know he calls Fiona that. And then he turns around and says we're all in the body of Christ. So there's fake Christians in the body of Christ?
I have no idea.
Well, he called me that once too. Again, because of his lack of knowledge about medication and pharmacology.
I've heard terms like pretend Christian. What the hell is a pretend Christian?
I have no idea how all of a sudden Christianity has anything to do with, you said, medication? That's truly, that's an odd story I'd hope to hear maybe sometime. I can't imagine the line of thinking.
He defends slavery, exempts the transatlantic slave trade as he said that type of slavery is wrong. The Jewish type of slavery is okay. No, it's the same kind of slavery. It's stupid. And so he makes these distinctions that aren't even biblical. And then he says it is. So he redefines things to suit himself, cherry picks, and then says he doesn't do it when he does, because everybody does. And that's not necessarily a bad thing. It's just dishonest if you say that you don't.
If you're not aware, he probably doesn't. I don't know if he has the self-awareness to understand that's what he's doing. Can I ask John? Yeah, what about medication has to do with Christianity?
Oh, yeah. I don't even remember how I got brought up, but somebody had mentioned I think weed or something like that.
Oh, okay.
And then I piped in to throw my 2 cents. It's got usefulness, and it's not in and of itself sinful. It can become sin, as with all substances.
Sure.
Anything with it in excess is sinful.
Right. And I went on to talk about other substances that we would be held to because the law says it's illegal, so therefore stay away from. But there's alternatives, and then there's some places where you can go where it is legal. Yeah. For instance, like say somebody's hooked on codeine pills. Mm-hmm. They can take something called ibogaine to help them get off of it. And supposedly it's got like an 88% success rate or something like that. It's like a reset button to addiction. Anyway.
Yeah. Just like how Suboxone does the same thing, and there's a bunch of stuff like that, especially.
Suboxone is just like it's a stepping stone down off addiction, but it doesn't really do the full trick. This supposedly, do some research. Supposedly you take it one time and boom, you're done.
Wow, that's amazing.
So he was like saying I'm like into pharmakia, you're supporting witchcraft, and I'm like, dude, if that's the case, then every medical professional is a witch. I'm a witch because I hand out medications every time I go to work.
Oh my God, are you a pharmacist?
No, I'm a nurse, but he was.
Oh.
Once I said that, he like, well, that was a different case. There's exceptions to the rule.
Ridiculous. That's cool, you're a nurse.
When he wants it to mean it. See, that's what he doesn't understand.
Yeah, he's just inventing an argument, right? Just for the heck of it.
That's what G-Man fails to comprehend, that he doesn't look at himself objectively. He doesn't realize, or maybe he does and doesn't care, but
I don't know.
He has things mean things when he wants it to mean it. When
it's for sure.
Conversation, and then it means something else when it isn't. When it's no longer convenient, and fundamentalists do this all the time, when it's no longer convenient to their conversation, that it means something else. Like in Rand Campbell's latest video where he's saying, get off the battlefield because you don't have a warrior spirit, so get off the battlefield, get out of the way. And by the way, pick up your sword and join the fight. Well, what do I got to do? So he says stuff like that. It's like he contradicts himself in his own conversation. He's like, so either I'm supposed to pick up the sword and join the fight, or then you're telling me to get off the battlefield because I'm not good enough to fight. I mean, make up your damn mind. You don't even know which fantasy bullshit to go by. Did I lose anybody?
Where?
Oh, okay. Stop. Nobody saying anything. But anyway, that's what the fundamentalists do that just annoys me to no end. They just make up bullshit, and they know they make up bullshit, and they just choose when to go by it and when not. So, like, I don't understand when you were talking about, like, you're Eastern Orthodox and
Yeah.
you got one that's the other side is Roman Catholic. So, what does
Yeah.
one think the other are false Christians or what?
No, well, not from our end. We don't think they're fake or something like that. They're still part of the body of Christ, but they're out of the church, which, we were the original church that they broke away from.
So
So
it's a separate church, but you still
it
consider
is now, but yeah, it didn't used to be. But
you still consider Christians.
of course, absolutely, yeah. There's nothing about that would
That's something I never
wouldn't even describe it that way.
That's something I couldn't grasp with G-Man's argument when he talks about fake Christians, is he says
I have no idea what that means.
I don't either. That there are fake Christians, and that he has authority over the body of Christ. And I said, well, you just told me that I'm not in the body of Christ since I'm a fake Christian. So why do you think you have authority over me? And he goes, well, the body of Christ is everyone who believes in Christ. So you just said that there are fakes. So that's impossible. You can't. Jesus Christ isn't going to have fakes in his body.
It's ridiculous.
His arguments are retarded, and he doesn't even realize it. And when you try to explain these things to him, it's like he's got mental problems, bad ones.
I don't know.
And
it's odd, that's for sure.
Like he was. I remember when he was talking to this one evolutionist. He had his dog, and he's saying, according to theory of evolution, me and this dog is related, and I own this dog. So you're saying that I shouldn't own this dog since we're related, because he's trying to equate that with slavery. And the guy's
gosh,
trying to compare a dog to a human being owning another human. You seriously trying to make that idiotic comparison?
Wow.
And then he went into like, well, you don't understand the animal kingdom. And then G-Man goes, animal kingdom? I mean, animals have a kingdom? Who's their king?
Oh, no.
I mean, this is the kind of dumb shit he said.
Maybe he's joking.
No, he wasn't.
Maybe it just caught him off guard. Do you know what I mean? And he didn't realize what he was
It
saying.
doesn't even matter if he was joking. It was stupid beyond expression.
Like this is why I think he should be ignored. It seems like he keeps being fed. Yeah. He keeps. Well, I mean, he'll probably do it anyway, but he'll be less visible.
Now he's going after dark matter. Dark matter 2525. He's going after criticizing dark matter and criticizing his cartoons and stuff. And
I think he probably just needs love.
he only wants to go after and argue with people that have a lot of views so that he could get attention for himself. That's what he's on here for.
Yeah, but why does he act that way? I always try to think about.
He doing God's work. He thinks he's doing God's work by being a Christian prick. And
well, he might think that, but I'm saying, why does he act that way? Because you could think that same thought and act different ways.
He's a very aggressive person, and that's something that he says about himself.
He says he's an aggressive Christian, which is incredibly stupid and unbiblical.
What I'm driving at is, I think it's beneficial for us to take a step back and go, what sort of upbringing did this person have that maybe was turbulent or just effed up and made them how they are right now?
He
for sure.
A bit more compassionate.
According to his own testimony, he became,
for sure.
He became a believer. Like, I don't know, what was it, 9 years ago, something like that, 13 years ago, I don't know. Sometime, he's been a Christian a lot less time than I have been. And because I became a Christian when I was 16. I'm 52 now. But so he had some sort of multi-level marketing scheme he was trying to push, and he became a Christian by a relative. I think he said it was his brother, and his brother talked him into it, and he gave up his multi-level marketing scheme, but he incorporated it into his religious belief system. So he's got a marketing level mentality behind his theology, and it is really jacked up, stupid, and just plain insane. And there's no such thing as an aggressive Christian. I don't know where the hell that came up.
Well, no, he just describes himself as an aggressive person.
He said he's an aggressive
by nature.
I heard that. And he says he describes himself as a Christian that will get in your face if he thinks you're wrong in your theology. And quite frankly, if he ever got in my face, he's probably going to find my fist not too far behind.
Well, it's so foolish. I mean, how can you speak on behalf of a peaceful, merciful God?
He completely ignores those parts of the Bible and says he doesn't.
Here's my thing, is if you have somebody who you think is a fake Christian, what are they? They're unregenerate. That should cause you to have compassion for them, because at current, at least, they're on the road to hell. That's the worst possible thing that could happen. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah,
I'm a fake Christian because I have a universal salvation belief.
But see, when you say that, John, that comes with a maturity and a patience and a recognition of, you know, this person as an autonomous individual, whereas I don't think that's offered to him, to the other person when he's making those types of statements. And I agree with you too, David, what you said in regards to universalism, and yes, that is one of his problems with me as well.
But he forgets the Bible passage that says the meek shall inherit the earth. Now, aggressiveness is the opposite of meekness.
I'm not a universalist, but I don't have a problem with you guys. I'm not gonna like get all crazy and call you phony or something, you know.
Are you a universalist?
No.
You said? Oh. So, are you a Christian of some kind? Or atheist?
Yeah. I mean, if you had to like give an easy like one phrase definition, I guess Baptistic, as far as like soteriology or like the
So you're of the Baptist belief system.
Yeah, I'm like a Baptist who believes in the absolute sovereignty of God. That's about as easy as I can put it.
Okay, that's clear. But I'd still, you know, want to ask personally different things. You know, I mean, if we were having a conversation about it, because I still wouldn't want to just, you know, assume that I know exactly what you mean, because you might even have a different, interpretation of a particular theological point than any other person. So it would be worth it just to get to know personally. But thanks for that.
For sure. I'm just saying, like, no matter how diverse my views are from someone else, they could be the, you know, the biggest God hater, as long as they're nice and courteous to me while I'm talking to them. Hey, it's game on. I enjoy that sort of discourse and interaction. But when a person, like you said, is immature, doesn't know how to have a give and take, and they just want to say everything, or they have arrogance mixed with ignorance about them, or are being jerks, like, you know, abrasive, then it's over. I have no time for that. I'm trying to advance myself. I suck a lot and got a lot of work that needs yet to be done, and it's not going to happen by hanging out with people like such and such, you know.
Right, yeah, you have to be around people who improve you and inspire you and are positive and propel you towards things that are good and, you know, feed and nurture you. The company we keep is definitely something important to consider.
Tom, I thought you were a Calvinist. Or
I don't know what Calvin taught, but that's why I threw in there the absolute sovereignty of God.
Okay, so you're not a Calvinist.
I don't follow Calvin. I don't know what he said.
Okay. No. I don't know why I have this impression. I don't know. Perhaps I mix you with someone.
Some people might call me a Calvinist, but again, you gotta be careful with that term because it can hold a lot of baggage with it.
Now, you are familiar with Rand Campbell, aren't you?
I've only exchanged like hello, hi, you know.
Okay, roughly about a month ago, he put out a video, and I have not been able to find it, but I did find another video where the comment was actually written down to support the existence of the video. He made a prediction that September 23rd this year, that something dramatic is going to happen. It's going to change everyone's lives dramatically. The country's not going to be the same anymore. I mean, it's going to be radically changed somehow. And then he mentioned certain individuals by name, including me, that we're going to be in FEMA camps. And then roughly a few weeks after that, I asked him about it in a hangout. I think it might have been even Nadia's hangout. But I asked him, I said, why are you making a prediction that the apocalypse, more or less, is going to start on September 23rd and we're all going to go to FEMA camps? And then he tried to backpedal and said that he didn't really say that when he did say it. And I got evidence that he said it. I got proof that he said it. And and so now he's trying to change what he said, and now he's trying to go and get everyone's attention on something else. But September 23rd is going to come around, and nothing's going to be any different. And
was that one dude that most recently made predictions, had billboards up and everything?
Oh, that May date, like years ago.
And he changed it to October.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So
Harold Camping, was that?
Yeah,
was
that's
that
him.
him?
That's him. So
But
now
And then, he passed away shortly thereafter, too. And I just felt so sad for him.
This is the kind of people that we're dealing with here. You cannot take them seriously, even though it's easy to do and it's easy to get offended and want to nuke them. They're unnukable because they just deny they do what they do. And when you get someone that just denies it, no matter what, you can show them video proof. You just walk to the grocery store and they're going like, no, I didn't. No, I didn't. It's like no matter what, they're going to deny it. So it's just best to just, everyone knows that they're batshit crazy, and they just should be laughed at. And when they're laughed at, you have a video like what Rand Campbell just did, where he is like right on the edge of spontaneous combustion. He doesn't even know what he's saying from 1 minute to the next. He says one thing and then he says the opposite.
I think a better tactic is ignore them, not just for your own sake, but maybe even for theirs. After a while, they'll, hang some of it up or lose some of that steam.
I would love to see that. They turn on each other. No, but what I'm going to do from now on is not engage them directly anymore. If I make a comment, it'll be on my channel, on my video, and if Rand Campbell makes a comment on my video, I may or may not respond. But as far as going to their neck of the woods, when they show up in hangouts, engaging them in any way, I'm really reconsidering doing that because it has been unfruitful and frustrating to do so.
Well, I'm gonna get going, folks. So
Took my day off.
Have fun. Looks like everyone else except for Baltazar is snoozing, or they're just listening, I guess. But all right, catch you next time.
Okay, see you around. Nice talking to you.
Bye.
Well, I probably should leave too. Goodbye, everybody.
So boat and desert. It's just
Yeah, how are
me and
you,
me
Art?
here. Yeah, I'm fine.
Hi, Art.
Hey, desert.
Hey, Art. Say Tomb Raider.
Say again?
Can
Oh,
you say
fuck
Tomb
you.
Raider?
Fuck you.
I'm glad Nadia is finally at the camper and everything.
Yeah, I've been keeping up. I've been asking people. Yeah, I'm glad for Nadia.
Yeah, me too. She seems a lot happier,
Oh yeah,
I think is the word.
definitely.
She's sleeping longer also, perhaps?
Which is good, which is really good. Her
Yes.
body needs rest.
No, I said to her she should take her cell phone and make 10 minutes walk in the woods hangouts.
Oh, that'd be nice, yeah.
Yeah.
You know, I'd like to see how the forest looks like, without
Yeah.
leaving the house too.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. More
Yeah, it's
interesting also.
really, it's really nice when you can watch the forest, be in the forest without actually leaving the house. You can just,
Yeah,
that's,
yeah. And something can happen also. It's always a small moment of excitement. Have you seen Art? Have you seen in Mendham?
who's that?
It's antinatalist. He's pretty famous. He's the guru of the antinatalist.
What is his name again?
In Mendham.
Oh, you mean Emendum.
In Mendham, okay. I
Yeah.
don't see it.
Yeah, he has this long hair, right? He's kind of a older
Yeah.
dude, right? Yeah, I know him. Yeah, he's a crazy dude.
Yeah,
Well,
but
crazy.
yeah,
He's an educated bud. His views are fucking
yeah,
up
yeah.
there.
But he makes this. It's his. He makes always this walk in the woods videos. It's like he's pretty famous for that. I mean, it's kind of his brand. When he goes and goes in the woods and rants about his cause.
I've seen a few hangouts with him. Cannot say I agree with him.
Oh, but he's. I don't know. I think I think it's a very interesting phenomenon. I mean, this idea he has. He actually also would nuke humans out of existence.
Oh yeah, it's
So
fucking mental.
yeah.
If you
It's,
believe
but
that, why the fuck are you still here?
yeah.
Why
No,
are you
but it's
talking to me?
interesting
Go kill
because
yourself.
yeah, it's it's a very new phenomenon. I think. It's not like most things are, I mean, very old, but this kind of thought, and there are many people. I mean, he has like 8,000 subscribers.
Fucking mental. Like 8 people who want to kill themselves and all of humanity. I'm sorry, 8,000 people, and yet they're still here.
Yeah, and they are very suicidal, many of them. But no, it's a horror. I mean, it's so crazy that it's interesting to just watch it. But he's pretty consistent in his view. I mean,
That's good.
yeah. And how are your game project working?
Not much. I'm waiting for a job. I have they sort of already kind of agreed to take me. They're making an appointment for a doctor so that I can get checked out. and I'm going to be working quite a lot, so I'm kind of trying to figure out when I'm going to be actually doing this game. I need to first rearrange my time here, you know, find enough time to actually make the game. So
Yeah.
it's kind of a on the back burner, you could say.
Yeah.
And so, did you have any luck with finding a job?
I haven't been very actively seeking, to be honest, last weeks and month now.
I see.
So, but my situation is strange because I took a like 1 day job because just for the fun of it, but I lose the money I get from the state, so I cannot take a 3 days job, without losing a lot of money. So it's
Yeah, I
but
see.
yeah, but I only get money until I think it's July. So then I have to do something. I'm just a little bit worried that I'm using my time a little bit bad. I mean, I could have been traveling at least.
Yeah, it's this, you kind of get used to doing nothing, right? And I'm talking from experience. You kind of get
Yeah,
used to it. It's a bad habit.
yeah, it's really addictive. It's a difficult circle, yes. I never been in this situation, and I'm really surprised over myself. But yeah, it's
Well, I'm pretty sure you will find something. Just need some time.
yeah, yeah. I think I will find. I mean, there's there's work in Norway. That's not the problem. But I have to, if I want the work I want to have, I probably have to move, and then, I have have a own house or a flat, so I have to try to rent it out. I don't want to sell it.
Also, you have another flat? Like
Yeah,
an
I have a flat, and yeah, I can rent it out, of course. So, but
Well, you can rent it out.
yeah, I have to do that if I find a job outside the city. Well, outside this city, I mean.
Right. Well, I wish you good luck.
No, thank you. And what kind of job are you thinking of now, or?
Well, the one that I kind of sort of already got is a assistant of a post office deliverer. I'm gonna be helping with heavy loads. Whenever a guy has some, heavy packages that he has to deliver, I'm gonna ride with him and help him with
Okay.
it. The pay is exactly the same as for a driver, so it's actually quite good. I don't have any stress. Don't have to worry about delivering things. I just gonna ride along, helping
Yeah.
someone with something heavy, and that's it. But I'm kind of thinking that there is either a fuck up there, they kind of forgot about me, or they never intended to actually hire me, because it's been 3 weeks since they told me they're arranging for the doctor's appointment,
Mm.
which is, I'm not sure, because the last time I was working in the post office, it took about the same time for the doctor's appointment, if not even more actually.
Yeah.
And I did notice that the what's it called, the invoice for the job, right? When people put out the invoice that they're searching for a job, has been removed. So I'm hoping it's because they did actually took me. So
Yeah.
I'm kind of hoping. I'm gonna call them actually.
I do that, yeah.
Yeah.
But don't be encouraged. I mean, this is very dangerous. I mean, this situation, you know, if you have applied for a job and you are pretty sure that you get it and you don't get it, that can be, you know,
Yeah.
you have to be prepared for that and don't let that encourage.
I was actually on Friday, I think. No, it was. Well, yeah, Friday. I went to a interview for another job just in case, and it also
No.
was in a post office, yeah, just to be sure that I have any kind of a job in case the first one doesn't work out. So yeah, I'm kind of prepared.
Yeah.
Uh, so I heard that you had a discussion with Seth MacFarlane.
Yeah, I was just
off.
no, I was mean to him, but it was I mean, I was mean. Yeah, he just came in and said bad things about me, and I just wanted to straighten him up. So I called him some things, you know, small little fucktard and so on. And,
What what did he say about you? What happened? He's
no, I don't
usually a nice guy.
remember. It's like he was like just came in, and the most irritating thing, he said it, and then I wanted to speak, and then he had the mute, the control, you know. So every time I said something, I was just muted, you know. And it was not the argument. I mean, it was the way, you know.
Right.
And I think it's. I think he. I mean, this is. Yeah, I don't know. Perhaps I'm just seeing too much in it, you know. But
Well, it's possible. From my experience, Seth is a really nice guy.
yeah, me. Yes, I. That's what why I get upset. I mean, if I wouldn't think. I had that impression always, so that's why I got
Yeah,
angry.
actually, I think that you're a nice guy too. Actually, no worse
No,
than.
but I mean, I get angry. If I know someone is an idiot, I don't get angry, you know. But when you just die with you, yeah, you lie. I don't know him, but you know.
Right.
But
Well, okay. So my cat is starting to dig around the microphone here. I'm fucked. But you know what? I'm actually gonna be AFK. I have to do something here, so I'm gonna stay here. I'm gonna be
Yeah.
back in maybe a few minutes, maybe in an hour, depending. So, yep, I'll talk to you later.
yeah, and, yeah, good. Wish you everything good with your post office.
Oh, thank you, and I wish you good luck with the whole flat and a job thing. Yeah, I'll talk to you later.
Yeah. Okay. By desert, if you are here, I think it's not much activity here now, so.
Oh, bot left. Just got back. Are you there, Art? I don't know how to entertain these viewers. I'm the only one here. For those watching, if you could, if you want to help Nadia out, you can go to patreon.com/NadiaYvette. Hey, what's going on, Von Helton?
Hey, what's up? Does it
Kind of
send me
strange.
down? Huh?
He says it's kind of strange being here by myself. I'm trying to figure out how I can entertain the viewers.
Yeah, well, I'm sure some people will filter in as the time goes on. Let's see if Google's going to cooperate with me here.
I hope so,
I've
man.
been having a problem with Google wanting to hang and crash and various and sundry other things, and I don't know what's going on. I don't know if well, I do know they need to get their shit together. I don't know what the hell's going on, but I mean, I ain't never had this many problems with Google Chrome and Google Hangouts. So I don't know. They need to do a update or something.
Yeah, I wish they would.
No, they will. They'll fix it. It's in their best interest to fix it, so they'll fix it. The problem I have with Google is that there's really no legitimate way to contact them for a grievance. You call the phone number, and all you get is an automated recording that says, "We're not assisting our customers at this time."
Yeah.
Well, wait a minute. You're in business. You're supposed to help your customers. You know?
I know, right?
Oxymoron, right? You know,
Yeah.
but oh well. That's their problem, not mine, right?
I wonder how many complaints they get a day.
With the abysmal performance of Google Chrome and Google Hangouts currently, I'd say they probably would get quite a few.
Yeah.
That would be my guess. But, like I said, that's their problem. They need to work on their shit, man.
I remember back in the early 2000s when Google was around, I think somebody said people were talking about at my school how they would one day take over the world, and it looks like they are. Do you
Yeah,
see
pretty
that?
much. They got their hands in a little bit of everything, yeah. They do.
That's a bad monopoly.
Well, it's not technically a monopoly. I mean, there's Yahoo out there, there's Lycos out there, there's, other search engines out there. So, you can't really say that they are, hi Joe, you can't really say that they're a monopoly per se, although they are one of the biggest. You can definitely say that, because they are. But technically, they're not a monopoly. I mean, you can use Bing, you can use Lycos, Yahoo. I mean, there's all kinds of stuff. Yeah, I was curious about how she was holding up in her trailer too, but unfortunately, she zonked out to the world. So, but that's okay. Let her sleep. She needs it.
She's in the camper sleeping like a baby.
Yeah. Well, she can actually sleep now. She ain't got trains and police sirens and people shooting off guns and. So she can actually get some rest.
Oh yeah, she doesn't have those bugs either eating her up.
Yeah, no bugs, right. Yeah, so she can actually get a decent rest. So that's a good thing. In fact, in retrospect to that, I think a lot of her health problems could be due to the fact that she just wasn't getting good rest. Your body has to recharge, man. And if you're not getting good rest, it can cause all kinds of problems. And I think after she's been there for a week or 2 weeks, you'll see a major change in her health, her overall health. I mean, she's obviously got serious problems, but, her overall health in general, I think, will improve dramatically. Plus, she's getting fresh air now. She's out in the hinterland, so she'll get some fresh air. And, I think her overall health will actually improve.
Yeah, I've seen her smiling a lot more as well.
Well, of course. That goes with the territory. I mean, dude, I'm telling you, ever since I moved out here to the boonies, man, I've got just a huge improvement in my health and in my mental state and what have you. Because I can actually rest. I can actually get peace. When you're in a big city, man, it's go, 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 go all the fucking time. And that wears a person down. It does. It wears a person down.
Yeah, the big cities are a little bit too noisy. I like the peace and quiet more.
Well, you see how quiet it is around me. I mean, occasionally I'll have a car go down the road and whoop-de-chip.
Yeah.
But for the most part, it's nice and quiet. Now, I'm surrounded by people with lots of guns, and so they like to shoot off their guns every once in a while, but they're real respectful about it. They don't, wake you up at 3 o'clock in the morning firing off guns, They're respectful about it. So, You know, so it's nice here. It's peaceful and quiet, and now she's getting the same thing, and so I think her overall general health will improve. I really do.
I'm really happy for her.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Now we get her that job, working with that IT company. She'll be set, man.
Oh, she's waking up.
I was told there's 3 possible IT positions that she can apply for, so she gets one of them, man, she'll be set. She'll be good to go.
Yeah, that's the main thing, is her getting that job, which I really hope she does.
Like I said, there's allegedly 3 of them, you know, that's possible, so surely one of the 3 she should be able to nail down, hopefully.
Yeah, I wish her all the best.
Mm-hmm. And she's honked out to the world.
Yeah, I think she's catching up on all of that sleep.
Mm-hmm. Probably.
Because remember her old bed, she had all of that clutter. She couldn't even barely roll around in that thing.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, now that pull-along camper isn't as big as an apartment, I don't think, but there's lots of storage, so you know she'll be able to store all her shit, put it out of the way.
And she does not have to worry about crazy neighbors.
Right. Right.
And she could talk as loud as she wants.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like I said, it was a difference for me, man. It really improved me. So if it can improve me, it surely can improve her. I ain't no different than anybody else.
So, you don't regret moving there at all?
Mm-mm. No, not at all.
I hear you.
Best thing could have happened to me. Best thing could have happened to me, man. I probably should have done it sooner. Plus, everything's cheap as fuck down here, man. You stay away from the big cities, everything's cheap, really cheap. I mean, really, really cheap. Now milk's a little on the high side because they gotta bring that in, you know. But just general shit that you get every day, hardly, you know. I wouldn't say inexpensive because that's probably not accurate, but definitely cheaper than if you get shit at the big city for sure.
Yeah. Do you live off the grid, right?
I'm about halfway off the grid, I guess you'd say. I got free heat, and you know, I don't have very many bills, so you know, I'm kind of halfway off. You know, now if I could get me a power generator and hook it up to the gas well, I'd have free electric. Now that would be fucking awesome. Unfortunately, those generators run about $2,000 to $3,000 a pop, so it'll be a while before I get one of them. But yeah, man. Oh, dude, if I could hook up a generator to that natural gas well, I'd have free electric, man, and I'd be good to go. You know, I wouldn't have to worry about blackouts and brownouts, and you know, and I eat out of a microwave any fucking way, so I mean, you know. I mean, I'll use my stove and my oven. I cooked some fish yesterday out in the oven. But generally, I eat out of a microwave. Yes, I know, it's not healthy for me.
I do, too.
But the kids, I give them, you know, I give them good shit, you know, filet mignon and well, some of the French shit. I give them all this fancy stuff. I go and get it with my card and get them some fancy food to eat, good food, vegetables and whatnot. And then I eat the burgers and the and the TV dinners and shit. You know. But they eat good. They can't complain of not eating good.
If only you could get that electric generator, man. You'd be all set.
Oh man, That would rock. Because electric really is the only expensive bill I have. And of course, Mom's paying it because she's the landlord, but still, I'd rather not have to worry about it. And the beauty of it is that the electricity that I don't use, that I generate extra that I don't use, state has to pay it, has to buy it. Which means not only am I getting free electric, but I get a check every month too. You can't lose with that. And I've been trying to tell my mom about that shit. I said, Mom, you not only get free electric, but you get a check every month. That's a win-win situation. She's like, no, I'm not interested. I'm like, okay. But when I win the lottery, first thing I'm gonna buy, one of the first things I'm gonna buy is that damn generator. I got me we have a middle property here, and it's got a 3-step plateau. And when you get up there, man, it's just, you get a whole layout over the whole, you can look down over the whole thing, and it's just fucking awesome. And you know, in the early mornings, the clouds will form a ring around these ridges and shit, and it's beautiful. It's like out of a damn picture postcard, you know. And I give me a big double wide up there, or even a triple wide, or maybe even custom built house. I don't know yet. Depends on how long I want to wait to get it. But I get one up there on the third part of the plateau. Then I've got the second part of the plateau for outbuildings, and then the bottom part of the plateau for like a garden or whatever the hell I want, right? And it's nice. It's nice up there, man.
I bet.
I'm due for an upswing. I know that. I'm long overdue for an upswing. So, you know, we'll see what happens. Realistically, the only way that I can get out of the morass that I'm in is via the winning the lottery or Publishers Clearinghouse or free lotto or something. But you know, like I said the other day, I really don't have to win the millions. I mean, if I'd win, say, $500,000, all right. I don't even think that's one of the highest ones. I think it's one of the lower ones. But let's say I win 500 grand, all right. That would pay off all my bills, restore my credit, plus I'd have money left over to restart my business, plus I'd have still yet some money left over possibly to even get a triple wide. So, and the generator that I want. So even if I won just that amount of money, I should be all right.
Well, I hope you win the lottery, man.
I hope I do too, because I need it. I need it, especially with them 3 youngins back there.
You get lottery tickets often, don't you?
Oh yeah, I play all the time. I just cashed in some scratch offs and got $14 out of it. So.
Oh, I hear you.
Yeah, so that was a good little return on my investment.
For sure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What do you think about these, the whole thing about where they supposedly found Jesus' bones?
Found Jesus' bones?
Yeah, I think it was a special that came on back in 2007 about it. I don't know the exact details, but Carlton did a hangout about it yesterday. I saw some of it. Do you know anything about that?
Mm-mm. No, give me the Reader's Digest version.
Okay, let me see if I can get a link real fast.
Yeah, or just tell me, whatever. Just give me a brief synopsis of what it's about. Where allegedly did they find the bones? I mean, they couldn't find them in the sepulcher. The sepulcher is empty. So where the hell did they find them?
You could skim that. I can't really explain it.
A little too much for you to deal with, huh?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know all the exact details or anything like that.
All right. Yeah, man. Lazy Saturday, man. Got the kids over at Memo's, so I got a little peace and quiet to myself.
Yeah, I keep forgetting you have kids there.
Yeah, well, they like to go to Memo's to play and goof around and shit. they got a hold of a jar of peanut butter and had peanut butter all over Memo's house the other day, and Memo was furious. I said, "Hey, they're kids. What do you expect, right?"
Peanut butter is good stuff, man.
Yeah, it is. Well, it's Tomb of Jesus. Well, it's Tomb of Jesus is a documentary co-produced and first broadcast on the Discovery Channel and Vision TV in Canada on March 4, 2007, covering the discovery of the Taupiat tomb. It was directed by Canadian documentary and filmmaker Simcha Jacobovici and produced by Felix Golubev and Rick Esther Weinstock, while James Cameron served as executive producer. The film was released in conjunction with a book about the same subject, The Jesus Family Tomb, issued in late February 2007 and co-authored by and Charles R. Pellegrino. The documentary and book's claims are the subject of controversy within the archaeological and theological fields, as well as among linguistic and biblical scholars. The inscription described as Yeshua Bar Yosef is the most disputed. I'd say it would be. The inscription reads, Jesus, son of Joseph, on the ossuary. Okay, the first thing that I see that might be a problem is that it looks very ornate. And Joseph and Mary were not rich folks by any stretch of the imagination.
Right.
So that would be my first problem right off the bat, because I'm looking at the pictures and it's very ornate for the time period. And from what I understand, Joseph and Mary were not rich at all. Not at all. Well, they couldn't even get a damn room at the inn, remember? According to the story, they couldn't get a room at the inn, so they had to use a barn to give birth in.
Yeah.
So obviously they didn't have money. Now that's not to say Joseph wasn't a hard worker. Apparently he was. But, these guys weren't rich. But I'm looking at this with all its ornate designs and special cuttings, and it even looks like it was specially designed itself.
Don't think so?
That don't scream carpenter to me at all. Not at all. But hey, I could be wrong. It's like in the Indiana Jones movie, the guy that got to the old soldier before Indiana Jones did. He grabs this cup, and this cup has all these diamonds and jewels, and it's made of solid gold, and it's all this, it's this big fancy thing.
Mm-hmm.
And the watchman turns to him and says, "Are you sure that's the cup of Christ?" "Oh yeah, look at all these jewels and gold, and this is the cup of a king." And he drinks it, fucking dies, man.
Mm-hmm. And
then Indiana Jones comes in, and he finds the dirtiest, nastiest cup he can find. He says, "This has got to be it." And the soldier says, "Are you sure?" He said, "Yeah, because this is a cup of a carpenter. This is a cup of a man that worked with his hands." And Indiana Jones drank it, and he was fine. So yeah, these were not rich people. They were poor people. And that's another thing too, man. Why would they teach Jesus Aramaic? Why wouldn't they teach him Hebrew? Joseph spoke Hebrew, Mary spoke Hebrew, but yet they took the money, the extra expense, to teach them Aramaic? Why? Doesn't make any damn sense.
That's a good
That's,
question. Oh, that's a good question.
That's a damn good question, isn't it? It makes me think that there's something else going on other than what we're being told. But the Catholics in their wisdom decided to keep that information from us, right? We're missing a whole swath of Jesus' life, man.
They were missing a lot of books.
Well, all the books of the disciples, all the books of the followers. I mean, you know, at any given time there were 500 people following Jesus around. You know, at least that's what the scriptures say. You know, where's all their books? Where's all the books of people that were scholars of the day? I mean, there had to be more than, you know, well, the Romans themselves had tons of scholars. Where the hell's all their writings about Jesus? You know, so the Catholics got that shit all salted away somewhere in an underground vault. You can bet on it. They don't want us to know about it.
Yeah, that's the thing. We don't even have the full story.
Yeah, I want the whole story, man. I want to know what the hell's going on. But yeah, this, I'm sorry, that, I mean, all that fancy inscription and stuff on the side of it, you know, and the way it's shaped on the bottom, especially, where it's got like special feet on the bottom of it and whatnot, at least from what I'm seeing here.
Mm-hmm. Sketchy.
Yeah, I'm not convinced. Sorry, that does not look like, you know, the tomb of the carpenter. Sorry, too fancy, way too fancy for my taste. But I could be wrong. You know, I could very well be wrong. I don't. Yeah, that's not convincing. That's not convincing. Yeah, where is Art? Is he asleep or what? I guess he is. I don't know what time it is. I think it's late over there, isn't it? In our morning, their evening, or some shit.
It's 1:30. I don't know. He's in Czechos in Prague. It's about 3 o'clock, I guess.
I thought he was Russian. Isn't he in Russia?
Well, I think he lives in the Czech Republic.
Oh, he's in the Czech Republic. Okay, well that'd
I'm
be.
not sure. I'm not sure about. He is Russian, but I'm not sure about it.
I thought he'd be over in eastern Russia somewhere, you know, near the coast. But maybe not.
I can be mistaken, but I just remember that he said something about Prague.
I don't know either. I'm guessing. I'm just guessing. I have no idea.
He's in Prague.
I don't think he's even said, has he? Has he ever said? I don't think he has.
He's in Prague.
Oh, he's in Prague? Oh, okay. Okay.
It's a beautiful city. Wow.
A lot of history. A lot of history.
Oh yeah, and it's not destroyed.
That's always a good thing, right?
Yeah, I mean, like many, you know, Second World War, like Germany is the ruin. It's nothing left of the old architecture.
Yeah. I got a funny feeling America is going to have war on our soil in the not too distant future. And the American people are not prepared for it.
As many countries as we pissed off, it wouldn't surprise me.
Well,
I'm not worried about. I'm a little bit worried that U.S. can start a war, actually.
Well,
because
have you guys read George Washington's prophecy? Have any of you guys read George Washington's prophecy?
I don't believe so.
Read it. What George Washington's prophecy is that George Washington was given 3 prophecies by an angel. The first one was the Revolutionary War, which he was actually participating in. The second one was the Civil War. That came to pass. But the third war is a war in the very, very far future, long after he's gone. And it tells of how many of the countries of the earth are all arrayed against the United States. And we almost get defeated. We almost get defeated. But it's an interesting read.
Yeah, but the thing is that you know, you have such a big military, so the threat will not come from other countries upon U.S. The other, it will come the other way, you know, because just the military power of the states are you cannot compare it with other nations, you know. I mean, you cannot have a nuclear war, then it's then you can forget it anyhow. But
Yeah, because we're pretty much all dead at that point. That's why I'm scared to death of Iran getting the bomb. Ahmadinejad's just crazy enough to use the bomb if he gets it. And that's what worries me.
why should they use the bomb? They just want the bomb.
To destroy Israel, duh! They hate Israel. They've always hated Israel.
You know what happened if they nuke Israel?
Not a damn thing.
The people who do this, they will not live. All the people taking this decision will not live more than a month, and then all Europe and US will be over Iran, and they get. No one will do that, you know. It's just idiotic. They can threaten, you know, they can be against Israel to get popularity among you know, among Muslims and so on, but
well,
they are not stupid, you know.
Well, now wait a minute.
They have families. They have families and big riches, and people who have so much to lose, like you know, the people governing Iran. They are the least one that will risk this thing, you know.
Now, when North Korea fired a missile at Japan, and it went over the big island and landed in the sea on the opposite side, did America attack North Korea for attacking their ally? No. No, they didn't. No, they didn't.
Yeah, but nothing happened. I mean, if you nuke, I mean, if they don't have to nuke, I mean, if they do anything, I mean, it's obvious. It's always happened. It will happen, and even China will be on board.
I don't know. I guess we'll wait and see. But I have a funny feeling that if they get the bomb, that they'll use it. Call me crazy if you want, but I think they'll use it if they get it. I really do. I really do. And then, of course, like you said, that'll start off World War III right there. Boom. Done deal. But we'll see. We'll see how things go.
And the I mean, that's I think it's crazy propaganda, but the situation in Russia, that is worrisome. I mean, that is
very worrisome. Yes. It's
yeah,
very...
and the problem I see is that America, they are so far away, you know, and they don't, you know, the European nations, they don't want a war with Russia, you know, so they will listen to Russia to some extent.
Well,
but
the thing that
America is like
the thing that upset me, all right, is that when we wanted to give Poland defensive missiles to protect the country. I mean, think about this. Poland has been trashed in 2 world wars. If anybody deserves a missile defense system, it's Poland. But Russia, Vladimir Putin, had a cow over the fact that we were going to give Poland some defensive, they weren't even offensive, they were defensive missiles. And, oh my God, Putin, it was just the end of the world because we were going to give Poland some defensive missiles to protect their country with. Oh my gosh, it was just so horrible. You know, what a little crap, man. Poland was trashed in 2 world wars. They deserve to have a missile defense system. If anybody does, they deserve it. And I don't know, I have to go look again because it's been a while, but I don't remember if we ever ended up giving them missiles or not. But they deserve it. They deserve to have it.
I don't know.
But yeah, you know, Poland or Russia is, oh my God, you know, you would have thought it was a horrible thing, you know, that we were going to allow Poland to defend themselves. You know, oh my God, so horrible. What a load of crap. Putin needs to lighten up, man. He's taking this shit way too serious. Way too serious. But he needs to back off of the Ukraine and some of the other stuff that he's doing, because a lot of people are seeing it as expansionism. And you know, we saw what happened with expansionism last time it started up, right?
Yeah,
I made a video about it. I actually made a video appealing to Putin to back off. We'll see.
That's the rules. I mean, it's nothing you can do about it. You know, I don't want a World War III or a war in Europe. So I have to be that egoistic. You know, if that's how sad politics can be. You know, I don't want to risk a European war.
We don't need another fucking war.
Never ever. Never ever.
Yeah, we don't need another war. That's retarded. We don't need another war.
Yeah, and we cannot have another war. I mean, with all these nuclear missiles around. But the problem is there are in countries where people have less to lose. They can easily go to war, you know. So with the economical situation, when you have less to lose, you just don't care, you know. At least you have some action with the war, you know. Something is happening.
Mm-hmm.
And you're not that big loser anymore, you know. If you are if you are in a bad situation, but so. And that's a problem in Russia. I mean, there's a lot of unemployment, and I have a little bit fear about perhaps in the States, if it's, I don't know how the situation is. Perhaps it's blacker painted than it is, but if you have
well, I can tell you as an American, patriotic Americans believe that our current administration is illegal, corrupt, and disingenuous.
But that is a very dangerous situation, because it's the same you had. It's just the same before Hitler came to power.
Do you got
situation, and the government was corrupt. They were paying lip service to the French or the Versailles Treaty, you know.
Right.
And then you can have a guy like Hitler, no problem. But I think it's happening earlier in the Soviet.
Have you guys seen Obama and how he bows to these foreign dignitaries and he kisses their ring and all this crap? Have you guys seen that over there in Europe, or are we the only ones getting to see it?
What's wrong about that? We are one planet, you know. We're not that big. It's one planet, and
Listen, you got to
that's how you
no. You got to understand.
That's how you respect another nation and another people, and you respect every nation. You don't only respect the big.
Listen. There is a reason for the way you do things. Okay, America is a sovereign nation. We're not supposed to bow to people. Okay, we don't do. Our president is not
Yeah,
supposed
because
to.
you are very big. You are the big kid in on the playing ground, you know.
It's
So
not
you
just.
you
Yeah, but
think
it's not.
I'm from a
Yes.
small country. We
Yeah.
don't.
Yes, but it's
You know,
not just that.
we have the same right as you, but you have a lot of. You are very big and big. You know, it's not a very positive thing.
Right, but you don't
I mean,
bow.
Paul got it right.
See, you got to understand, okay, when you bow to someone, basically what you're saying is that you're subservient to that individual or that group or that nation or whatever.
No.
When you kiss the signet ring, you're basically saying that your loyalty and fealty is to that ring and who represents that ring. That's what these things mean. And Obama running around bowing to everybody is really upsetting a lot of Americans. Even some liberal Americans are getting upset by it because he's not supposed to do those things. Shake hands, be cordial, be courteous, be kind. Yes. Bow to him? No. No, we're not supposed to be bowing to people, okay? No, you don't do that. No.
I think that's very respectful, and I don't see any conspiracy. You know the German prime minister after Second World War, he bowed down to the memorial and made apologies uh, for the Jews. You know. And,
Well, bowing to a memorial is one thing. Bowing to another head of state is something else altogether. Okay?
it's showing respect.
Well, I think it's a little bit more than that. And it concerns me. There's many Americans that are very concerned by the things that Obama is doing. It's almost as if Obama is intentionally trying to humiliate the United States. At least that's what a lot of us see it as. All right.
Yeah, and that's the danger. I mean, it's like a big power with too much nationalism, and suddenly they are not the big boy anymore, and they get upset about it. You know? They have a big military. It's a frightening situation. It's the same in Russia. You know, old strong Russia going down, dangerous. They are not used to this situation. You know, they are used to have the power and to say what every small nation should follow them. You know, when they are showing muscles, all the small nations should just obey to them. You know, suddenly the situation is not that anymore. You have economical, stagnation. What's natural? I mean, it goes up and down.
Many Americans do not want America to be a superpower. We don't want to be the world's policeman. We could care less about being the world's policeman. We could care less about having a big military. Many of us believe that America should actually come home and concentrate on things here at home.
Yeah, that would be very wise and healthy. I mean, I mean, you don't have to build down the military, of course not. That's crazy, but at least you can concentrate on other your own problems and.
Yes, like getting rid of the debt.
Yeah,
we're trillions of dollars in debt. We need to get out of debt. You know, that would be the thing I would concentrate on first and foremost, is getting us out of debt. If I was president of the United States, I would bring all my military home, and I would put them on our northern and southern border. And once they're secured and everything's taken care of with the military, then I would concentrate on the economy. I would try to, bring jobs back to America and try to employ as many Americans as I possibly could. That's the thing that we need to concentrate on right now. We don't need to be the world's policeman. I don't want us to be the world's policeman. And I'm not alone. Many Americans agree with me. We don't want America to be the world's policeman. We could care less. We want to concentrate on getting out of debt, getting our economy revived, getting jobs back to America, beefing up our steel industry, our textile industry, stuff like that. Those are the things that need to be looked at right now.
And we have to invest more in technology stuff.
Well, alternative energy. Working on alternative energy ideas. How about getting Tesla coils out and seeing how they do, right? Working on stuff like that, stuff that'll actually.
You know.
Tesla is great. We have the most Tesla cars in the world, measured by by percentage of the population. There's very popular. But I mean, it's also better. I mean, you can put 10% away from military and use it to invest in technology, and
Well,
that will actually make you a stronger. In the long run, you will have stronger defense capacity. You know.
Well, that's the idea. Bring the troops home, consolidate them, and we won't have to spend as much money on the military. Then we can focus on other things, right?
Yeah.
You know,
And state should also invest. I mean, of course, the private sector are, I mean, this must produce new technology, but it helps if the state goes in with a lot of money. It always helps. In my country, they have done that, and it's a very successful policy.
Well, that's what I want. I want us to have a surplus instead of being in debt. That's what I want, ultimately. You know, I don't know if we could get that way in 4 years or 8 years, but I would like to try. I mean, we should at least try to put a dent in the damn thing. You know.
Yeah, but on a world basis, you have to compete. You cannot compete with wages, so you have to compete with technology today. I mean,
Well, who in their right mind would think that the American worker could compete with a worker that's getting paid 5 cents a day? I mean, that's ludicrous.
But you can make qualitative technology product. You can compete. So, I mean,
if I get a chance to run for president, I can make you a promise that America is not going to be the world's policeman if I'm in office. I will do everything in my power to make sure they're not the world's policemen, because we need to work on ourselves first and fix our own problems first. And as president, that would be my main goal, is to work on our debt and work on our problems here at home and get those resolved.
But do you have enough energy resources? Because that's one reason why you are a world police, to secure.
Yeah, we have all kinds of natural reserves. I mean, we've got tons of oil. We got tons of natural resources. We don't need the world's resources. We got our own. We don't need that shit. We've got, according to some scientists, we have upwards of 2 millennia of oil reserves. So do we really need OPEC? No, we don't. We don't need OPEC. We've got all kinds of precious stones. We've got oil. We've got shale. We've got natural gas. We've got coal. We've got all these natural resources. We don't need the world's resources. We don't need them. And I know there's probably some countries out there that probably think we're trying to take the world's resources or whatever. I don't see it. I mean, when I go to the gas station to get gasoline for my car, I'm not seeing really low prices. Now, we've had a major drop here recently, but it's not been an astronomical drop. It's been, a gradual drop, and in fact, I think it's even went back up a little bit. Because one of the big complaints is, oh, well, America's doing this for oil. Well, if we're doing it for oil, how's come I'm not seeing it at the pump? Why is my gasoline not 50 cents a gallon like it used to be? So it's obvious we're not doing it for oil. What it is, I don't know. I can speculate, but I don't know. But, we don't really need the world's resources. We need to concentrate on ourselves. We need to become introverted and concentrate on ourselves. Get out of debt. Get jobs back here. Get the economy thriving again. Get people motivated. Get people patriotic again. Then if we want to help other people, fine. But right now we're in debt. We need to concentrate on getting out of debt. That's number one priority, is to get us out of debt. Everything we've got should be focused on getting us out of the debt at all costs.
Yeah, yes. sounds reasonable, of course.
Well, that's why I'll never be president. It's because I'm reasonable. That's why I'll never be president.
I think you also perhaps have to change the political system. It seems like something's not working very well there.
Well, you've got rich, powerful people that are going to fight that. You know, they don't want change. They want things, they want to stay in control. And as long as those rich, powerful people have the money and the wherewithal to manipulate the governments, it won't change. It could change if the people rose up, genuinely rose up. But I don't see that happening. I don't see it happening. Not at the moment, anyway.
Yeah. But there is a theory on research on that every superpower have a limited time of being a superpower. Spain had like 200-300 years. The English Empire had the same.
Mm-hmm.
And I've heard theories about that. Perhaps it's a very negative, but I don't know.
Well, if anybody's going to destroy America, it would definitely be Obama. No doubt about it. Because he doesn't like this. He hates this country. He's not even from America. He's from, he allegedly was born in Kenya, but he lived in Jakarta, Indonesia for most of his life. So, he's not even a real American, and which is very upsetting to many of us. I mean, at minimum, he would be a dual citizen, and dual citizens aren't even supposed to be president. So,
I view that the best resource that the state has is they have hard-working people. They have a very good working moral. That's a problem in many European countries. Of course, part of we have a more social democratic governments.
Mm-hmm.
But I have the feeling that Americans, they are very, if they can work, they are hard workers. Like a little bit like Germans, they're also very, yeah. And that's that's a very important resource.
Well, in order to make America strong again, we would have to basically do away with corporations, or at the very least, limit their ability to influence our country, at least for a while. Because as long as the corporations have a stranglehold on us that they do, it makes it difficult for America to get back to the way it used to be. We need industry here bad. And you just can't have that industry as long as the corporations are pulling the strings, Yeah. Makes it hard. Makes it very hard.
But we have the same problem in Western Europe, things are produced now in East Asia, everything. So, but I mean, the I don't know if this is right, but I've read that was a long time ago. But America had the advantage of having a big inner market, so they are not so dependent on export.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, that's also why China is so powerful, because I mean, all investment that was done there by European or American firms and so on, also like companies like Lufthansa or mobile industry, was the opportunity of a huge market,
Mm-hmm.
So you get a lot of investment then. So, but I don't know. Perhaps.
Well, when the people of Earth get tired of these elite families controlling everything and these corporations controlling everything, then we'll see real change on this earth. Until then, ain't nothing going to change. You know, everybody says history repeats. Well, of course it does. The same ruling families have been in charge of the earth for centuries. Rothschilds, Rockefellers, Morgans, Carnegies, Warburgs, etc. When these ruling elite families are swept away by time, or by jail time, hopefully, my preference, then maybe we could see real change in the earth. Because as long as they got a stranglehold on everything, they can pretty much dictate who goes to war, who has peace, who does this, who does that. I'm sick and tired of them. But the people of Earth must rise up against these elite families in order for that change to occur. And the sad part about it is that the vast majority of the people of Earth don't even know who Rockefeller is, let alone that he's controlling things from behind the scenes. You know, and until people get informed and realize what's going on and who's really running things on this planet, there isn't going to be any change.
I don't. It's more than I think it's the situation is actually in Europe. It's more that I don't know what kind of elite you are talking about, but families or businesses that makes a lot of money, they try to escape from government, so they are actually more suppressed, you know, and it's
well, I told you who it was. Rockefeller family, the Rockefeller family, the Rothschild family, the Morgan family, Carnegie family, Warburg
they were
family.
never in the news in Europe, at least. So I didn't know about
the
okay,
international
I heard about Rothschilds, of course, one time, but I've never been anything about this.
the international bankers, the international bankers are the ones that's pretty much pulling the strings on just about everything. And until that changes, we're not going to see a changed earth. Simple as that. Simple as that. The people of Earth need to realize they're in bondage, and they need to rise up and throw off the chains. And I keep hoping that that day will come, but I probably won't live to see it if it comes at all.
No, but perhaps we just have to go down in living standard. I mean, we have such a high living standard, so I mean, people never want to do that, but it's not the biggest catastrophe. I mean, it's more important that people have a work or employed, you know, because that takes away a lot of dignity and so on.
What
But, it's about money, you know.
well,
people.
Well, that's the thing. What we need, realistically or unrealistically, what we need is we need an entirely new financial system. A financial system that's not based on debt, but is in fact based on prosperity. Now, I'm not no big financial wizard, but I know that if I'm prospering, I'm happy. I'm going to be less worried and less nervous and less upset. Crime will decrease because if I'm prospering, and as a result of my prospering, other people prosper. Jobs will be created because people will be prospering, and therefore jobs will be created as a result of that prospering. You know, but we need a totally different system, because the system we have right now is based on debt. Well, if you're in debt, are you happy? No. You're sad, you know. So maybe we can change that paradigm by simply doing that, coming up with a new financial system that's based on prosperity instead of on debt. We could do that.
No one wants to go to war with you if you are in debt, you know.
Well, that's another
Losing that money.
well, that's another side effect. If everybody's prospering, why go to war? Right?
I think it's a fundamentally flaw in the economic system. I mean, not, and that is this idea of you always have to have growth, you know, in any economy or any business. So, and it's become a natural law. So, if you are head of the company and you don't achieve like 1%, 2%, 4% growth, you are just fired. You know, it's the idea that everything has to grow and grow and grow and grow, and that is actually, it's not logical. You know. But that's how it's become a natural law, you know. There must be growth for any price, and if it's not growth, it's just death, you know. And it become a way of thinking that I think is actually wrong. But
yeah, on a similar vein,
you know, you can, if you come to a company, it's not about creating. What you create and so on, you have to create growth, and for any price, you know. And then you have to, move the employment to other countries or do other things, you know. You have to have growth. If not, you're fired. I mean, as a, if you're leading a company, you know.
Right. Well, you know, in a similar vein, the politics of how things work is just as bad. A few years back, the Republicans had control of our Congress, and the Democrats complained the Republican Congress as a do-nothing Congress because instead of making 4,000 new laws, they only made 2,000 new laws. And so the Democrats called them a do-nothing Congress. Do we really need 4,000 new laws every year or every 4 years or whatever it is? No. No, we don't. But they keep making these new laws because they're considered a do-nothing Congress if they don't write a certain amount of laws every so often. But we don't need them. We don't need them. And so, you know, that's kind of the same thing. You know, we're sitting there, we're, you know, they're pressured to make new laws, and we don't even need the laws. We don't even enforce them now, but they're making all these new laws, and all that does is stifle freedom, stifle creativity, stifle individuality, and stifle progression. You know, the Democrats like to call themselves progressives, but then they'll make 8,000 new laws against the people. That's not progression. That's the opposite direction. Regression, not progression. We need less laws so that we can progress. More laws makes us regress. So,
bureaucracy is always very costly and not very productive. But I am, I mean, from my experience or from my country, you know, I believe in a strong state, and you know, when Norway found oil or was searching for oil, it was a big question. Shall we? It was the Americans who did it, and we could have sold like 30% of the oil to the American company, but in Norway we had a socialist government. Socialism is not the same that you think it is, or the American perception. And they said, no, we will just rent them. The natural resources shall be on state's hands. And they found the oil, and now the people have the advantage, you know. So the people owns the oil, and without that, I don't know where Norway would be today, you know. And that's that's the opposite of capitalism.
Yeah. No, actually, that is capitalism, where the people are in charge.
No, yeah, it's a state. I mean, it's capitalism would be to just give it up and have another company getting their part of it, and free market, you know, and also a lot of stuff like happening in Germany and all this, the regulation we have about environment.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the prices of gasoline also in my country is increasingly enormous, but the result is that it makes it very you have a lot of new and you know, technology around cheaper energy or cheaper because of this, when the state goes in and force they actually force them the private sector to come up with better ideas, you know, and it's a natural thing. So if it's very expensive with gasoline, they will produce cars that use less and so on, you know. But if there is no pressure behind it, why should they?
Well, France come out with a car that runs on compressed air.
Yeah, and I mean, if and it's only the government that can play this role, because if it's there are no pressure then, and they have to earn, and in the long run, the countries that imply this strict environmental politic, they will develop energy, the new technology, and it's a big growth market. You know, you have a totally new field of technology building up, like the computers in the States. I mean, from the 80s through the 90s.
Mm-hmm.
And that is what that produces, growth, real growth, you know.
Well, like I said, as more and more people start waking up and seeing who really is in control of this world, which is these core 13 families, and then by extension 350 families besides that, when they realize who's really pulling the strings, hopefully there will be a revolution, peaceful revolution against the international bankers. We can charge them with crimes against humanity and war crimes, throw these families in jail where they belong, strip them of their power, give the power back to the people and to the states, and actually make real change in this earth. You know, because a lot of these international bankers are the ones that are starting all these damn wars to begin with. And, you know, if we can throw them behind bars for war crimes, that'd suit me just fine.
If it's true what they say, I don't buy into it. But if it's true, you will have a revolution for sure.
It's true. I assure you it's true. I assure you it's true. That's what we need. We need a worldwide revolt against the international bankers. We need to arrest them. We need to have a Nuremberg-style trial for these families. And they need to be put in jail where they belong and stripped of their power. Whether that'll ever happen, though, I don't know. But it needs to happen. It needs to happen. Then we can come up with a new financial system based on prosperity instead of on debt. And a system like that, I mean, if you're happy and you're prospering and you're doing good, you're not going to be depressed anymore. You're not going to be sad anymore. You're not going to be wringing your hands worrying if you're going to be able to pay your bills anymore. You know, that has to be a good thing. And that goodness will sweep across the planet to where that everybody's happy, everybody's doing good, everybody's prospering in their own way. And that has to be a good thing. Debt is the number one thing I see that's troubling the world today. And if we can get rid of debt, the whole world would change. Overnight. Literally overnight, the world would change. Because if you're not in debt, you're not worried about anything. You know? But I don't know, like I said, I probably would never see it in my lifetime, but it would be nice if I did.
But I mean, the whole Western world is pretty obsessed with consuming, so they will not. They will. I mean, before we had also here very the borders in the parties were very strong, and we had the working class and not working class and so on. But now everyone are more concerned with consume and all this class differences or this identity. I mean, is gone mostly. I mean,
Well, you don't have to worry about class differences if everybody's prospering, right? I mean, who cares?
yeah, but the workers who are unemployed and
But that's what I'm saying. See, if you
they before they came together in solidarity and forced the companies and the politicians to do something, but everyone are bought now, so everyone are just consuming, and if they can buy a new car, they don't care about the other workers that are unemployed. You know,
Well,
they don't solidarity anymore.
Right, but that's my point. If everyone is prospering, class disappears, frustration disappears, worry disappears. Because if you're not in debt and you're prospering, so what if somebody else has something? You have just as much ability to get it yourself. So who cares what somebody else has? Who cares what other people are doing? As long as you get to do the same thing, who cares? It doesn't matter at that point. You know, this whole system that was created based on debt is at the core of the problem. I absolutely believe that. And if we can somehow change that paradigm, you know, that would be the start of something wonderful. I absolutely believe that. I absolutely believe that.
Yeah.
We need to round up these families, these international bankers' families, charge them with crime, throw them in jail where they belong, strip them of their power, strip them of their wealth, give the wealth back to the world. Because, I mean, they didn't get it by honest means anyway. They got it by lying to the people of Europe. They lied to the people of Europe about the Napoleonic War. That's how they got rich in the first place. See, if these guys had gotten their wealth by honest means, I wouldn't have much to say. But they didn't. They got their wealth by lying to the people of Europe and telling them that Napoleon had won the war. And so I feel that they should be stripped of that wealth. The wealth should be given back to the people of Europe and various and sundry other countries that they've stolen from, and then start fresh. Start with a whole new financial system, start with a whole new economic system. Hang on just a second. Shice.
So, James, where do you live in the States? Which state do you live in?
I'm in Kentucky.
Kentucky.
Yeah, I'm in one of the poorest states in the union. I'll be back. I got a phone call. I got to take care of it. I'll be back.
Hmm. Is there a problem with my audio? Who's talking?
Hey, Nadia. Good to see you.
Hello.
You awake, or are you just concerned about the audio?
I'm not sure yet.
Hey, Michael Ann. How you doing?
Nadia, do you sleep more than you did before?
Before what?
Yeah, but when you was in that bed bug room.
I don't know yet.
You should. It's good for you if you sleep better. I mean,
That's not very. It's not quite the right thing to say to someone who has, well, it's not really narcolepsy, but problems with sleeping way too much. And
is it dangerous when you sleep much, or?
no, oh, at least okay. Well, it can be, but generally not from the health impact. And
But I have the when I'm hiking, how to say hiking, go to a hut, in outside. I always sleep a lot, you know, and it's a good. I think it's a nice effect when you come a little bit away from what you're
what
used to.
oh, sorry. All the tests I have are negative socioeconomic impacts, um, safety impacts like attacking you when you're asleep and welcome, Michael Ann.
Hello. Good morning, all.
Hey, Bunto.
How is it going?
What is up, man?
Man, I am so excited. How's Michigan? Nadia? Anybody else in Michigan?
I think she's AFK.
She's okay?
Yeah, she's AFK also.
Oh, AFK, I see. Well, okay, so when did you get in? Just yesterday night or?
I believe so.
And then, good morning. So, I mean, is she like excited, set? What? She likes it?
Yeah, you'll have to ask her that.
I mean, what can you guys discern?
She seems happier.
Man, but she's just glad, relieved that the whole thing's over.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it. Hey, Michael.
So where are the new? Uh-huh.
I was saying, hey, Michael Ann.
I'm saying, like, where are all the new Nadians?
Let me
There she is.
So how you doing, Nadia? New digs.
up and out of the hole I'm in, and I won't be burdened on Bob or anyone else for very long.
Is the bed really nice?
Well, not question.
So, are you located, like, in the city or in the country? Suburbs?
I would call it the country.
All right. So you like the change? Fresh air?
I'm a city girl.
Oh, you are? Well, maybe you might have to adapt. Hey, Vaughn, what's going on? Faye, what's going on,
Hey,
Faye?
come on.
Good morning.
So how you adapting to life in the country there, Nadia?
Well, it's not been enough of it to
Yeah, it'll
really.
take it'll take you a week or two, but I think you'll really like it. I really do.
Outdoor plumbing.
Well, the thing is, she can now get a decent sleep. That's the thing.
That's true.
Yeah.
I've been out in the country before. I get real lonely.
Oh, you've been out in the country before. Well, this will be like a duck to water then. You'll be fine. I didn't know you hadn't been in the country before.
I have been, and I get real lonely.
How cold is it?
35 degrees right now.
Chilly?
35, she said.
Oh, yeah, chilly.
45.
Mm-hmm. Well, 45 or 35?
45.
45. Well, that's still chilly.
Yeah, to me.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm very happy, Nadia. Good job.
Well, like Lan and Bob and Rev and me, Nina, and I'm sure there are some other people too.
Definitely.
I've had a bunch of pagans praying for you and Christians praying for you and everybody I could think of to pray for you.
Yeah, we were all pulling.
Yeah, everybody's pulling. Even the atheists are praying for you, Nadia. You know, so I mean, you'll be all right, man. You'll make it. You're gonna make it, man. Now you can get you a decent sleep.
Right.
Get fresh air into you. Instead of all that smog of the city, you can get some fresh air now and go out and start jogging down the road and back again. You know, get you some exercise and you'll be like new money, man. I'm telling you, you'll be like
Everything looks good.
Yeah, she'll be like new money. Them pull-along trailers are a little bit on the cramped side, but you know, I mean, other than that, they're not bad. They're not
Get
bad.
the job done.
Yeah, absolutely. I stayed in one. I stayed in one of them old-fashioned bullet things, you know, the silver bullet type.
Yeah, those are beautiful.
It was compact as hell, but hey, man, it didn't hurt me none. I did just fine. If I can do it, anybody can do it.
I am not claustrophobic, so
You'll be fine now. You'll be fine. You're gonna make it, man.
So, Nadia, just to ask, did you know a week ago that you would be in Michigan? Did you have any idea that you would be here?
a week ago, yeah. Not much longer.
I told her months ago her life was due for an upswing. You have to go back quite a few hangouts to find it, but
A prophecy come true.
See, Nadia, Vaughn was right.
Hmm?
Well, this is the, tool in the path to make the upswing happen, not the upswing itself. Right? You got to keep that in mind. There's work to do here.
Right.
You'll be fine. Miss Negative Nancy, you'll be fine.
That's not negative. That's real.
Well, yes.
Bob can't put me up forever.
That's true, but you don't dwell on it, for God's sake. You know, think positive, be upbeat, you know, be happy. Try to be happy anyway, you know. But things are going to be all right, man. I told you they would be, and they're going to be. I have absolute confidence everything's going to be all right.
I think the right way to go is to, maybe stay focused. Always have the things I really got to do on my mind.
Okay, so like, can you walk to the store or not? You got to have a ride.
I'm not. I'd have to be pieced back together a bit more than I am. And
We used to have a saying in America years ago called true grit.
Yeah, I remember that one.
True grit, man. That's what we need right now is a nice, healthy dose of true grit, man. You got true grit, you'll be fine. You'll be just fine.
calling me unsophisticated, but I have no idea what you mean.
Yeah, it sounds like everybody's tired. Maybe, rest for like 48 hours.
What?
Just crash in a bed for like 48 hours. I was just curious on like, how are you going to get your supplies? Is someone going to drive you to the store or are you going to walk to it?
Yeah, I'll probably get a ride there for the first bit of it. Yeah.
Well, welcome to Michigan. Really haven't been there.
Well, I tried to open the door.
So you making any new friends or not yet?
Not yet.
Howdy, neighbor.
Not gonna be able to get around much.
How come?
No, the ability to drive and so on.
Right. Where there's a will, there's a way, right, Vaughn?
That's right.
That's right.
Will and determination is not fine. Really, no. Yeah.
You can't beat a positive and upbeat outlook. You can't beat it.
Maybe stuck in walking.
Well, I'll tell you what, that wallpaper sure brings back memories. My goodness.
Right. I mean, the whole place is brighter.
There we go.
That is brighter. It is brighter.
The old place, man.
Well, like I said, she's got some fresh air now, and she can get a good night's rest now, and maybe even get out and mingle with some of the other people out there. You never know. What the hell? Things gonna get better, man. I'm telling you, things gonna get better. I believe it. Absolutely.
Okay. Honey, the only thing I advise is that you learn where the hospital is, just in case.
How would that make a difference for me?
How would that make a difference? Well, in case you get sick, honey, you know where it is. Wow, really not kidding, man. That's a long way from Oakland.
Okay, so
I love it.
That's my personally knowing it.
That is a total change, man. That ain't no Oakland. You missed the bay already?
No. I don't think you guys understand what's happening, or you're kind of being dense.
I am dense. But anyway, I love it. A trailer park. That's a perfect change for you, Nadia. Yeah, walk around outside. It's good for you.
You know I've got a fucking...
Right. Just a little loop around the trailer won't hurt.
I'm supposed to stay safe.
Well, trailer parks get a bad rep, but realistically, that's only a very small percentage of trailer parks that are that bad. Most of them are pretty decent.
Yeah. And plus, maybe your neighbors aren't that loud. I mean, did you hear any music or something?
No.
I didn't hear a thing.
I've got 5 to 10 minutes. Standing and walking. Oh, it lasted longer with Bob yesterday.
All right, man. That is an old trailer.
I was going to say, those lamps look like gas lamps, man. Gas lamps haven't been around since the 17 and 1800s, man.
Steampunk.
Steampunk! Yeah, there you go. Yeah, man. I mean, but hey, you know what? It's a roof over her head, and it'll do until she can get something better, you know. Be just fine. I mean, it's just her, herself, and I, so, I mean, she don't really need nothing big, you know. Not at first, anyway.
Yeah.
Gas lamps are around until...
Where in Michigan are you? Outside Detroit? Or?
Ann Arbor, I thought.
Yeah, Ann Arbor.
What's the name?
Ann Arbor, like ANN space Arbor, ARBOR. It's a college town. There's a big university there. Like football.
Yeah, I found Ann Arbor.
What?
Michigan Wolverines.
What?
The university in Ann Arbor.
I could get attacked by Wolverine, am I?
If you're lucky.
I'm trying to Google your place on Google Maps. Perhaps it's possible to see where you are.
So Balthazar, they're going to cut some guy's head off and transplant it? You Russians are all cutting edge.
Oh, it would be funny to see where it is.
Right. Are you tired, Nadia?
Right now, yeah.
Is it outside Ann Arbor or in the middle of Ann Arbor?
Just outside, I guess.
Okay. Do you have an address? Do you have a street address, a street or a name?
Yeah, that's a bit more specific than I want to give out. You know, city and state. Yeah, that's fine. But
somewhere near
yeah,
Ann Arbor is fine. That's all you need. Just somewhere near Ann Arbor.
Somewhere in the continental U.S.
Yeah, like I said, city and state. That's all well and good. Street address. I don't want you showing up at my doorstep.
Right? The fan base to come visit you at your new trailer.
Yeah. Yeah, and just somewhere near Ann Arbor is fine. That's all you need.
Are you hungry?
I have a fan base. I have like
you got
a rabid army of like 10,000 haters.
I'm like boyfriend 256, man. I'm standing in line. So are you hungry? Did you eat? How you feed yourself? There's no microwave or what?
Yeah, it's a small one.
Okay,
I agree with him. What have you been eating lately?
Oh, jeez. What?
You know, you got your supplies. That's what we're trying to ask.
Yeah.
Yeah, there are supplies.
Right. Are you kind of scared? Are you scared, Nadia?
Of what?
You know, whenever you get to a new situation, you get kind of like anxiety.
No.
No, you're like,
Anxiety. Excuse me. Can I finish a sentence?
yes.
Then, if you mind waiting until I'm done saying my sentences before you.
Okay.
Yeah. You're not good at that, are you? Okay, so the mood's going. No, I don't get anxiety in general.
Okay. You're like a hero. Heroic.
No.
I'd be kind of nervous whenever you get to a new place. Have you seen any college kids or not yet?
No.
Nope. Okay.
College kids are probably just.
Well, they know where the tobacco shop is, so you can get your cigarettes.
Wow. Kinds of distances involved here, my personal knowledge of it. Not very meaningful.
Did you measure your blood sugar today?
Stop it.
If it's over 100, you're fine.
Type 1 is very different from and don't lump me in the rest of anything, with anything you know about type 2.
Okay.
You don't know anything about type 1. Feel like a mystery to you because it is.
Okay. Just, okay. There's no phone, right? You only have your cell phone.
I haven't had anything but my cell phone for years.
Well, that's good. Just have to keep an eye on you, kid. Jackie.
What?
Hey, Jackie Kite.
Now all we gotta do is get her to convert to the e-stick, e-cigarette, whatever.
Good morning.
So she can say good morning. Money. Good morning, Jackie.
I'll split up the priorities if you guys got.
It'll save you money.
Right.
It'll save you money, and saving money is a good thing. Plus, it tastes good too. I mean, you can get it literally any flavor under the sun. Peanut butter, grape, peppermint.
And they never go out. They always stay lit, Nadia.
That's right. And you don't have to worry about setting the house on fire or anything like that if you set it down somewhere. Just makes good sense, man.
No, it's like pertinence or something, or relevance or something.
Does anyone know the difference between shisha and e-cigs, like other than the fact that shisha is shisha and e-cigs are tobacco? Or are they? I don't know.
Actually, e-cigs are not tobacco at all.
Yeah,
What an e-cig is.
that's my question. Yeah.
Yeah, what an e-cig is basically it is a propellant, which is either polypropylene glycol or now a new herbal oil base. I prefer the oil base because it's healthier. And you can get varying degrees of nicotine included in the liquid. this particular knee-high grape that I have right here has no nicotine in it at all. And you can get varying degrees of nicotine And like I said, I'm using the herbal oil base instead of the propylene glycol, and it's 100 times healthier than cigarettes, maybe even 1,000 times. You know, but
Yeah, I can
but
imagine.
it's healthier, it's cheaper, and like I said, you don't have to worry about setting something on fire. I mean, if I set this down somewhere, it's not going to catch nothing on fire. I don't need an ashtray.
Right.
You know, I mean, it's totally. I wish I had found out about these 5 years ago. Well, never mind. I'm almost.
Well,
on my 10 years ago.
they really kind of caught on like within the last couple of years.
Right,
Like this is
right.
kind of all a new thing, really.
Well, I've been smoking e-cigarettes for the first 3 years, and then I switched to the stick, and the stick's obviously superior to the e-cigarette. I wasn't getting very much smoke out of the regular e-cigarette. Switched to this and got a lot more smoke out of it. But I think I got my cigarette in here. I can show you. But it looks just like a cigarette. It acts just like a cigarette. The only difference is that it don't burn shit. You don't have to worry about burning your house down. And then when you're done with the tip, you just unscrew the tip off here, throw it away, screw another tip on, keep right on smoking. It's great, man. It's great stuff.
So wait, does that function like an e-cig or?
That is the e-cig. Yeah, this
Okay.
is an e-cigarette because it looks like a cigarette. This here is an e-stick because it's shaped like a stick, and then you can actually get an e-pipe where it actually looks like a pipe, a real pipe, and the
Okay.
is on the activator's on the top of the bowl of the pipe, but it looks just like a pipe, acts just like a pipe, and it's healthier for you. It's cheaper. I love it, man. I love it. Like I said, I wish I'd have found out about it years and years and years ago. I would have quit cigarettes immediately.
You'd be a good salesman. I don't even smoke, and I want one now.
Hey, who doesn't like knee-high grape? I mean, really, right? I mean, it's great. It's great stuff.
Well, shisha is kind of my thing. I don't smoke. Like it's more of a special occasion thing. And I actually don't have a hookah. It's my boyfriend has a hookah, and when I go over there, I smoke shisha. But yeah, that's quite neat. And then I also smoke something else occasional that's green and leafy. But
Well, she'll save a ton of money with this, man. And this is strictly a guess off the top of my head, but I've probably since switching to the e-cigarette and now the stick, I'd say I've probably saved easy $5,000.
Yeah.
Because you figure a carton of smokes these days will run you what, $60 to $100 a carton now.
Wow.
So I mean, yeah, so easy $5,000. Because I'm going on like my 4th or 5th year without tobacco since switching, and so yeah, I've saved a shit ton of money, dude, for real.
And it's healthier a little bit, right?
And it's healthy. Oh yeah. Well, see, like I said, I'm not even using the propylene glycol anymore. I'm using herb-based oil. So I mean, I don't even get the chemical stuff now. So I mean, it's great. It's great stuff. All natural.
Yeah, if I were to try that, it would have to be the natural stuff. I'm not really into the idea of, chemicals.
I agree. That's why I switched. No regrets, man. Been cigarette free for, like I said, almost 5 years now. I have no regrets. Not whatsoever.
Oh, so naughty. Did you miss doing Hangouts? That little time that you couldn't do it? Did you miss doing your Hangouts? There wasn't that much disruption, right? Just a few, maybe a
Just a
couple
few days, I think it was. Yeah.
days.
Now I do still have my vices though. Mountain
Yeah,
Dew.
Mountain Dew.
My Mountain Dew is my vice now. You know. But that's okay. I can live with that one.
Crazy
Nadia has the
question
same
here.
vice.
Nadia, you got water, right? Some water in a jug or running water? I don't know.
What?
Do you have some water?
What?
You know, like water in a jug that you can use?
For what?
To like wash your face, honey, and like drink it?
Mm-hmm.
She's
Do you have
tap.
one? You have a tap? Okay. That's too good, dude.
You know, get a little couple of jugs of water. That'll help you out.
Mm.
Nadia, have you taken a shower yet?
I took one at Karen's and I got pretty dry skin, so really
Okay.
use the not so private shower at the SRO often.
Communal shower.
Well,
Because of like it's like in the military.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah, get a couple of, gallons of water. That'll help you out.
Mm-hmm.
What are you smoking?
I don't smoke. I run at the track.
No, the point is how.
I'm sorry, this is the way I think. I just think it's
irrelevant, like nonsensical.
You think it's nonsensical water?
she has running water, dude.
See, the
But
problem
yeah,
is
Bunto is just making sure you have access to water, for like drinking and other things.
No, he's trolling.
Yeah, I'm trolling by asking if you have water. Okay. That's my problem. I ask too many troll questions. Water, hospital, store.
Bonto, you.
I'm a bad troll.
I personally going to the hospital, do anything.
Blood sugar.
How will my personally knowing anything about the hospital do anything?
Well, with time, you just want to know in case you have to go to it.
Well, when I have to go, why would my own personal knowledge make a difference?
Well, so you're not confused about where you're at. Did you know that you're at X hospital, or Y hospital?
Basically, he's asking, do you know the location of the hospital?
Basically. But look, honey, I'm going to quit asking questions because you get all bent. Maybe you'll feel better later on.
Bunto doesn't know how to ask questions.
Right, I don't know how to ask questions. I've never known how to ask questions.
Speak when there is a medical crisis. Man, it's like being taken to one.
Okay.
All right. Well, I'm happy. How's that? Instead of questions, I'll make statements. I'm happy for you.
Because I'm happy.
Yeah, bad feelings is not going to be an improvement.
So, okay, I want to ask the questions. Thoughts cross my head.
Bunto.
I'm being trolled.
I'm a troll. The most curious troll on G+.
No, there are plenty of Derailment, concern trolls, and so on.
Concern troll?
Yeah. Concern trolls. And derailment trolls.
Derailment troll. Okay. What do you want to talk about then? Tell me.
The types of trolls.
Text troll. Texas troll.
It's generally not listed amongst the types of troll.
Skyrim has
troll.
Hey, Faith.
Skyrim has trolls. They're big son of guns too.
Haha, so like under the bridge trolls.
No, they're actually worse than under the bridge trolls.
Well, no, I played Skyrim. I know what you're talking about. And
Big.
I would say there's also like
College trolls.
what?
Art school troll.
No.
The art school troll.
No. I would say like 15-year-old boy troll because
Uh-oh.
yeah, you know what I mean.
Uh-oh.
Oh, and 4chan trolls.
4chan, oh my god.
Very distinctly.
Oh god.
Yeah.
That's all 4chan is trolls.
That's all it is.
Pretty
4chan.
much, yeah. Pretty
Yeah,
much.
they basically breed trolls.
It's a troll
like,
breeding
it's like
ground.
an assembly
It's a troll.
line.
It's a troll hangout. That's what 4chan is. It's a troll.
4chan is basically like an assembly line of trolls.
A factory.
And then they send them out, and a lot of them go to like Tumblr or Reddit.
Yeah, they do. That's true. A lot of them are hanging out at Tumblr, yeah. That's what I heard anyway. I don't go there.
Yeah.
I'm too lazy to go there.
Yeah, me too.
Me too. I've got Facebook and Twitter, and I did have MySpace, but I got rid of MySpace. MySpace, I don't know. I can't speak for anybody else, but it seemed like MySpace was going all musical, because every time I would open up MySpace, it would be about music, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just that it became kind of one-directional to me, and I'm like, I mean, I'm into music, big time into music used to be, but I've been out of the music biz for a long time, and it didn't really seem that important to me, so I got rid of MySpace.
Yeah, it's on the way downhill.
It's longer. I've never been in it.
I just, I've got Facebook and Twitter, and that's plenty.
I got rid of MySpace back in 2007.
Yeah, it was on the way down.
Hmm.
I only got YouTube and G+. Gmail.
Yep, Gmail, G+, YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, and I'm good. I got that's plenty. I don't need.
I have all of
X-Video.
those. I have all of those except for Twitter. I am avoiding Twitter like the plague.
Well, I'm on LinkedIn, but I hardly ever go there.
I know.
Oh,
that's
I'm on LinkedIn
spam
too. Yeah.
I hardly ever go there. Seriously, why? There's not much happening there, so why go there, right? I don't even know. I probably should close it. I mean, there's nothing happening over there.
Yeah, when I got kicked off G+, my friend Stephen Bachman said, well, talk to me through LinkedIn. Like a job site.
Yeah, that's what it
Like
is.
a spam magnet.
Oh, dude, yeah. Yeah, imagine so. I don't doubt it. I never go there. I'm on there, but I never go there. I don't see, unless you have business dealings, which right now with my situation, I don't. If my business was booming, I'd probably be over at LinkedIn more than I was on G+. But my business isn't exactly booming right now, so I really don't see much of a need. But I'm hanging on to it in the off chance that my business, I can get my business started up again, get it taken off again.
Truly.
Start, and I'm holding on to LinkedIn as maybe a possible clientele base. You never know. You know, so that's why I'm hanging on to it. But other than that, there's really not a whole lot happening. Really not.
You know when Craigslist is good?
Please?
Craigslist. You could get like good buys.
I've been over at Craigslist like 2 or 3 times, but it just, I don't know what it is, man, but it didn't really appeal to me for some reason. And to be quite honest with you, anything I can get on Craigslist, I can probably get off of Amazon or eBay a lot cheaper, to be honest.
It's a lot more guaranteed.
Yeah, well, yeah, and plus you got the guarantee, you got the little star thing. And, you know, so I mean, I don't go to Craigslist. I don't go there.
I mean, Amazon's getting so good, they're like putting it to Walmart, man.
Well, that's what they say, yeah. Whether that's true or not, I don't know, but that's what I've heard.
Except Amazon doesn't have a credit card, you know?
Amazon is pretty much recognized here as the perfect broke college kid place to buy things.
Yeah, jewelry.
Like I bought a bunch of. I bought a lot of my organizer things, type things off of Amazon. A lot of my art supplies, a lot of my textbooks.
I buy all my leather off Amazon. Comes from China. It's cheap.
You tan leather? Bunto, you tan leather?
No, I mean, I just buy it. You know, the little trinkets I got from China. I wish I knew how to do that stuff.
I'll tell you what, man, you can make some neat shit out of leather, dude. You get you buy the stamps, you buy the stamps and get you a rack and you know the things you use to tan the leather with and to stain it and all that shit.
Right.
There used to be a company that specialized in that years ago, and I can't think of the name of it right offhand. But it was
one
cool.
thing, Gabby, don't get upset because they're gonna kill the cow anyway. Yep, they're gonna kill the cow anyway, honey, to eat it. So you might as well use the leather.
Well, you're not
I buy leather, but I buy it from thrift shops.
Yeah.
Like leather that has been in existence for years and years, so I don't feel as bad. Because I like wearing leather, I don't want to support companies directly. And by buying leather from thrift shops, I'm only supporting the thrift store.
I'll tell you what, man, you can get some good deals from some of these shops.
Yeah.
I got a $300 lemon.
Bless you, honey.
Good night. I got a $300 lemon fog rain jacket.
Wow,
for $1.
Yeah, I know.
$1.
Did it have any marks on it?
No, dude, it's pristine. I'll show it to you. Let me go get it. I'll show it to you, man. It's pristine, man. It's brand new. Looks like brand new. And it was in my size, too, ironically enough.
Yeah, that's a big deal.
Let me see if my camera will cooperate here. Can you make it out, or is it too bright?
I can't look at it, but I can see the jacket. Oh, yeah. Beautiful color.
There you go. Now, can you read it?
Yeah, now we can see it.
Yeah.
Can you hold up the jacket?
They had, dude, this place I went to, they had a ton of jackets on the rack, and each one of them was marked $1. And so I just went through the jackets and said, oh my God, you know, I mean, it was like finding gold in a mine somewhere, right?
Yeah, that's a great feeling. Well, guys, I got to go to the track, so y'all have a good day. I'm very happy, Nadia. Have a good one.
Take care, Bonto.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, man. It's like finding gold, man. Made a good deal on that shit. Ain't gonna get rid of it either. I'm hanging on to that sucker.
Never get rid of it.
No way, dude. That's my favorite jacket. I'm gonna get rid of it. I'll wear it till it falls off. $300 jackets don't happen all the time. You know what I'm saying?
Oh wow.
I'm gonna hang on to it.
Hi.
Mm. Yeah, it's not always that you get a good deal like that. Those don't happen every day. But yeah, man, if sometimes you can get killer deals at thrift stores and specialty shops and stuff like that. Little mom and pop places, man. You can sometimes find some great deals.
Yeah, like 90% of the clothing stuff that I own is actually thrifted.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, I'm John. Any Christians here?
I'm an eclectic pagan. Does that help?
Yeah, we met before. We talked before. Remember me, John? Paul?
Yeah, I remember talking to you, John. I remember talking.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Any Christians here?
No, I don't think so. Not currently.
Atheists?
Does it matter? We're all people.
Good point. I don't think it
It
matters.
doesn't matter.
Yeah.
But it matters to me whom I talk.
Mm. Well, I'm an eclectic pagan, but I do believe that Jesus is one of the greatest, if not the greatest of masters, so I guess that's close.
Sometimes I just wish that I came into this community like undisclosed. You know? Yeah, because like when I take my position, like people treat me differently. You know, like
Now, wait a minute.
People who share my worldview will suck up to me or something.
Now, wait a minute.
And then people who don't share my worldview or okay, that's generalizing.
Now, wait a minute. Now, wait a minute, Jackie. When I found out you were an atheist, did my actions towards you change any at all?
No, it's just when.
That's right. I haven't changed the way I interact with you at all. When I found out you were an atheist, I haven't changed at all. It's still that same way.
I guess it's just like with some people, when you're like in a discussion, let's just say about evolution or something not related to is there a God, and then they ask you, hey, are you an atheist or a Christian, when your position on that doesn't actually matter for the conversation being had, and then. I don't know. It's a little annoying. But whatever.
Well, it's not to start a conversation. I just wanted to know if anyone's here. Who's who?
Well, there's a rumor that a big rock is coming in September, so if the rumor is true and the big rock comes, our religious proclivities ain't going to matter a whole hell of a lot then, are they?
Wait. What do you mean?
Yeah, allegedly, there's a rumor out there. I don't know how true it is or if there's any proof to it, but allegedly there's a rock heading our way in September, and it's a big one. Possibly even a planet killer.
Is that a statement coming from scientists or?
I'm not sure. Like I said, at this point, to me, it's a rumor. I haven't researched it. I haven't dug in to find out anything about it yet. But yeah, supposedly there's a rock coming in September. It's a big one, possibly even planet killer size.
Well, I would think that if there was that, then scientists would be like, hey, everyone, there's a catastrophe coming, it would be all over the
They'll
news.
never tell you. They will never tell you. They will never.
I heard about that. The government's not telling. That's what they're saying.
I won't tell you. We had one back in 2009. We had a planet killer graze the atmosphere. They didn't even tell us it was here until it had already went past and back out the other side of the solar system.
Well, the thing is, they can project exact trajectories. So, you know, they don't make a big deal out of what are they when they're showing space asteroids? Meteor? I don't know, but they don't make a big deal out of them unless they have a high risk of hitting the Earth. And a lot of these near-Earth objects are like 1 in 1,000 or more. So.
Not to mention that they cannot see all of them. Asteroids are really hard to spot.
Yes.
Oh, are they? What about the larger ones? I mean,
It's still hard to spot because they don't give off any light. You know, it's
yeah.
hard. It's very hard.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, is it possible there could be a big asteroid coming in September, or is that just?
Like I said,
everything is possible.
It's just at this point, it's just a rumor. I haven't been able to find anything substantial on it. If I do, I'll share it with you. But I ain't found nothing. You know.
Oh, okay.
As shown, you know, a lot of times, you know, a lot of people call me a fearmonger when I bring up substantiated rumors. But you know, if they knew how many rumors I actually discard to get to the ones that actually have a little bit of proof about them. I mean, for every rumor that's out there, there's probably out of 20 or 30 of them, there might be one that has a little bit of truth to it. The rest are all garbage. And you have to wade through all the garbage to get to the ones that have a little bit of truth about them. And even then, and even when you get one that has a little bit of truth about them, there's really not much chance of it coming to pass. You know, so I wouldn't give it any credence right now. Let's, you know, I'm gonna wait and see with the idea.
Do you know if it's true where on Earth it would hit? Because people can predict that because of.
I have no idea.
I heard it's going to hit the Pacific Ocean.
You heard where?
Pacific Ocean.
Oh, in the ocean, in the Pacific Ocean. Yeah, well.
And it's going to create a large tsunami or something.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Pacific Ocean is one of the larger regions of the Earth.
Well, if that's true, then I'm fucked.
Why?
Because by then, Kevin and I will be living near LA.
Oops. Oh well.
Well, I'm from there. I'm just at school right now. But when we get there, yeah. I mean, I don't really believe it. I'd have to look into it more, but like, I mean, just on the off chance that it's true, then I'm pretty much fucked.
Rent you a summer home or something, you know, around September, October, and stay at a summer home for a while, and then when the coast is clear, just move on back. Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, move my entire family and all my friends to somewhere.
You know, maybe an aunt or an uncle that lives inland farther, you know. I mean, you don't really have to go that far. You just need to get beyond the mountains.
But I mean, like, everything I love dearly is there on the coast. Okay. Everyone that's close to me. Oh. And that's literally, like, almost 100 or 200 people who I know.
Mm.
I also heard you're going to divide the United States into two.
Well,
that's a little absurd. I think the meteor thing is a little absurd too, but like, if asteroids are hard to spot, then it maybe could be true. I don't know.
Well, yes and no. Okay, the Mississippi River, which runs up the center of the United States, is basically one huge fault line. I guess, I theorize, admittedly it's a guess on my part, if the Earth was struck hard enough, it could theoretically cause the fault line to rupture and split the United States in half. But that is...
It's not a fault line.
Yeah, it's just... Yeah, the Mississippi River is a fault line. Yes, it is. But
No,
it's
just a
such
river.
long shot. But it's such a long shot to happen that I wouldn't worry about it too much.
I don't think the Mississippi River is a fault line.
I've always heard it was a fault line.
No. On both sides, it's still the North American plate, and then the only part of the continental U.S. that's on a different fault, or not fault, on a different tectonic plate is like half of California. Because we have the San Andreas fault that separates the Pacific plate and the North American plate, and I mean there's a bunch of smaller, like shallower fault lines like throughout the country, but like it's not, the Mississippi River is not a fault line, but our biggest fault line is the San Andreas.
Mm-hmm. Really, the thing we have to worry about, really the main thing we have to worry about here in the United States is Yellowstone National Park.
Yeah, I actually agree with that. I agree with that.
That's
a big worry, and I mean
that's a real danger. Yeah.
Yeah. If that thing goes off, once again, we're fucked.
Yeah. Now, if that super volcano goes out, we're in deep trouble. We really are.
Art, let me see, I think it's through for another hour.
The one thing actually that my boyfriend worries about is the development of the technology to be able to biohack in your own house, like have the equipment to do it in your own space. Because like if people can make stuff at home, they can make like deadly diseases and set off pandemics. And be used as a big like terrorist weapon, and that could very much like wipe out the planet. And that's something that my boyfriend and I are actually a little concerned about.
Yeah, I don't think that's very serious. I don't think the natural disasters and such are a thing that are going to get us. I think the troubles have to do with, people who will do wrong things. Like, if somebody's going to split the country in half, it's going to be the neo-Confederate wing of the Republicans, not.
Oh, quit it. Oh, quit it.
Well, is there a neo-Confederate wing of the Republicans?
I mean, we're talking about like a physical split in the middle. I think it's more likely that California will break off than there being a split in the middle.
You'd be surprised.
Yeah, I was saying.
I mean, California is actually on a fault.
I got you a link over there, Jackie. They don't call it the Mississippi fault line; they call it the New Madrid fault line, but it runs along the Mississippi River.
Oh,
and
it runs along. Okay.
it covers a
Because I
lot.
was like, how can a river be a fault line? What?
Right. It's not. It's called New Madrid. That's what they call
Yeah. It's probably not as big. It's not a fault that separates two tectonic plates. I know the San Andreas does, but like both sides of whatever fault is in the rest of the country are all North American plate. But yeah, what was I gonna say? Uh, yeah, the most likely scenario happening is, well, actually, California is gonna, well, shift up along the coast. It's going north, I think. Like the landmass, that part of California, like, is shifting up. Because I think that plate, the San Andreas Fault, is one of those areas where like the plates are sliding against each other and not necessarily like because some faults they bump into each other and they make mountains, and some like they're moving away from each other and they make like a giant crack. And some of them are sliding against each other. I don't know. I'm rambling. I'm from California, so I know a lot about faults and earthquakes. Yay.
James, did you say it's going to hit on September 25th?
I honestly don't remember the date. I just know that I heard this in passing, that there was a rock coming in September. But, that's all it was. I didn't really, for whatever reason, I didn't stop and do any hardcore research on it.
I think there's a blood moon on September.
There is, and that's what they're saying. Because you got an eclipse, you've got a blood moon, and then you got this rock, and they're all coming in September, and they were trying to make some kind of correlation. And
yeah, all the blood moons are on Jewish festivals this year.
yes, correct. That's correct. Yeah.
Yeah, I just saw it.
I don't know if it's September 25th. Do what, Jackie? I walked in.
Yeah, what a coincidence. That's just what it is. It's a coincidence.
Oh, well, I don't know about coincidence, but it is rather interesting.
I don't believe in coincidences.
I don't either.
Nothing ever happens for just one reason, but it may not be the reasons you're describing.
The only websites I'm finding about this potential meteor are mostly conspiracy sites.
Sometimes.
What about specialties?
Well, sometimes even the wackiest website can be right. I mean, there was something that happened a while back, years ago now, and the people that guess who broke the story? The National fucking Enquirer, a fucking paper line, a birdcage liner, and they actually got it right. So don't necessarily dismiss it, but you want proof, you want verification, you want other websites that's willing to validate it. But yeah, the National Enquirer actually got something right years ago. I forget now what it was over. It was over something. I'm trying to remember. And I was awestruck that the National Enquirer was the one that broke the thing and actually got it right. I'm like, the National Enquirer, what the hell? That's birdcage liner. But they actually got the shit right. So I mean, don't necessarily dismiss. As the saying goes, trust but verify, right? Trust but verify.
Vaughn, isn't that's Reagan? Vaughn, isn't conspiracy theory like something you say you have expertise in? Like,
well, I'd like to believe that I do. I mean, I've been doing it for, well, before there was even an internet. You know, I was railing against corrupt government and the elites and various and sundry other things. I used to dial in with my 300 baud modem and to Procom Plus, and then from Procom Plus I would go to a hub, and then from the hub I'd go to Wildcat BBS and sit there and type out in my 2-color ANSI text. You know, so I've been doing it a long time, but I don't want to call myself an expert because I don't have a staff. I don't have, you know, resources. It's just me, myself, and I. So I don't really want to call myself an expert, but I've been doing it for a long time, though. That much is true.
So did people, like, I mean, did you yourself actually believe that the world was going to end on December 21st, 2012?
No, I didn't. I would describe other people that were making that claim, but I personally did not. In fact, I was telling people that it probably wouldn't be 2012, that knowing our luck, it'd probably be 2013, you know. But, no, I never did. I never did. I mean, the Mayan calendar is a circle. Well, what happens when you reach the 12 mark? It just starts all over again, right? You know, I mean, that should have been obvious to people, but whatever. No. I wasn't fully on board with 2012, although I did do videos about what other people were saying about it. And, you know, and some of it had merit, some of it was bullshit. Like I said, man, when you're dealing with stuff like this, you got to wade through eyeball deep of bullshit before you get to anything that's halfway decent. And then when you do get something halfway decent, it probably wouldn't pan out anyway. You know, that's the problem with conspiracy theories and rumors and speculation and fables and all that stuff. It's much to the consternation of cryptozoologists, by the way. You know, for every story or fable that cryptozoologists will hear about, usually about 1 out of 100 ends up panning out. You know, the rest are all wild goose chases, which is very frustrating. Very frustrating. But that's just the way it is, I guess. You know, it's just something you got to deal with. Mm-hmm.
Oh, also, any link that you put on the side, Ronald, can you put that in the external chat? I'm actually on my phone.
Alrighty, I can do that.
Thank you.
Yep, I saw that from, what's his name, WOT? When, I don't know, I go about these things, I kind of rely on, well, let's say, reports of wrongdoing. You know, there's, COINTELPRO affair, right? And also this, you know, this much is backed up by, you know, real direct reports, and there's a little bit more we can take as logical extensions of it, and yeah, then there are things that are too large of leaps to make. I think relatively reasonable.
I can't think of anything right offhand, but there's been a lot of stuff that's come my way, either privately or publicly, and I'm like, this is bullshit. You know, go somewhere else with it, man. You know, and it is. A lot of it is just bullshit. You know, I mean, I got to be honest. It just is, and you just got to blow it off, right? I put that, Jackie. I put that underneath. I put it on YouTube underneath Nadia's thing there on the in the chat.
Yeah, yeah, thanks.
Yeah.
Yeah, hopefully I can get the corners of my mouth cleaned up with this stuff. Well, it's an antifungal. I have a vague idea.
Yeah, Lamicel. I know what it is. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I have a vague idea that it's fungal. So using it on the corners of my mouth, because it's what I suspect is called angular colitis. Now here comes the punchline.
Okay.
Apparently, they market it for jock itch.
Hey man, as long as it works, who cares, right?
Yeah.
But I've heard of Lamicel, so you know I know it's powerful shit. I know that it is powerful, very powerful.
I think without a prescription, it's not very powerful. But... Yeah, where's the government research into more powerful antibiotics and antifungals? Oh dear. Should be like bigger than the moon mission. Yeah. Alternative energy needs to be bigger than any of that even. But, it's not happening, so the energy just won't be there.
Not happening.
No. You have any idea of the scale that needs to happen, right?
The scale of what? I missed that.
The scale of alternative energy build-out.
Abysmally small. Alternative energy should be 10 times what it is today, in my opinion, of course.
Well, there's a question of in order to accomplish what. If we want to, say, maintain kind of energy outputs and so on we have now, fortunately it needs to be a lot bigger than 10 times.
That's true.
It needs to cover a sixth of the Earth. That's big.
That's pretty crazy.
I think the costs have been estimated, again from Saul Griffith's climate change recalculator, something like 25 to 40 trillion.
Oh my god. I didn't realize it was that big.
I'll check Saul Griffith's climate change recalculator.
Well, I gotta go. I have a commission I have to work on.
You have a good day, Jackie.
You too. Bye bye.
Take care.
Yeah, there's a trick to the whole Hubbard curve. The Hubbard curve's pretty innocuous, right? That's just like, annual amount of the stuff that's extracted out of the ground, right? Yeah, it ramps up and, well, it tapers off after some year or other where you get the bust down, right? That's not that controversial. Trick is, of course, on the tail, you have to dig harder and deeper and so on.
Nadia, can I ask you something?
Well, hang on. You have to dig harder and deeper and so on, burning more energy to get less and less out of the ground. So if you look at how much energy you're actually getting out after you burn what energy you're burning to extract it, you have something more like a shark fin. Energy falls off a cliff. And welcome, Ninebo.
Howdy, folks. How you doing today?
All right, go ahead. Jesus is God.
Can you explain the titles you have put there?
Which titles did I put where?
On the screen.
Oh, the Godless Communist Affair?
Yeah.
Right? Godless, basically call atheists and so on. Communist. Karl Marx is right about a lot of things. I'm transsexual, so I'm at least seeking surgical corrections to my body. Masochist do BDSM affairs, and at least in the career I once had, I programmed the Linux kernel.
Okay.
Is that enough, or is there a point you need more detail about?
Well, I want you to tell me what do you think about communist, the word.
About communist what?
Yeah, what do you think about that communism? I mean, what are your views on that? Obviously, you're calling yourself a communist. What do you mean by that?
What I mean by it? Okay, well.
Yeah.
So, like Marx had two kind of basic, in very general form at least, things right. So he had, quite a bit about the mechanics of capitalism, right? And mechanics are actually the basis of a lot of classical economics and such, or at least neoclassical. The other is the moral evaluation of capitalism, and that much is pretty clear and pretty damning. Capitalism's a terrible system. I mean, not as terrible as the old slave economies were, but still.
I only heard bad about communism. I only heard bad.
Yeah, well, various people have tried things over. I guess trying to, I don't know, implement the ideals or some such, and that went very badly. They had evil people in charge of them. They had pretty wide deviations from principle of it. I mean, it was.
When a nation becomes,
What?
Yeah, when a nation becomes communist, it always kills its own people, right?
No.
It all happened in the history.
First off, a nation becoming communist is an oxymoron. Marx said the state will wither away. A nation becoming communist is preposterous.
Well, it was that's what happened to the Russia before and China. You know, they kill their own people.
Okay, well, yeah, Stalin and Mao have vastly more deaths attributed, and killings attributed to them by the right wing than actually committed. They're still monsters, but the right wing goes about various kinds of things like that. And oh, where do you go with that?
No.
Yeah, still, socialism in one country is again preposterous, right? There's not supposed to be a country.
You said godless. Is that mean you believe in God?
No, godless is without a god. Kind of like if you're, tailless or homeless. You don't have a tail. You don't have a home. Godless. You don't have a god. It basically means atheist.
Yeah.
There's an actual phrase that was used back in the McCarthy era. Yeah, godless communists. Directly, right?
I mean, so you obviously don't believe in God. I mean, how do you define? What do you mean God? I mean, do you have any definitions for that word? What do you think God is?
Yeah, there are various notions of a god, and I, for the most part, believe they are all, or that absolutely none of them exist. I mean, a supernatural, creative and sustaining force behind the universe, a timeless, immaterial, disembodied mind, and this so happens to be omnipotent, omniscient, omnipresent, omnibenevolent, and who knows what else. So on and so forth. Those kinds of things let's say I have disproofs they exist. Go ahead.
Well, so you're basically saying there is no one who knows everything.
Well, that seems like an impossibility. Yes. I'd say I have.
Somebody.
I can prove it's an impossibility. Go ahead.
Well, somebody has to be there who knows everything.
Why do you say there has to be?
Because the universe we are in right now because without some monitoring it doesn't go well, because chances are really less to be happen like right now the wars, everything.
I'd say odds are that with everything the way it came to be, that we would come. I mean, the odds are that life would exist like this, and if things were slightly different, life would exist differently than how it exists. It's not a matter of somebody designed the whole thing and started it all and guided it. It's just odds.
Okay, so one easy proof is you take the argument for physical minds. This is evidential, of course, because argument for physical minds is itself evidential. And then there you get that the brains are a finite state machine, and you can blow past the finite number of states with, say, mathematical theorems or some such.
Well, Well, what if one day all this mathematics leads to a god? All the theories.
Well, it can't, because, of course, it's essentially almost on the order of mathematical theorem that no such thing can exist.
I don't know what planet you guys are on, but everything I see on the world looks like it's in multiple stages of decay. I don't see anything. I don't see zebras becoming giraffes or dinosaur or walruses becoming apes or anything. I don't see that shit, man. You know, I'm not seeing anything like that. If anything, I'm seeing things in a state of decay. I mean, look at our own selves. We get older, and what happens? We start to decay. We start to slow down. We start, our bones start to become brittle. I'm not seeing anything getting progressively stronger or better or different. I just see things in various states of decay. That's all I see.
Well, decay has two problems. I mean, first, various of the assertions here are factually incorrect. Second is it can only be relative to a teleology, and teleology is demonstrably non-existent. Go ahead.
Well, and the fact is, you look 100 years ago, the lifespan of an average human being was, 30 years, 35 years? The average height was, 5'7" for a grown man, 5'7", 5'8". Yeah, not even that, like 5'6", somewhere around there. The fact that, our lifespans are extending, our knowledge of the universe is extending, our size is extending, our abilities are getting stronger, we're learning more. That's progression. That's advancement. That's that's getting stronger. That's getting better.
The Flynn effect, IQs are going up.
Yeah, average IQ is going up. So that right there is, just proof for humanity itself that we are getting stronger, and we're improving as the generations go by. You can't look at like one or two generations and go, okay, well then a generation's worse off than the next one, because it's a gradual thing. It's not something you can look at and go, okay, that zebra just farted out a freaking elephant. Ta-da! There's evolution. That's not how it works. It's a very, very gradual, progressive thing.
That's right, but what was the mechanism that suddenly made evolution stop working? I mean, if evolution is true, it would be working today. I would be able to go out and see. I would be able to go out into the bush of Africa and find these intermediary species that are going from one major group to another major group. Well, I'm sorry, they don't exist.
Yeah, you have a serious misunderstanding of evolution. You have a serious misunderstanding.
So then Darwin was full of shit. Thank you very much. That's all I need.
You don't understand what he was even saying. No. It's amazing how many times do we have to correct you guys on this. Fucking hell.
Yeah, evolution is not a blink and it suddenly changes. We are all, every single one of us is a transitionary species.
I understand that it takes millions of years. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that it should still be ongoing. That's what I'm saying.
It is ongoing.
Also, where's all these intermediary?
I think the laptop performance, so I'm going to try and reboot and...
Oh, you're going to reboot? Okay. Well, we'll see when you get back.
Are my mods... Let me see if my mods are here to get me back in.
If you remodded real quick.
We'll be here.
Okay.
Yep.
I have mods, don't worry.
Mods awake and aware to make room if there's a pinch.
We'll be.
Okay.
Yep. Anyway, where was I at? Oh yeah. All right. It's like that iconic picture that y'all throw up in our face, which has like about 10 dudes, all a progression from a fucking monkey to Homo sapien sapien. Where's all these 10 dudes in the fucking middle? Where the hell are they, dude? I mean, okay, we got Yeti, we got Bigfoot, but that's just a theory. That's a guess. Okay? What I want to see is those 10 dudes between the monkey and in between Homo sapien sapien.
Bigfoot.
Yeah, he thinks.
That's the only thing you got. It's the only thing you've got.
No, we don't have a Yeti.
I think he means the Neanderthal.
No, I want to see living creatures those 10 dudes in between the monkey and Homo sapiens sapien, they should be alive. They should be thriving. We found the coelacanth.
Why should they be alive?
No.
Because evolution should be an ongoing thing unless somebody made it stop somehow. It should be ongoing.
Previous forms of a species, whether the environment changes throughout the millennia. It goes from hotter to colder, or colder to warmer, or deciduous trees to desert. It changes, it alters. So the species that was tailored for that particular environment will falter and die off, while the next generation of that species is more adapted to the next environment, and then they survive and strive, et cetera, et cetera. It goes from there. So not every species and every link through that is going to live and survive and be walking around today waving at you going, hi, how you doing?
Okay, so guys, hold on a second. Thicker than water, could you please leave Nadia, the one who created the hangout, right? The host is trying to reconnect, and you.
No, I know that's me. Yeah.
Oh, that's you. Oh, okay.
I'm waiting for her to restart our.
Okay. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, because really freaking me out, but yeah.
Okay. Anyway, no, that's not what I'm saying. I realize it takes millions of years, okay? I've heard Carl Sagan say that out of his own mouth personally, okay? So, I've already heard these things, all right? It takes millions of years. Okay, great. But what was the mechanism said, okay, evolution, you've created man, now you can stop doing anything? Because I should be able to go out in the field. I should be able to go right here in these woods. Right here, these woods in my backyard. I should be able to go out in these woods. I should see something that's half a hippopotamus and half a giraffe. I should be able to see something that's half an ape and half a human. I should be able to see, I should be able to see all these transitional creatures.
It doesn't happen like that.
Not necessarily.
If they existed, I should be seeing them alive. I should be seeing them thriving. I should be seeing them in numbers. We found the coelacanth.
There is no crocodile, dude. There is no crocodile.
We found the coelacanth. We found the coelacanth alive and thriving in numbers, and the coelacanth, it turns out, predates the dinosaurs. Okay, so where the fuck is all the dinosaurs at? Where is all these intermediary species at? If we can find the coelacanth, thriving and in large numbers, we should be able to find all these other species.
No, because limited resources, Ron. Limited resources, fucking hell, dude. Limited resources.
If I may, it's a misunderstanding of evolution, right? Evolution doesn't suggest there should be a half hippo, half giraffe, right? It's a tree that gets diverse as it goes up. So if you go back a little bit and you say, well, where are these species? There are some of those species that are still alive, and some of those species are very, very old.
To be fair, I actually know a guy who has a squwolf. I'm suspecting it's
squirrel even, yeah.
Yes,
I know you're talking about.
Never mind. Go ahead, guys.
So you're saying nobody's monitoring anything? Is that what you're saying, Nineball? You're saying nobody's monitoring anything.
They're saying, I want to see these intermediary species, but they say they aren't out there. So
Okay.
I don't know what the hell.
Can you specifically tell us what are you expecting us to show you and why?
I said, okay, let me repeat.
Wait, all right, hold on. I think I know what he's saying. You want to see like a half and half, like something in between a transition between one creature or one species to another. You want to see something that's like half and half.
There should be millions of them out there. There should be millions of them out there alive.
Evolution is every species is intermediary species.
Yes.
Yeah, there are transition. Like, okay, take the crocodile. It is tailored to water, and it can live on land. It has been around, that's that kind of species has been around for millions of years. So that is kind of an intermediary. That's an intermediary right there. Yes, it has. It has. It's gotten small.
Well, every crocodile I've ever seen begat crocodiles. So I mean, where's the change?
Yeah, but there are differences in their ability to withstand, certain environments, like certain types of temperature. There's been a change in their size because, for their prey species has gotten smaller, so they were not able to, gorge on these huge, gigantic carcasses, so they had to get smaller to tailor their bodies to not have that that giant meal. So yeah, there has been changes.
Like I said, the iconic picture that's always thrown up in our faces.
Which is an example.
You got a monkey here, you got Homo sapien sapien here, and you got like 10 dudes in between them.
That is an
It
example
doesn't happen like that.
of
It's just an
millions of years.
illustration. It's a simplistic illustration for yeah. It's just a.
If you want every single species, every single transist, every single difference, every single change between each one, you're not going to be able to get it because fossilization is not a common occurrence. There's probably species out there that we don't even know about because they've never been fossilized. There's got to be certain settings in when they die and where they die that actually fossilize them. But scientists can extrapolate between what they do find of what the potential is. It's not they're not going to show here's a half of this, half of that. We're all in a transition. It's like I said, it's a very gradual thing. You're not going to have suddenly a leap from one species that walks around in the forest on 4 legs with fur suddenly sprouting wings and flying off. You're not going to find something.
I never even suggested that. I know.
It's an example.
We sort of suggested that.
So, yes, I've accepted. What in the hell was that on your screen? Anyways, we got millions. Okay, I'm okay with the idea that it takes millions of years for this shit to happen. Okay, but I still want to see those. They should be alive. They should be thriving. I should be able to go out here in the woods and find something. Yes, okay, microevolution, which is adaptation, mutation, shit like that. That's fine. We can see that every day. Okay, but what I'm talking about is macroevolution, the transition from one species to another species. I should be able to see those intermediary creatures. They should be alive. They should be thriving. They should be in great numbers. I should be able to go out here in the woods and see that shit every fucking day.
Again,
see it every day.
Species can only survive with the environment that it is tailored to survive in. When the environment changes, that species dies off. So you're not going to find something that lived, a million years ago, surviving and striving on land. Yes, they found, the coelacanth. But it is a creature that is tailored for a variety of different things. And in the water, environmental changes don't occur as often or as voraciously as it does on land. So it was able to survive, but there are not millions of them swimming around in the ocean surviving no problem. It's a very rare creature, and the chances of there being a huge population is very low. I think they found 2 over the last 50 years.
No, that's not what I was led to believe. I was understanding they found whole schools of coelacanth. They found whole.
Okay, I have to go now. Bye, guys.
Take care.
Peace.
All right. Have a good day, John. Vaughn, riddle me this. So, are children different from their parents?
Subtly, but yes.
Subtly?
Well, DNA-wise.
Subtly
Well, DNA-wise, they're different. They have their own unique DNA. But
well, when you look at them, are they as strong, as fast, as smart, as beautiful, as anything as their parents? They're different, more or less of each of those things, right?
Well, anything's going to be better looking to me because I'm ugly as a mud fence, and I know
it. But it actually doesn't actually matter whether they. Wait. In a particular case, right? They're going to be, more or less so of each of those things in the parents, right?
Well, to an extent, yeah. I mean, but I'll give people say, hey, your son looks just like you. I get that all the time. Your son looks just like you.
But bear with me, right? So now let's go with. This is not a case of every difference goes the same direction, right? Some parents will give birth to kids that will be slower, weaker, dumber, and so on, and uglier. And other parents will, have children that are, stronger, faster, and smarter, and so on, right? And more beautiful. right? So some parents get, next generation's up, some parents next generation's down, right?
Right, but that would be adaptation mutation, which I'm perfectly okay with. I see that every day. It's not a problem.
But it's not, right? We haven't gone there yet. I mean, just bit of random. There's a bit of randomness to it, right?
To an extent.
Lucky, your kids are, stronger, faster, prettier, and smarter. And welcome, Malcolm.
Hello.
Right? Lucky parents have, kids that are, further up in all those ways, right? And if you're not so lucky, well, whoops. Well, what happens to the kids, right? How many kids do the kids have? How many grandkids do you end up getting? If you got a weaker, slower, uglier, and dumber kid, what are the odds they're going to actually, find a husband or wife and have a lot of kids with them?
Would be very rare, I would think. My boy's in that situation right now.
So, but again, when you have parents and so on, smarter or stronger or faster or prettier parents will tend to have stronger, faster, prettier kids, right?
But it's a strange example because
no. Bear with me, right? From where the parents are, the kids are only a little bit off, right? You go up and down on all these different things only a little bit, right? Yeah, you don't get like a kid that's like a super genius from parents that are kind of just average, right? Not most of the time.
You can actually get to that, and that's what's
it can happen, but it's still.
You can actually get a super genius from very stupid parents. And
the point is, most of the time. Right? The point is most of the time. Right? So most of the time, kids are only a little bit off from where the parents were, right?
Yeah.
Generally speaking.
To me, though, this is like the crux of it, though.
Let's play it out, right?
But that is actually against the mechanism of evolution. What you're talking about.
Point is a point, and I wasn't quite finished. So, like you said, those kids that are worse off than parents in all those different metrics, not gonna end up having very many kids themselves, right? So that filters out. The slower, weaker, the uglier, and the dumber, right?
But
you end up getting right as left, but ends up having the kids, right? Stronger, faster, prettier, smarter. That's pretty much what is splitting. Right?
Mm. Yeah, I don't know. To me, though, that's I don't know.
Yeah, the people who are
talking. Is my mic working? I don't know.
The people who are reproducing less is not the most intelligent people. I mean, it's actually the opposite. I mean, it's the example is very strange, and the genius thing about evolution is just that you can have enormous variation despite your parents. It's not said that two very intelligent parents has to have a very intelligent child.
Well, none of it's hard to test, but it's a matter of likelihood, right? And in the case of all the number of children to have, it's really a case of 0 versus having something, right?
Well, now, if all the smart people decide to abort their children or only have one child, and all the poor people are having 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 kids.
Exactly.
What happens then, Nadia?
It's called R strategy and K strategy.
And the
R
more
strategy
religious
is
people are, the more children they get.
in a logistic equation. The R for the R strategy is the exponential growth factor. Now, the K for the K strategy is the capacity factor, and that K is where people actually do the investment in the quote-unquote smarter, richer, etc. people, right? And the R factor is where things that are likely to die off end up investing theirs because, well, you better roll the dice a whole bunch of times when only a few are going to get through. Malcolm, your mic was working.
All right. Oh, sorry. Well, I just mistimed my interjection then. Okay. Well, all I wanted to say was I think that, yeah, I do understand the theory. I think Von probably does as well, but I've got maybe a different objection. I mean, slightly different, sort of coming at it from a slightly different angle than him. I mean, basically, I just think that, to me, like the gradual sort of the gradualist component of it is exactly why it doesn't work. I mean, because animals are pretty much sort of like complex machines, or or their organs are complex machines, and there aren't any complex machines which you can build gradually. You couldn't like build an engine, starting with one screw, and then might be an unfortunate choice of word for what we're talking about. But anyway, you know what I mean. We couldn't. Yeah, I mean, or even like paragraphs or anything like that. Anything where there's a load of anything that's quite complex and there's a lot of interacting parts, to produce an overall function. You just cannot like build it up step by step.
Malcolm, do you know about eye, right? The human eye. It's fairly complicated, isn't it? It's creationists have been using the example of the eye as something as irreducible complex, but we have actually shown
I'm
that
not really sure they have actually.
there is actually tons of transitional sort of forms of an eyesight down to a very small, simple one cell detector that can detect dark from light, and we know that can give an advantage as well.
Yeah, but
And
see, the thing is,
gradually. It moves on gradually, becomes more complicated and more useful. So
yeah.
if an eye can gradually evolve, right, if something as complicated as an eye can evolve, why can't something else? For example, like the brain, right? We also have plenty of examples of the sort of brain apparatus in many different animals that has different complexity levels, right? In bugs, in insects, it's very simple, but it is still useful. When you move on to mammals, it's a bit more complicated, still useful. You move on to primates, more complicated, still useful. And if you dug in deeper, I'm pretty sure if a biologist was here, he would be able to explain to you many more transitions. So yes, we actually do have evidence for these transitions or possible transitions that these organs took place.
Not really, because I mean, basically, the equivalent of what you're saying is to say, like, you could have like a scooter, and then a go-kart, and then a car, and then say a plane, and say, oh well, these things. Well, yeah, these
Okay,
are all
please
sort of
show
like
me these are
simpler.
analogous. Please show me these are analogous, Iman. I already gave you specific examples in biology where
No, yes, I know, but
minds and
you're
eyes
just
are gradually
assuming that you can.
developing.
Yeah, but you're just assuming that you can go between those things through small steps. I mean, and what I'm saying, that's the equivalent to me saying that we can have these other things like the scooter, the the bike, the go-kart, the car, etc., and saying that because these things exist, that's evidence that that you could go incrementally between them. I mean, just because
it's
there's
not
an increase in
Malcolm.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'd point out that the kinds of things evolution produces are not fully general, and they are very much derivative from the their predecessors, right? The novelty that many creationists discuss is demonstrably absent. You can actually trace back internal organ structures, skeletal structures, and so on, across the taxonomic classifications, all the way back to almost the earliest possible to study animals, right? And this is ways that evolution is actually hamstrung as a a sort of design process for machinery. It doesn't go about producing things that are irreducibly complex, and it produces things that are demonstrably bad design because it can't. Right?
Right. Well, I mean, yeah, to me that's a different issue. I mean,
ever examined.
Yeah. I mean, right. Okay. Well, I mean, I suppose you might think that I'm sort of copping out by sort of brushing that off and saying, I'm not really that committal about that. But to me, that it does seem a different. It is. I think I know why it's a different question. Whether or not evolution, as in like some sort of development from one thing to another occurred or not, or whether evolution by the Darwinian process occurred. I mean, those are two different things. I mean, I suppose I suppose if things did develop from one thing, they may be constrained by what went before, but that doesn't automatically. That's a different matter from whether they they develop by the Darwinian process, which, as you said, is gradualistic. I mean, you could have like a process where that they developed in sort of sudden leaps from one to another. So they are two different. That is a different concept. They are two different concepts.
And I mean,
but anyway, as I was saying about the I'll just go back to like the eye thing. I mean, I mean, if you're I think you'll agree that if you were going to like convert like a go-kart to a car, you'd have to do quite a lot of rearranging. You wouldn't just like just be able to do it just by switching around a few parts or adding one part here and taking another part there. You'd have to do quite a lot of reorganization and rewiring. And so I'm pretty confident that the same could be said if you're going from like a primitive light detector to an insect eye, or from an insect eye to a human eye. You'd have to do a lot of rearranging, and it wouldn't be just a question of like swapping parts or anything that's analogous to point mutations, substitute, whatever, so
that being hamstrung into doing so produces a lot of very poorly designed things, as far as any kind of design evaluation.
The strange thing about the eye is that it evolved many times independently. That is the strange thing about the eye, and that's quite not so easy to solve that question, because it has developed in many species at different times independently.
Not really. I mean, if you're asking this question to an evolutionist, it's not a problem. I mean, we really believe that an eye has evolved once. What's the problem with it evolving two times?
No, it's very interesting because it says something about the mechanism. It's not that I'm going against evolution with it, but I mean, like an eye is not a novelty. Nadia says there are no real novelties, but every species has an extreme novelty. Birds have wings, humanoids have extreme novelties. So there are novelties. I mean, an eye
quite a number of species are effectively indistinguishable from each other apart from the reproductive isolation.
You have to see the novelty. You know the lung system of a bird is an extreme novelty.
Novelty is a claim that it's not derivative, right? But it all is
Novelty is a system that function. I mean, every animal have legs and foots and eyes and these kind of things, but they have a very special. I call it design because I don't have any other words, but and humans, they have abstract reasoning. We don't find that by other humanoids, and so there are very extreme novelties. I mean, abstract reasoning is, we don't know so much about it, but like the lung system of a bird, that is pretty different from.
Abstract reasoning is something that's actually rather likely happening in at least other primates or other. Sorry.
I don't think any primates.
Other hominidai and so on. Great apes.
Yeah, you think they are? They think they engage in abstract reasoning. I mean, not.
They engage in abstract reasoning, and it is demonstrably to a lesser extent capacity, facility, speed, complexity, and so on.
Bong.
Also, like mammals like dolphins, they've been found to be able to reason through puzzles and various different things. So they've got, a bit of logic on their side as well.
So crows.
Yeah, crows. Abstract reasoning is far from unique.
I suppose it depends what you mean by abstract reasoning. I mean, they're probably not going to do algebra, are they? Oh. But yeah.
Oh, algebra.
Well, math is a human concept to understand certain things. When you're swimming around in the wild or running around the wild, picking your butt, throwing poop at things, then I don't think math is a high priority.
Oh, but
you just got to figure out how to
recognize essentially the number of items in a collection much more rapidly and to a I think larger number of items on average than a human.
That's
right?
not what.
So even number. And number is an abstract concept. There you go, abstract reasoning.
No, it doesn't have to be an abstract concept. I'm talking about reasoning. So.
Okay, well, is not the assignment of number to collection a reasoning process? Right. These things are. And
that's
they are much more rudimentary. They are much more elementary and fundamental.
Visual abstraction
they are
is
being done by animals, and the animals are reasoning abstractly.
That's a visualization when they recognize number, and you have to have an abstract visualization to store information. So every you can put something that looks like.
Well, there you go. If they have any memory of any kind of number, then they have abstract reasoning, and you're feeding your own point.
I know this. I know if I get stranded at sea, I'm going to be real happy to see a dolphin because they'll help you. They have a history of it.
Not necessarily, but they do have a history of it, but that's not necessarily what they will do. They can, whether they do or not is, I don't know, I guess it's up to them. There's also been, records of dolphins attacking people. It all depends on how threatened they feel, how used to us they are, if they've had any kind of interaction with the human species. A lot of the times it's just curiosity. Sometimes it's more, it's an empathy thing. It all depends on how wild or how used to us they are.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that it necessarily depends on whether they're used to you. I mean, it could just, like, they just have different temperaments, just like people do, or whatever, just
Yeah,
in a good mood.
Yeah, some could be really nice dolphins. Some could be just asshole dolphins floating around through the water.
But I think with dolphin they have this. Of course, we don't know how they think, but at least they have this playfulness, and that is pretty common in all species. You have some kind of playfulness.
Oh
and
yeah,
that,
absolutely.
Yeah, and that attracts. I mean, they are curious, and that is an evolutionary trait. I mean,
Yeah, I don't know if you could say anything's an evolutionary trait if you look at it like that. Yeah.
I mean, it's a survival trait that when you play with something, you learn to hunt, or you learn to how to kill another animal. So it is something that many animals, lower animals, display. Not only dolphins.
Mm. Well, yeah.
I mean, it's important to.
Well, I don't agree that you have to explain the existence of everything just by saying it's there because it's selected for. But I understand that that makes sense if you're looking at it through that Darwinian lens. But yeah, I mean I do agree that they've all got, the animals have got like curiosity. I mean, I've seen there's a video on YouTube of huskies playing with polar bears. So I don't think it's really anything to do with necessarily familiarity. I don't think that all the dolphins that rescue humans, I don't think it's very likely that they've particularly had interactions with humans before. I just think that that when there's no sort of like reason to kind of like be wary of each other, probably different species probably will play with each other, be socialized more than we think.
Well, that's why I kind of I brought up the whole empathy thing, where it could be just an empath, just they connect with us or understand, if we're in trouble, they understand what that's like and attempt to help, so who knows what they're thinking. We don't have the ability yet to understand what another species is thinking that cannot communicate with us the way we communicate with each other. So it's hard to figure out. But a lot of times you can just look at them and understand, basic things.
Where is the time setting?
Like with elephants, they obviously care and love for each other. And some other, other non carnivorous species. But, when one elephant dies, you can tell that the rest of the herd is upset and bothered by it.
Yeah, elephants can. I think I've heard that elephants can take revenge as well for. I don't know what it was for poaching, but I've heard of anecdotes about like elephants kind of going on the rampage after some of their herd was killed.
Yeah, hunting down the poachers and going after them and attacking their camp. Yeah, I've heard similar things.
Well, that's interesting.
Well, we have a saying here in the States: "Don't get between a mama bear and her cubs."
Oh, you don't want to do that. Yeah, don't do that.
You don't want to do that shit. You will not be long on this earth, trust me.
No, if you're between a mama bear and her cubs, either you kill her or she's going to kill you, or you run really fast. I thankfully don't go out in the woods too often, so I'm pretty sure I'll never have to go into that situation. So one of the things that doesn't worry me a whole lot.
I don't know about that. A woman and her daughter was jogging in the city, out in the city park, and they got attacked by a bear, and let's see, was it the mama that died or the daughter that died? One of them died and the other one was severely mauled. And that was in a city park. So, I mean, you never know, bro. You never know.
Well, I live in St. Louis, and bears around here are not exactly, we're not exactly bear heavy around here. So, plus I don't go out too often. I'm pretty much homebound for the most part. I had a 2-ton steel beam land on my back. It kind of ruined my whole going out a whole lot and doing a whole lot of jogging. Yeah.
Wow. That's got us smart.
Yeah, a little bit. Well, I got lucky though. It was, an inch or so in either direction, and I wouldn't be able to move. Period. So.
Well, that's the thing, man. Once your back's gone, that's pretty much it. There's not a whole hell of a lot you can do about it. Sad, but true.
Yep.
When us guys, when our backs go out, we're done. For the most part.
Well, like I said though, I consider myself lucky. It could have been worse. So.
Oh yeah.
Was that a 2-ton beam?
Yeah, I was a welder, and I was welding under some farm equipment. And they had a beam that was, we were working on the shop trying to get some of the support struts redone, and I was trying to weld under a portion of the structure, and it slipped its chain, and thankfully the whole thing didn't land on me. It actually hit some of the barrels that were next to me, but it came down with enough force that it cracked my spine pretty good, and I have some difficulty getting around now ever since then. So.
Wow. Yeah. Well, it's bad enough, but I was kind of thinking, yeah, if it did hit you with all the force, wherever it hit you, that would probably have killed you, wouldn't it? But
yeah, if it would have hit me full on, it would have snapped me in half. Yeah.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah, because it was going to be the main support for the shop there, so it was the main superstructure beam. So yeah, it was a heavy duty, steel beam. But like I said, I got lucky, and I'm thankful to be around, instead of 6 feet under. So.
Yeah, a friend of my friends in Fairfield, he was working on a heavy duty truck. Not a civilian truck, but I mean, one of the big industrial type trucks. And he was under there working on a transmission, and that damn transmission slipped, man. Come down on him and ruptured his spleen, and that's pretty much, that was pretty much all she wrote.
Yeah.
You never know, man. You never fucking know, right? You just gotta hope for the best and expect the worst, I guess. That's how I look at it.
Yeah, I go around in life. I don't worry about things that I can't change, and I don't fret on things that may happen. Because if you do that, you're just gonna be worried and nervous your entire life, and that's no way to live. I worry more about my daughter than I do myself.
I'm the same way. I got 3 of them back here, and I worry about them constantly. Don't get into that. Don't touch that. Don't do this. And after a while, it's like, you're really not gonna stop them.
No. Anything you tell them not to do, that just increases the
Yeah, they're probably end up doing it anyway, right? Yeah, they got their mamaw upset at them. They got a hold of a jar of peanut butter and decided to decorate their mamaw's house with peanut butter.
Oh,
no. Yeah, and so she calls me up, you need to come and get these kids. I said, what happened? She said, oh, they got a hold of a jar of peanut butter. I said, say no more. I think I can get what happened.
Yeah, put two and two together there.
Yeah, I mean, I laugh about it. I mean, they didn't do any damage. I mean, you just wiped the peanut butter off, but it's just,
It's still funny.
I think Mamo got a little too excited about it, personally, but...
Yeah. It sounds like me. I ended up taking my grandpa's razor to. I figured the living room carpet needed to be trimmed because my grandpa was out cutting the grass. I figured I'd help him out and trim the carpet. And my grandma was not thrilled. Because I didn't understand at that age that the carpet doesn't grow back.
Right, right. Yeah, I imagine she wasn't too thrilled about that.
No. And it's funny, that's like I wanted to help because, he was out there cutting the grass. I was like, I'll help him out. He's on the outside. I'll take care of the inside. No. I mean, my reasoning was solid. It just, the whole mechanics of it just didn't work out too well.
Yeah, that the bus driver the other day, I went and got the kids off the bus, and the bus driver was like, "Your daughter had a talk with me today." I'm like, "Uh-oh." She said, "No, it's a good thing." I'm like, "Oh, okay. Well, what happened?" She says, I think I'm talking to my youngest daughter. She says, "Yeah, I think I'll take you home with me, and you can stay with me for a day." And my youngest daughter turned to her just stone-faced and looked her square in the eye and says, "I can't do that." And she's like, "Why? Why can't you go home with me?" She says, "It would make my daddy sad and he would cry." And I just got the biggest kick out of that. That was something else.
There you go.
What these little ones will say, buddy, is just something else.
Oh, I know. And now you still having problems, I guess?
Nope. I am doing the changeover for, well, the 8-hour mark and so on. Get the URL up to you very shortly.
Okay.
Alright, there it is in the sidebar text chat, and to be able to feedback and such from the new into the old, so we don't miss anything that happens.
Very good. I'll go on ahead and make the jump, I reckon.
Yep, I let up there myself.
Come on, Google Plus.
Oh. Can Art get in? Please tell me you didn't block Art. I stopped falling off, I guess.
I'm moving now. I was stuck there for a minute, and it's like, oh shit. But no, I'm moving now, so it's cool.
Well, actually, I've got to be on the ball from day one, because the various medicines that are pretty critical and such are in low supply. So, yeah.
Was you able to work that out with I forgot his name, that guy?
Bob?
Yeah.
Yeah, our plan's to swing out there to whatever kind of office, sign up for Medicaid by Monday, and from there, I'll either set up an appointment, or if I can't get one fast enough, I'll get some docs to call it in, just because I know doctors.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm still sitting here trying to fight with disability. Been 3 years and they still won't give me disability.
Well, that's what I was telling Nadia. They're gonna refuse you, man. But you just gotta.
Oh yeah.
You know.
You got to be persistent. You can't just go throw your hands up and go, okay, fine. You gotta keep at them, keep on them, bug the hell out of them, annoy them. Because the loudest buzz will get the most attention.
Yep.
So.
That's what I was telling her. You know, they're gonna reject you, especially over the phone. Over the phone. They'll just, nah, we can't help you quick. You got to go in person and you got to pester them. You got to keep at it too. You can't quit. You might get rejected 2, 3, 4 times.
You just got to keep at it. Keep
Yeah, I actually have my own sources about this, and they discuss relatively different concerns when it comes to actually getting a claim through, and I think because they've actually collected, I should probably take their advice. And they're centered more around, you know, the doctors, the case, the track record, you know, like your medical history being all lined up and so on. That's the kind of thing they were really on about, and I think they have a pretty solid story. Also lawyers, but, yeah.
Yeah, you definitely need your ducks in a row, that's for sure.
Yeah, you gotta keep all your records and keep everything they send you, keep everything your doctors give you, you know, keep everything.
What they send you actually is not what they were on about. They were on mostly about having your medical history put together. And
in England, that they do it on a point system. Is it? I don't know if it's the same there. I mean, it's changed now, but I think that they ask questions like, you know, like can you walk a certain amount of time? Can you stand for a certain period? And they ask you things about mental health as well, and they give you a point for each one. So if it's like that, then maybe it's worth researching, like what the answers, you know, to get you a certain amount of points are. So probably.
Yeah, the bad news is it's kind of more fast and loose and such, as I understand it. And once you're off of a short list of conditions where it's guaranteed, you're in for something of a fight, especially when you're talking about the conjunction of a number of different things at once. So that said, yeah, that would not be a great route for me regardless, right? Because there's a few other things that need to be done in my life that wouldn't let me do, or that wouldn't enable me to do.
What you mean, being on whatever you call it, disability?
Yeah, it's not enough income, basically. I have to actually make enough money to.
Yeah.
I have to make enough money to put away enough money fast enough to get the surgeries done before I'm no longer a surgical candidate at all. So.
Well, so it's not an ideal, I suppose. It's better than having no money, though.